So you want to be the one who's better than me. So you want to be the one who can bother me. So you want to be one step ahead of me. That's what you seem to me. And you lie, try to make it as good as it can be. So you lie, that you're living just can't be free. Better than me, so you want to be the one who can bother me. So you want to be one step ahead of me. That's what you seem to me. And you lie, try to make it as good as it can be. So you lie, that you're living just can't be free. used to think we're so heavenly. Look at us, used to think we're so heavenly. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Everybody loves you. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Everybody loves you. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Everybody loves you. Love, don't sit down on the floor, don't wait for me by the telephone. Everybody loves you.
All the time I want to see you. Okay?
don't worry. My name is Frankie Ward. I'm joined by Ryan Pessoa, and thank you so much for watching this weekend. And also massive thanks to our sponsors for making all of this possible, because what you're about to see over this weekend is some absolutely electrifying Spanish EAFC. And a man who knows about lighting up the pitch, of course, is Ryan. Are you excited to be here for the first time? Because you've never actually competed or covered an event in Spain before.
No, first time. It's always a nation and a league I've admired from a distance, so it's always good to be in person.
And what's interesting as well is last year's victor, Matías Bernardo, has just conquered England, not content with conquering Spain last year, which means a new king is about to be crowned. Let's take a look at the teams that are in contention though, because Ryan, we did have a whopping 38 teams competing in the regular season and 24 have made it to this point.
Yep, exactly. These are the best 24 teams in the remaining season. We're going to take a look at the bracket for these 24 teams. You'll notice in round 2 there are 8 teams already into the next round. That's because they topped their group in the regular season. The rest of the teams have to battle it out for that next spot. And frankly, if they make it to round 2, of course they progress in the tournament, but they get a spot in the La Liga finals later on in the season.
Yeah, they're already through to Barcelona. So in a way, the teams that have qualified for round 2, it's going to be really interesting, because in some ways they're playing without pressure because they know they're through to Barcelona in a few weeks. But then there is going to be pressure because the prize pool, even for the cup, is massive. 100,000 euros.
Yeah, it's a lot of money at stake. Of course, just even reaching this stage guarantees you 1,250 euros. But for winning it, getting your hands on the first placement in this competition, 25,000 euros, Frankie.
Yeah, that's a lot of packs.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of packs.
Yep.
I can't wait to see how this is going to go down. We are going to be showing you as much as we can on the English language stream, and we'll see that we've got loads of matches coming up today. We can't show you every single game from the first round, but our friends and the Spanish language broadcast are. They've got 2 streams running if you do not want to miss a moment. Maybe watch both languages.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, there's a lot of games going on, a lot of top competitors in this region competing, and yeah, as we said before, there's a lot at stake.
There's a lot of stake. I'm really interested though about how Graveson's feeling commentating the action this weekend, because he did win back in 2019.
Yeah, he's someone that's used to playing in this competition, used to conquering as well, so I'm sure he'll be in a difficult position watching it. I'm sure he'll be eager to play as well.
Yeah, do you ever feel like you're eager to jump in and compete again?
Not all the time, but in this competition, for me, yes, just because there's a lot of different competition and the competition is very high as well.
Yeah, the competition is going to be incredibly high. In the first round alone, we've got Nicolas FC, who is an international star.
Yeah.
We've also got Kone and also his competitor Nacho, who have both come second in the past, competing in the very first match of the broadcast. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, and I know that these two over in our commentary corner can't either. It's Graveson and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Ryan and Frankie. Here we are, San Sebastian. This league is going everywhere in Spain. I've got the pleasure to be joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Jaime Alvarez, who won this tournament back in 2019, alongside me for the next 2 days. Graveson, we're in San Sebastian for the La Liga Cup.
I mean, what a stadium, what a venue, what a match we have coming up. Because, I mean, the matches we're going to see today, the names we're going to see today, Nicolas, Jaro, players of that caliber who have been conquering not only leagues, but the European competition as well. I mean, let's see what happens.
The Iceman is back in town. This is actually his first ever virtual league that he has participated in. We're talking about Nicolas 99 here, and more importantly, we're talking about the bracket that is upon us today. Why this is so important here, you ask? 38 teams came into the La Liga FC Pro competition at the start of this year. There was a handful of teams, 14 of them to be exact, that didn't make it through to this stage. 8 have already qualified for the finals. Those 8 are in round 2, but there's 16 teams here on the left-hand side, Graveson, that are battling not only to keep their season alive, but battling to qualify for the La Liga FC Pro Finals at the end of this month, and also for that ridiculous prize pool of 100,000 euros.
Yeah, especially because some of these players, their season could end just in a few minutes and a few hours. So, I mean, they're praying to just compete for a month. So, I mean, the stakes are high, really. And we have some names in here, so let's see them.
We've got some big names. Here's a few of them that will be in action across the next 2 days if they make it through every elimination stage. Let's kick off with the Iceman. Sebastian for this weekend. As I was saying, Graveson, this is his first ever virtual league that he has participated in. Most know Nicolas, he's been an E-Champions League winner. He hasn't really needed to go upon the league system in the FC Pro until this year. Those are his stats we've seen this year, and to be brutally honest, he only just made it to this competition. On goal difference, he qualified for the Cup. There was a chance where he wouldn't have been in the finals, he would have been out, and that may have been his season done.
Yeah, but he's alive and he's playing a few hours, so let's wait. Then the second one, Tuga. I mean,
defending Cup champion,
and he came to conquer. He didn't play as well in the finals because he lost the first game he played. But then again, if we talk about a player of the caliber of Tuga, we expect big things to happen because European and worldwide, he has been playing at the highest level for 4 years now. And in Girona, he's playing really well as well, as you can see with
one
stats.
thing we know about Tuga as well, Grauson, is he's a tournament football man. What I mean by that is he lives for straight elimination FC Pro matches where, you know, he can sing out a 1-0, he can keep possession, he can make it a little bit ugly if he wants to. Tuga's obviously in there. Someone we have to talk about as well, two-time La Liga FC Pro champion Neat, who's had an unbelievable season so far, still representing Real Valladolid. He's in action in one of our later matches today. He's already qualified for the Liga FC Pro Finals later on this year, but one thing he hasn't got next to his name is the Cup trophy. He's won the league twice, but he hasn't won the Cup.
Yeah, he has won the Super Cup twice. So, I mean, Super Cup, he's won it twice. La Liga Finals, he's won it twice. Now the Cup.
Well, let's bring out our first matchup then. Our first game today is going to see Real Oviedo, Nacho, you just saw him come out onto the stage, up against SD Aber. My pronunciations will be interesting this weekend here in the Liga FC Pro. Kone, you know, he's not been at it for a couple of seasons now. Back in, 2020, his season there was fantastic, qualified for the World Championships. Spoke to him earlier today. He's one of the older players in the competition, but says, look, why not? This is straight knockout football for me. There's no reason why I can't go far and I can't qualify for those Liga FC Pro Cup finals.
The thing is, he's playing against Nacho, a former runner-up in 2021 as well. He's probably one of the favorites to win the whole thing because his game style suits the game so well. And if you see the stats, he's at his best. And Kone, as you said before, he's not really there, but he could get there.
Absolutely. Well, look at the stats of Kone now. It's been a very different league this year in the Liga FC Pro compared to playing 20, 30 plus in-game matches. It's been a case of they've played just a couple of matches in 8 different groups, from Group A all the way to Group H. Very simple. Groups are made up of 5 or 4 teams. If you finished in the top 3, you qualified for the Cup here in San Sebastian. The top names from each of those groups also qualified for the Liga FC Pro Finals, hence why those names are into the next round today. But you're right, you know, Kone's record might not have been great in the group stages, Grauson, but it doesn't matter. You're in the top 24 players here in San Sebastian. Anything can happen.
I think if we look back in the days, there are some players that kind of struggle in the group stage, but when it comes to knockouts, they perform well. Tuga, one of those players. Nicolas. We said it, Nicolas. And I think Kone is one of those players who probably struggle in the regular format, but when it comes to making it or going home, he always performs.
I have to say as well, this league is out of this world. €350,000 prize pool across the whole season. Anyway, enough of us talking. Let's go over to Frankie and Ryan again, because it's a very special tournament here at the Liga FC Pro Cup, because we have draft restrictions and a format. Guys, give us the lowdown.
I mean, the lowdown is pretty simple, 20 million coins, and that sounds quite simple, but Ryan, it really isn't, because there's some restrictions in place.
Yeah, as you said, there are restrictions. The 20 million coins goes throughout the starting 11 and the subs bench. But the restrictions we're talking about, maximum 3 La Liga players, so they can't be from, well, you can't have more than 3 players, from a particular club in the La Liga. A maximum of 4 icons or heroes. However, you have 1 free player between Ultimate Birthday and Ultimate Birthday icons. So that does go a distance in terms of that coin balance as well.
But when you think about the icons that we're talking about, the icons of La Liga past, they are going to be some expensive items.
Yep.
Ronaldinho, we've got R9 in there. We should actually take a look at some of the drafts so you can see just what we mean, because it's been so interesting to see how these players have got creative with their drafts this weekend.
I think the way a lot of players will construct their squad, you can see heavily the coins are spent on the attackers. In this case, Nacho has gone with the Golazo Cruyff, who is around 8 or 9 million coins, so that almost takes up half of his budget. However, Stoichkov, as you know, is one of the players that will be free, so that's 4.2 million coins just banked. You don't need to spend that, and he's a player that can offer a lot going forward.
Would you have spent your coins on Stoichkov or on Henry?
Henry. For me, I think Henry would have been the option, but I don't think you can go wrong with Stoichkov.
Well, let's take a look also at our fullbacks here, because Sorloth, the striker I'm personally calling Budget Haaland, has been placed in a mysterious position. He's not getting any chemistry there, Ryan.
No, he's getting no chemistry in that position, but he won't be playing there. Definitely not. A lot of players play the 4-3-2-1, so he's somebody that you can use in that left forward. Jude Bellingham will most likely slot in at that right back position, and then of course you have Stoichkov or Cruyff can play in that midfield, the offensive midfield position.
Well, let's take a look at Nacho's opponent's draft as well, while we have a little bit of time. We want to see what Kone is bringing to the board, if he's gone for something similar, if he's gone for something different. You can see this is quite interesting, the fullback. I'm wondering which side he's going to be wanting to aggress from, because there's some pacey but also short players here. Yeah,
I think with the Cafu, the 5-star skill moves, it's very likely that he will try and progress up the field from the right side. Of course, Sorloth again off chemistry, and again he's somebody that spent a lot of coins on his attackers in Henry, Ronaldinho, Cruyff. But the good thing, Frankie, for him is his bench. His bench is very, very strong. Vinicius Jr. off the bench. He's got De Jong as well as an option. Yankuto, Acuna. There's a lot of options that can impact the game.
Yeah, but still, again, very aggressive fullbacks, though. If he's making some substitutions, it's because these guys are tired. It's not because he's looking to defend.
No, not at all. Of course, it's dependent on the situation in game, but more or less you want to make sure you have those options that can come off the bench and impact you going forward.
Do you think we're going to see a lot of goals this weekend, Ryan Pessoa?
If it's anything to go by the regular season, we both know there was a lot of goals in that. I think there might be quite a few as well.
Okay, well, both these drafts in mind, which one has taken your fancy?
I have to go with this one, I'll be honest. I just think that the introduction of Henry for me, especially with 5-star skills, or in this case the 5-star weak foot version, I think just offers a lot going forward.
Can I also, just before we go to the casters, cast your eyes down to Gazzaniga as well in the goal? The obvious explanation for this, I guess, is he doesn't play for Barcelona or Real Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, a maximum of 3 players from a particular club. He plays for Girona, so there aren't too many options, maybe Yankuto and somebody else, but yeah, he could be the weak point.
Yeah, and he's going to be up against Courtois for most of his opponents if Kone does make it through the bracket today. We're going to head over to our casters though, because I think it's time to get the La Liga FC Pro Cup underway with Brandon Smith and Gravison.
Thank you very much, guys. It certainly is time to get this competition underway. We've got a live crowd here in San Sebastian too, in a very unique venue. We are so close to the beach. We're pretty much on the beach here, and I'd be lying to say if we haven't been on the beach the last couple of days.
I mean, I haven't, but I think we have.
I have. I've been loving it here in Spain. Anyway, time for our first game today. As we said, Real Oviedo in action up against Esti Eibar. This is the stats so far on the season we've seen from Nacho Abea. We were speaking about on the build-up to this one. There's two things, or one thing I should say, that both these players have in common.
Okay.
They both lost in the grand final of the La Liga FC Pro in past years. Kone lost in 2020. Nacho Abea lost in 2021. But the thing that impresses me more, Gravison, is this is our 7th season of the La Liga FC Pro, and we've still got names like these two. Jaro, still in the competition, still hungry, and still good enough to compete.
Yeah, and I mean, they both came in quite early in the competition, because Kone started playing the La Liga FC Pro in 2019 and Nacho did come in 2020, and when they arrived they haven't stopped playing it. I mean, they have been at pretty much every single regular season. Kone has been struggling the past couple of years getting to the final, but Nacho is always in the finals, so I mean, it would be a surprise for me to see Nacho lose against Kone.
Well, then let's get this one underway then. Our first game, live from San Sebastian in the La Liga FC Pro Cup 2024. It's the 4th year this competition has unfolded. And what means so much about every single game this time round, Gravison, is that every game's one elimination game, but especially this first round, in the round of 16 you can technically call it, between these 16 players, is it determines your season as Nacho Abea looks to maybe get us going from the get-go. Brucho Agueno trying to loft it back into the path of Ilkay Gundogan, because if you lose this game, that's it. You're out. I mean, there's no more league matches to play. There's no more chances to qualify for the Liga FC Pro Grand Finals at the end of this month in Barcelona. It's back to the drawing board, and as we said yesterday, it's a 5-month wait before you pick up the controller again for FC 25 and even think about qualification and playing in any sort of tournament or competition.
We can possibly expect so many corners and so many crosses into Sorloth because there's not really an answer to the aerial plus. So as you can see, Gundogan has, we can talk about playstyles the whole game because Gundogan has the finesse shot plus. We're gonna see Sorloth with the aerial plus as well, and I do think playstyles are gonna be a huge factor in this game. We saw that finesse by Gundogan, and we probably will see Sorloth coming in soon.
Well, let's speak about Sorloth very quickly. It goes without saying for those that might be thinking, where is Team of the Year Haaland? Well, this is the LaLiga FC Pro, and within that there are restrictions, as Frankie and Ryan just said. I mean, Sorloth, I packed him a few times, Grabs, and I thought I was, you know, making millions off him. I wasn't. I made 20,000 coins, but within that 25k that he costs, he's incredible, isn't he? In terms of the stats he offers you, he offers the aerial plus, which I know people will say isn't the most fanciest, but it's meta. Right now it's meta, and what he offers you for 24,000 coins, I think it is ridiculous.
And he gets the job done. It might not be beautiful, but it works out fine. So I do think you guys at home can try him definitely, because he's really, really good. But as you can see, he's going to move the keeper. He's going to try to move the keeper to try to intercept the possible cross. Another shot by Henry, rebound, and a goal. First goal by Henry, first goal by Kone. He didn't have a second chance with the rebound, but it went in. 1-0 to Eibar.
Well, it's not the most fanciest of goals, is it?
Not
by
really.
any means, but Henry was first to react. And what we want to say about that as well, as part of these draft restrictions, you were allowed one free. I say free, it was a player that didn't cost you any coins in the drafting budget. Henry and Stoichkov were one of those, because that had to be an ultimate birthday icon. And I mean, look, he does cost a lot of money, but he's a serious player. I mean, it might not be his best finish that we're going to see this weekend, but certainly it's a goal that will add some confidence onto Kone. It's SD Eibar that lead by a goal to 0 in this one. Remember, you win one game, you qualify for the grand finals of the LaLiga FC Pro. You lose, you're out the tournament, that's it. You're on your way back from San Sebastian, and potentially it's the end of your season. A long big switch that finds Cafu on the far-hand side, which...
Poor defense.
Could then try and work away into the box. Ilkay Gundogan, that's his fantasy in-game item, which will set you back a few coins. Toni Kroos also features as a starter in this team. That's his Champions League in-game item. There's that flick down from Sorloth that we'll see time and time again. Toni Kroos off the woodwork. I mean, you sit there, Grab, and you think if that was Henry or Ronaldinho or Cruyff in that scenario, would it have been a different outcome?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want Toni Kroos or Gundogan to be inside the box to try to shoot, because their shooting stats are not going to be as high as Henry or R9, for example, but that was a really good chance. Maybe time finishing wasn't green, so maybe it wasn't good enough, but still, Nacho has to kind of wake up in a way, because he's not playing well at the moment. He's rushing a little bit into the strikers. He's not playing well at the moment.
Sorry.
And the thing is, he doesn't have more chance.
Is that Gazzaniga in goal?
Maybe. Yeah, that's him. That's an inform.
Gazzaniga from Girona, who once upon a time was sitting on the bench of Tottenham Hotspur, now is the starting goalkeeper. Why we say that's so surprising is because, I mean, most of the players in this competition obviously haven't spent many coins on their goalkeeper, Grabs, and it goes without saying it's normally Thibaut Courtois who is the goalkeeper there. 6 foot plus frame, costs you about 30,000 coins, but maybe they know something we don't know about Gazzaniga.
I mean, probably they do, because they are playing here and we are commentating, but it's surprising to not see Thibaut Courtois probably as a goalkeeper, because he's definitely the most consistent one, but maybe Gazzaniga gets the work done. We'll see.
Well, as this game's underway, there's also another game on our B stream. We'll go to it at points across the broadcast here on our international feed. Of course, there is a fully Spanish broadcast over on the LaLiga FC Pro's channels. Speaking of chances, Cruyff into Sorloth. There's the one more pass into Ilkay Gundogan, who just took a bit too long. The ball came into his feet and just sort of got stuck there.
I do think he wasn't quick enough, because the time finishing was yellow, which could have been a bit better. But, I mean, the chance was a little bit slow, because he did the build-up quite perfectly in a way. But if you're not quick enough with the shooting, as it happened there, the centre-back is going to just be able to tackle you. Nacho is a really good mechanic player, so we can expect loads of player locks, we can expect a lot of skills in the 1v1 situations, but he has to defend better.
He's one of the most passionate players I think I've ever come across as well.
Probably.
Really does wear his heart on his sleeve, which I know you're thinking, really, in a competition where these guys are battling out on FC 24? Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of money on the line and a lot of pride for these players here in Spain. They are the most emotional players I think I've seen, and so supportive of each other as well. Nice little ball roll scoop turn from Emilio Butragueno, but it just runs him out of play ever so slightly. That's his ultimate birthday, Butragueno. He's got quite a stacked front three, if I'm being brutally honest. Stoichkov in there, he's gone big on the coins on Cruyff. The Galazzo Cruyff, which only came out just a week or so ago. Bellingham.
Poor pass. And that's Team of the Year Bellingham, that we're going to see today as a right back a lot. Because you have Cafu, which is really good, but he doesn't stop the crosses to Sorloth. And plus, I do think we're going to see Balde, Bellingham, or Cafu as choices for the right back. The same happened a few weeks ago in the English league as well. We could only see 3 or 4 players as right backs because you don't have many choices really.
Well, it's the best way to really break down FC 24 in a competitive sense for those that might be, you know, casual Ultimate Team players or might play a couple of games of Ultimate Champions. Basically, in short, there's a lot of individual battles at this pro level. And the biggest one is stopping anyone with an aerial plus play style, whether it's Team of the Year Haaland in past leagues or competitions, whether you've been following the FC Pro Open that concluded at the start of this year. But from every league we go to, Grav, it feels like there's basically a replica of Haaland.
Yep.
Whether it's Sorloth over here, anyone that's tall, anyone that offers you the aerial play style, and it's who is going to stop him? Who's going to be that fullback or who's going to be that player out of position? Here's a chance for Cruyff. Back to Stoichkov. Militao will deal with that again. And at the moment, we have to be honest, Nacho is being contained pretty well. I mean, he's not really caused any problems for Kone.
I do think he's complicating himself a little bit too much, because sometimes if you just do the simple things in a quick and good way, your opponent won't be quick enough to defend you. So in that, for example, in that instance, he could have went for the finesse shot by Cruyff and it could have gone in, but he decided to just take it a little bit harder in a way, passing it to Stoichkov and looking for a finesse with his left foot. But I do think he complicated a little bit too much, and this is a good chance by University.
Yuri, there's that Jude Bellingham you mentioned in at fullback. Is it a bit crazy though at the same time, Gravison, that you're spending nearly 6 million coins on Jude Bellingham Team of the Year and then you put him out a right back?
You could say so, but the thing is, who stops Sorloth then? Because
it's just such a price to pay though, isn't it? It's a 20 million coin budget in these teams. Don't get me wrong, you can't put a price on winning out a game if, you know, Bellingham was the player to stop him. This is nice from Cruyff. A couple of step overs.
Oh.
Can't quite connect the pass that he was looking for into the path of Thierry Henry. But sorry to interrupt. It just seems like, I understand the idea and I understand what they're trying to do, but 6 million coins on a right back.
yeah, it seems a bit too much, but we have to remind people that they can only use 4 icons. This could be a good chance to Cruyff.
Fakes a play along a couple of times. Bellingham a couple of ball rolls, just trying to pull out Yuri there. Alonso. Sorloth can twist and turn, so could Cruyff! Nacho, after being so patient, has found a way back into this time. With this being 9-minute halves, you are going to get time. You can be patient, you can be relaxed, and just like that, we're all square at 1-1.
Especially with the last kick of the game, you got to be patient because your opponent is probably gonna panic and try to tackle you, and that's what I asked of Nacho, to be a little bit more patient inside the box and to make things easy, pretty much, because he could have went for a step over, he could have went for, I don't know, something quite hard. But if you keep it simple and you pass it inside the box with just, as we call it, a text touch, with this first touch inside any directions, it's gonna be really hard to defend. He did it well with Cruyff, and that's 1-1.
Perfect time to score as well, right in the stroke of half-time. We can confirm in our other game, which is taking place on our B stream. Again, both these games are elimination games here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We have got Real Racing Santander up against Getafe. That is 1-1 as it stands over there. Here's the highlights that you may have missed from the first half in our main featured matchup. That was the goal that put Nacho 1 goal down and Real Viedo. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest of goals. And then as we did see, there was an all-important chance there to go 2 goals up. I mean, is that the difference of Toni Kroos being there and maybe a Thierry Henry?
Probably. If it could have been Thierry Henry or it could have been Stoichkov, it probably would have gone in. But again, Toni Kroos is probably the best player passing the ball, but not maybe shooting. And that's why it hit the post.
I think last year he was my most packed player as well, Toni Kroos. He was that annoying walkout. He would always just come out of pack. Who would be your most packed gold item?
Probably Gazzaniga.
Gazzaniga?
Yeah, probably.
Really?
I mean, I packed him quite a lot of times. But yeah, how many times did you pack Kroos, do you reckon?
Well, he went into an SPC every time, so I wasn't going to complain in too much. If you have just tuned in, good afternoon here from San Sebastian. We are here for day 1 of the La Liga FC Pro Cup, a €100,000 competition. 24 of the biggest clubs here in Spain, with 24 of the biggest players battling out across the next 2 days. It must be said as well that this competition only allows tickets into the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals, which take place later on this month, where then there will be the gateway to get into the Champions League and those FC Pro World Championships. Here's Sorloth. Ronaldinho with a one-more pass. He saw the idea. Yuri got across, sent it out for a corner.
Take a look at Sorloth, probably. You could potentially see the corner taken short, or maybe into Sorloth at the penalty point. It's going to be Sorloth.
There it is, Sorloth. Oh, he timed it green. It was a green time finish, just couldn't connect.
Oh, offside, yeah. I mean, Nacho recomposed himself during those last 5 minutes of the first half. Now, he's playing better. He's definitely playing better. That's Team of the Year Bellingham with the ball. Potential cross.
Lofted it deep. There's Sorloth. Expect the head down. There it is. Oh, Cruyff, he could have went on his right foot, maybe. Just looking at the 2 drafts here as well, Gravison, in terms of just small changes between the 2. Remember, 20 million coin budget here to build a draft. You can also build your drafts at home as well. Draft.fcpro.com. You can send us your teams online that you've been able to build with this La Liga Cup format. And I'm sure we'll try our best to get a few of them on the broadcast over the next 2 days. As this chance does come in from Toni Kroos, did hit the post. One of the big changes I'm seeing is that Nacho didn't really fancy giving an ultimate birthday Eder Militao to run out. He's gone for that foot versus Fire Rudiger, who, don't get me wrong, is a lot cheaper.
Yeah, he's a lot cheaper.
But Eder Militao, I feel like it's a staple.
Ooh, this could be.
Here's Buchaqueno. Nacho Abella. Shot block from Cruyff. That one looked a bit too simple. Buchaqueno does very well there to duck and dive 2 or 3 tackles. Finesse on the edge of the box may be an option. Ilkay Gundogan, no, but still waiting. There's a player lock. Where is this ball going to end up? For Real Oviedo, we're being so patient in the build. There's a big switch out from Alonso just to recycle play again. Still could be on this chance. Lofted it towards the back post, and Gazzaniga just about.
Great save, great save. As you mentioned before, probably Militao is a better option, but oh, mistake.
Oh no, this is a gift again. It's another chance that's just gone begging. Kone is a very fortunate man right now, because he should have been at least 1 goal down from some of the mistakes he's been making here.
Yeah, I mean, he was a little bit unlucky with that cross chance in the first half, but now the luck is being paid back, and he has to step it up because he's not playing well at the moment. And as you said before, Rudiger is a really great option if you're not really enjoying Militao in a way. But I would say he's a worse centre back at the moment.
Last 28 minutes here in our first opening game. Sorloth back to Ronaldinho, who went for an interesting finish there on the outside of his boot. It very nearly found its way into the back of the net. You may be able to hear a little bit of noise here as well, as we are slowly filling up in San Sebastian. We've got live fans in the arena. But just on that, as the chance comes in, that Antonio Rudiger, 139k currently roughly on the market for those that might be looking to add him into your team this weekend league. And up against Eder Militao, that's what, about 450k more of coins.
Yeah, but
has to be a budget decision as well, though.
Every coin counts when you have Team of the Year Bellingham with 5 million on your team.
Well, that's the biggest difference there, isn't it? He's had to spend out a ridiculous chunk of cash to put Bellingham into the team. Not in centre mid, as a right back. Which of course has allowed Sorloth to go up and be another threat forward.
We can see how Kone is patiently building up, and he wants to overload that right side of the pitch because Cafu against Yuri Bertichin, in my opinion, is a mismatch. So we can see this pass coming in to Cafu.
Is he onside? I believe he is. Might be able to find a cutback. This is a big chance for Kone. Finds the aerial read. Ronaldinho might just get it down. He tries to disguise the pass.
Ooh. That was close.
I mean, it's the best chance we've seen in this second half from Kone.
Probably, yeah.
Pause has been key by one of these two players.
Whoa.
Look at the pace. Oh no, he's got away with that. He's so got away with that. Kone just gives away a corner. I mean, he didn't need to.
I don't really think the cross should have been with a player lock into the second post. I do think the player lock wasn't necessary, but he went for it, he missed, but yeah, that was a big mistake from Araujo.
If we can as well, Gravison, just off topic, there's been a massive goal in our B stream game. Remember, there's two games taking place at the same time here in San Sebastian. Real Racing Santander against Getafe. There's been a goal in that one. We'll give you the lowdown on it as soon as we can. There's about 7 minutes left. Back to this one. Corner comes in. Sorloth defends Sorloth. Is it going to fall kindly for Nacho to have a shot from the edge of the box? No, doesn't fancy it. Instead, going to
potential cross.
Rework that cross where you can see number 9 on your screen at the back post. Sorloth, who will be waiting to see what he can do. Bruchagueno again tries to whip it in. Bellingham's out of position now. If that becomes an opportunity to exploit the space. Vinicius Jr. comes in off the bench. That's his Thunderstruck promo. Just to inject a bit more pace into the last 15 in-game minutes.
Pass to cross. Oh, big mistake. I think he pressed R1 by mistake. And this could be huge.
Nice little reverse elastico there from Stoichkov. Oh, he's done well. Into Cruyff! And you just see a big weight of pressure come off the shoulders of Nacho as he looks at the screen and says, calm down. 2-1 with 15 minutes left on the clock. Is it going to be Real Oviedo that will be going through, not into the round of 16 in this competition, but qualifying for the LALIGA FC Pro Finals later on this month? I can confirm as well in our other game, it is Getafe that lead 2-1. Flippercito. I mean, what a man he is. He always gives you a celebration, I can tell you that. First and foremost, he's 2-1 up and he's got 5 in-game minutes left to see this one out.
Do you think he's your favorite player in LALIGA FC Pro?
He reminds me a little bit like Anders Verge. Just the cheekiness.
Yeah.
Just the celebrations he provides as well. But back to this one, Grav. Big goal.
Big goal and big mistake by Kone with Toni Kroos because he pressed R1 and Kroos didn't control the ball. He probably thought he was gonna go for the driven pass into a striker. He could have gone with a controlled sprint, I don't know, but that was a huge mistake, and Nacho capitalized it with a beautiful goal by Johan Cruyff. And 15 minutes left to play.
Oh my, he could punish him now. He could punish him now. Golazo Johan Cruyff, who is also very expensive in this team, might just take matters into his own hands there. Why not?
And again, Sorloth. He's gonna go for the Matti Bonanno corner.
Is that AK play it to Sorloth?
Well, you could say so.
we know where this is going from the corner. Or is he going to play it short and then try and work it out around the box instead?
I don't think he will.
You know where it's going. Sorloth's just in front of the goalkeeper. He's got 2 or 3 white shirts around him. Lofts it deep and 2 hands on it from Kazaniga in the end. This is not done yet for Kone. There's still plenty of time left.
But the press from Nacho is the right thing to do. High press to make your opponent uncomfortable, but you have to defend those transitions. Great pass. This could be huge.
We have just seen a big celebration as well. I mean, I'd love to give you the live scenes of this as soon as we can, but Flippercito is on the floor on stage B celebrating what he's just achieved. He's just qualified for the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals later on this month. Getafe have just won their game on the B stream. Here's another chance for Nacho and Real Oviedo to conclude the game. And there's that emotion. And a big vamos from Nacho Abaya, a runner-up of this tournament back in 2021. He will be not just only in the top 16 of this competition, but in the best 16 of Spain again in 4 weeks' time in Barcelona.
To the Spanish speakers, we apologize for the language. I mean, it's a huge goal for him. 3-1, the game. I don't think the game is over because it's 9 minutes half and anything can happen, but it's a huge goal. And I want to see that replay of Flippercito celebrating.
I'd love to see Flippercito celebrate. All I saw was him on the floor celebrating what was a really big pressure matchup. You have to remember, every game here in this tournament means so much because it's a straight elimination here in the Cup. But more importantly, your season will depend on it. Your only chance of getting to the FC Pro World Championships for a lot of these players will come from qualifying for the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals in 4 weeks' time. So you have to win this first game, such as Nacho Abaya is about to do now. It looks like Kone will be out of this competition, out of the La Liga FC Pro 2024 season. It'll be back to the drawing board for him.
And it really is a tough situation for Kone because we have to remind people at home, he qualified for the World Championships in 2021 and he got out of the group stage. He got onto the round of 16, but now losing in the regular format during the 2023 league system and now as well this year, 2 years in a row, that's got to be huge for him in a bad way.
Well, the one thing that he does have on his favour, which I'm sure he'll be saying, you know, I'm not thinking this right now, is that he has been very creative in the last couple of years. He's built an audience for himself that I'm sure will be following him now and supporting him throughout what is a very disappointing day for him. But he has got a plan B to go back to, and unfortunately it will be a long wait for the new season for him. That'll be the end of his FC Pro journey for this 24 season. I mean, chances like that, Gravison.
Too many of them. Miss.
You can't waste them. I feel like this game, I've sat there and there's been unbelievable chances in the box where players have just not taken their chances.
Especially when we are playing a best-of-1 match in which you have just 18 minutes to win the game. You gotta take them, and he didn't do it. And Nacho is going through to the La Liga finals and to the next round.
Round of 16 confirmed. He does go through, where he will be having a very, very difficult matchup there. He plays Chusita of FC Andorra later on today, which again is not going to be an easy match by any means. We can confirm as well that Flippercito of Getafe has also just gone through. He'll be playing against Elche and Jotaba later on today here in San Sebastian. That's our first game. There is still 7 more rounds of action to come here from the La Liga FC Pro Cup. But Grav, I mean, it's a good start for Nacho Abaya in what was a really pressure game.
Yeah, it was a great start. I do think when the first 30 minutes were kind of tough for him, but especially with the last kick of the first half, that was a huge goal, and from that moment on, when things went downhill for him really, and I do think he's a deserving player to go through.
And also, he went 1-0 down to a goal which wasn't the prettiest, was it? And I mean, we've all been there. I mean, the frustration you would have felt from that. He couldn't get in the game for a long time, but as you said, he was really patient, kept on knocking on the door, of course, of Kone, and then found his way through eventually. And you just saw it in his celebrations. He was like, right, calm down.
Calm down. I mean, Nacho is a passionate player, as we can see. We're going to see a lot of screams for him, and we can see now Frankie with Nacho, so let's see what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. I have never in my entire career had a player come up to me and say, feel my heart and how it's beating right now. But to be honest, I can understand why your pulse is racing at the moment, Nacho. Talk to me about that first half when you were having to try and find the equaliser.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say congrats to Kone also because he played a really good match. I had lucky moments to now win, but in the first part of the match, I feel not comfortable. He started scoring goal, and my composure was not the best. And then I just talked with my coach and say, okay, let's gonna play more slow, get confidence side by side, and I don't know, I scored the goal in the 45, the most important moment of the match, and then I just start playing how I know, pressing, and the goal arrives, sort of.
The deep breathing definitely worked. I think I'm going to adopt that move in future. I want to ask you about making your 5th La Liga finals in a row. Was that something that was on your mind when you went into this game?
Yeah, obviously. This match was absolutely emotional for me. And now it's my 5th finals in a row. So now it's time to enjoy. I'm in the final, so time to enjoy.
Yeah, no, you don't get to enjoy. You've got another match.
Now I'm gonna enjoy 100% because all the tense match and the pressure goes out. The pressure for me was not being the finals. Now it's my goal to win the finals and fight for everything. So we are in San Sebastian. I won the cup. I want the cup, so I'm gonna fight for everything all the matches.
Well, Nacho, congratulations. Go get your heart rate lowered before your next game.
I hope so. I have, I think, 2 or 3 hours until the next match, so thank you.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Congratulations. Let's head back to the boys on the desk.
Great to hear there from Nacho, who hasn't just qualified himself for the LALIGA FC Pro Finals later this month. He's also qualified himself to the next round of the Cup, where he'll play against Jacita later on today. Good friend of yours, I know, is Nacho. How important do you think that result was for him?
I mean, it's huge because he lives the game. He lives and breathes the game. I mean, that's the most important thing for him in his life. And, you know, he wasn't feeling comfortable this year, not qualifying for the FC Pro. I know he had some tough times, especially during Christmas. So for him to qualify for the La Liga finals and to qualify for the round of 16 as well, I know that's going to be huge for him.
Well, here's the highlights for the match you may have missed. Kone's first goal, as we said, was not the prettiest, but it was a goal nevertheless, putting 1 goal to the good. But it was a patient second half from both of these two players. Kone had a handful of chances. Nacho able just to defend them with a little bit of goalkeeper movement, was able to defend it properly. There was moments there, Soloff nearly gets onto it to make it 2 goals to 1, and then that was the all-important goal that made it 3-1 in the end, and he was able to pull out with an all-important win. Qualified, as we said, for the finals, and that was the Vamos we saw from him, Gravison.
The first one of the day. We're going to see a lot of them. But yeah, I mean, it really is. It is a great, a great achievement by Nacho. Kind of getting to the finals for the 5th time in a row. Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me getting close to you. Just got close to one player on the stage, and now I'm close to the commentators as well. I'm having an absolutely fabulous time so far today in San Sebastian. There were some mistakes on Kone's part. I know obviously you guys have just been chatting about in the game. In terms of Nacho's performance, are you confident that he's going to sail through his second round?
I mean, it's a tough match for him because Jacita has been playing really good at home, and the thing is, he's one of those players. When you talk with the other competitors, they reckon him as probably the favorite to win the whole thing, Jacita, because his game style, because the way he plays, because his understanding of the crosses and stuff. So it's going to be a really tough match, that Nacho against Jacita, but I do think Nacho is going to be a little bit more comfortable and not with the pulse he had played that match.
It was a very sweaty pulse, and I say not that Nacho was sweaty, that the pulse was sweaty as well. I believe we've got some highlights, I think, from the B stream.
Yeah, it was the Getafe game, wasn't it, where Flippercito found himself in a very difficult matchup against Ruani. I mean, look, this game here, Gravison, we didn't get to catch you all. We saw it in the corner of our main screen. Oh. There was a penalty given 21 minutes in, where Arnine had the chance for Getafe to put the 1 goal to the good, which he did. There was a celebration there from Flipperseat, so expect nothing less. This was, I believe, the equaliser from Soloff. Yeah, we expected to see that one. That was 1-1 before half-time. And then it was a late goal in the second half here, Gravison, that allowed the gap to come in. The 83rd minute, Flipperseat with Cafu. And look at this reaction. This was him qualifying for the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals. It meant so much to him. But Frankie, what is Cafu doing there? And more importantly, it was a red time finish, and it's gone into the back of the net.
It has gone back into the net, and with that, a few hopes and dreams, I believe, have been crushed. Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Flippercito provided all of the entertainment for us again there. I mean, look, ridiculous celebrations from him. He's gone through to play against Jotable later on today from Elche, Gravis, and that's going to be a difficult game for him.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think Flippercito is one of those players who's always qualifying for the finals, but then he loses on the round of 16. And I do think we can expect a little bit more from him, so he has to win against Jotaba.
Yeah.
We're ready to see the player of the match and remind ourselves of some of the goals and the glory of the first games of round 1. So let's check out what made the cut.
Well, our player of the match, we may have missed it. It's Johan Cruyff who scored the all-important goal. Why that meant so much is because it was the goal that gave Nacho the breathing space and the outpour of emotion to qualify him, as we said, for the next round of the competition, where we'll take on Chusita against FC Andorra. But as he said, Frankie, he's got a few hours now to sit back, relax in the players' room and refocus and get that heart rate down.
Yeah, I need to get my own heart rate down, to be honest with you, Gavison.
We all have, in a way. So we are going to catch a breath now, and we'll go back to you in a few moments. Thank you. Oh, no. Oh.
We're taking a look at the...
Sebastian for the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. You join us after one round of action now to conclude. Myself, Brandon Swift, and Ryan Pessoa guiding you through day one here. I mean, Ryan, you were sitting in the crowd watching that first game unfold, but you can understand the pressure that these players are feeling, especially when it means so much to their seasons. Yeah, absolutely. I was sat just in front of or next to Kone's family members and friends, so it was a bit heart-wrenching just seeing of course, the emotion just deflating gradually as the game went on. But yeah, it's a huge win for Nacho. It means a lot to him. Yeah, he goes through, as we said, to play against Chasita a little bit later on today. But let's bring out our players for our next round of matches. It's going to see Espanyol take on Almera, and it's Dani Navarete against David Sanchez in our main featured matchup here. Two players again. Lots of reps, lots of history in the LALIGA FC Pro. Been competing in it for a handful of years. Yep, exactly. Dani Navarete hasn't actually lost the game in the regular season. 1 win and 3 draws, 6 points, finishing second in his group. Di Sanchez, though, is a player that we know for a number of years now, not just in Spain, but of course in international competitions. Finished top 3 in a previous tournament here as well, so he's got the experience. And he's had some decent runs as well in the E-Champions League. He was teammates at once upon a time with Nicolas as well. At Guild, but he only just qualified for this, Ryan. In his group, he was goal difference. It was goal difference that scraped him through to get to this cup. So I spoke to him earlier. The English to Spanish breakdown between me and David Sanchez is not good. I said to him, you got a little bit lucky, and he went, no, don't worry about me. You know, this is a very different, it's a very different tournament, isn't it? You're not playing group stage now. You're playing one game at a time, straight knockout. I think it's a good mentality to have because, of course, the regular season does make a difference because obviously if you finish top of your group, you would have actually skipped this first round. But you still have to make sure that you're prepared for this stage. And of course, some players might not have had the best runs, like Dani Navarete, as we see on screen there. 1 win, 3 draws, as I mentioned, and 0 losses. I mean, he said he's been unbeaten, but he hasn't won loads of games, has he? He's drawn a lot. Exactly. The draws are a huge part of his game. But someone that did lose without drawing was Di Sanchez. 1 win, 0 draws, 2 losses. That was just enough, as you mentioned, just so we can squeeze through the group stage, and a negative goal difference as well. So for Di Sanchez, Brandon, I think it's fair to say he was heavily performing under par. Yeah, it was actually him and Nicolas that qualified for this tournament on goal difference. They had the same point tally as a handful of players in their groups. If you're not familiar with the LALIGA FC Pro format, very different this year. 8 groups of 5 to 4 players, 38 teams in total. Only 24 have made it through to this cup, and only 16 of them will make it through to the grand finals at the end of the month in Barcelona. So you can really understand the pressure on these players. In an RB stream game, we have got Cadiz against Osasuna. That's Adri Dominic against Di Fernandez. I mean, look, it's a common thing now. Players that are coming from different nationalities to play in different leagues. Di Fernandez being one of them from the Portuguese league, coming over here to play in La Liga. Yep, exactly. One of the 2 Portuguese players in this competition, himself and Tuga, both have high pedigree in international competitions, and I'm sure they'll be hoping they perform at this tournament. I would say there's a little bit of a target on their back. Whenever somebody comes into a domestic competition when it's not their primary nation, you always want to defeat them when playing. I mean, there's a handful of players we can answer that. Ethan Higgins, he'll be in action later on today, of course, of Team Footwiz and Real Sporting. He plays later. Nicolas there. Tuga's come from Portugal. I mean, it's a common thing we are seeing now. Anyway, enough from us. Let's head to the draft to see how both these teams are looking heading into this game.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got Gravison joining me to break this one down. I believe we can have a closer look at Team of the Year, Jude Bellingham, because this is an item you're going to be seeing drafted a lot. You're going to see him being drafted for the midfield, for the chemistry points, but we're actually going to see him often played as a fullback. Yeah, we're going to see Team of the Year Bellingham being placed there because of the chemistry, but as we just saw in the game before, it's going to be a right back. In this position, in this case, for Dani Navarete, it's going to be a left back. It's going to be pretty much fullback, either left or right side. And of course, we're going to see Solov being moved into the top. Solov is going to be in every single team. So yeah, he's the main man. He's 30k coins. He's probably, I would say, the most differential player, especially with the Air Plus in a way. And when you look at what Dani Navarete is drafting as well here, we're expecting this to be a player who's constantly going to be going forward. Probably because Dani Navarete has been playing at the highest level in the La Liga format for approximately 4 years now, and he's a really good attacker, especially with the skills, the passing, the 1v1. He's not a good defender, so he has to trust those Araujo choices. What's going to be really interesting is because we are seeing people playing Jude Bellingham as a counter to the Solov. He's going up against Di Sanchez, who has Solov on the bench.
Yeah, I probably think David Sanchez is a player who plays 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, so maybe without playing the 4-3-2-1, he's not going to cross into sort of as much being on the bench. And Rodrigo is a weird choice as well.
It's an incredibly weird choice. I mean, he is 5'4", he's an ultimate birthday item, so that's to be expected. In terms of play styles, though, he hasn't got aerial, he's got trickster, but he's not necessarily a Stoichkov who's got that technical play style plus to get things into the box.
It's a weird starting 11, definitely, especially comparing to another starting 11s, but Balde could be a really good attacking fullback. Xavi is really a mastermind on the midfield, and then he has to trust Ronaldinho and Stoichkov. It's a weird choice of a starting 11, but if it works out for him, that's what matters.
Very quickly before we go to commentators as well, cheap but very good options on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Jan Couto would probably be on in the second half. Nico Williams as well. Aspas. Yeah, we could potentially see 4 or 5 substitutions happening in the second half.
Well, let's head over to Ryan, and I was about to say Brandon, aka Brian, in the commentary booth.
We might not be in London, but we're still Brian. We'll take it. We'll take it all day long. I mean, looking at those drafts, I mean, just from the get-go there, some interesting calls have been made already. I mean, we're seeing João Cancelo get a call up. I mean, is he good enough to do the job there? Because it's interesting. He's gone for the team of the Bellingham, which is in the midfield, but then he's gone for a João Cancelo, and he's already got Balde in there too. So it means it doesn't need. I mean, Bellingham's not playing right back from what I'm seeing there.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, right, brutally honest, I'm not a fan of that draft at all. I think that
what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it, Ryan?
The Cancelo, the lack of pace there at fullback. Of course, you have the pace on the other side. The lack of Soloff starting. Of course, off the bench, you can have that impact as well. But I think there are a few choices. Rodrigo as well. It's not for me. Not for me at all.
I mean, there's a reason why not many have gone that way. But look, David Sanchez has gone the way that he chooses to. I mean, his story is pretty remarkable. He was sort of a rookie a couple of years back. If there was an award in this league for Rookie of the Season, he would have won it when he was coming out flying back in 2022. Where he really sort of found his claim to fame through this league. Again, that's what it offers in La Liga. 38 clubs that will give 1 to 2 players per club the opportunity to play for them and represent them throughout the season, which, I mean, there's no other league that offers 38 clubs the chance to play, Ryan.
No, it's a huge opportunity for everyone involved. Of course, the more teams and, of course, the more opponents you'd have to overcome, but it just gives you that sort of belief that if you can overcome certain stages, like if you can get to the finals, anything's possible.
Well, let's get this game underway as soon as we can. We are in the kit selection. Remember, the winner of this game will go and play Granada in the round of 16, who's represented by Marin. In an RB stream now, Fernandez is in action against Dominic. Why that game's interesting, Ryan? Because the winner plays Tuga. We could be seeing 2 Portuguese players going head-to-head. Remember, if you want to catch all the action, the B stream is in Spanish. You can catch it also on Twitch if you're watching there. I'm sure on YouTube as well. The LALIGA FC Pro is the channels to watch it on. Waiting for a couple more instructions there on the side of Danny Navarete from the admin, just to get the go-ahead for the game. We should be good to go. Looking again at that draft, I mean, where's he spending all his coins? Bellingham again is 6 million coins pretty much gone. That Ronaldinho,
it's about 8,
is pricey.
Yep, very expensive.
Xavi's pretty cheap in there. Team of the year Xavi, I mean, look, you know what, he's going to be in the team, switching it from left to right, 400k. Stoichkov, remember, you do get 1 ultimate birthday player, 3, so it doesn't come off your price tag. Maybe just put a lot of money in the bench as well. Soloff currently on the bench. I'll be interested to see how soon he comes on. But let's get this second match underway from the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. It is Espanyol against Almeria to find out who will be going through to our finals there. Underway from left to right. Let's see how this one's going to play out for these two. Keep in mind as well, the talent here in Spain is ridiculous. Nicolas will be in action later on today. He plays against Jaro in our next round, which is going to be a cracker. First time we've seen Nicolas actually really partake in a FC Pro partnered league other than the Champions League. That'll be his only chance to find a way through. That's a terrible pass.
Yeah, I think Sanchez expected his left back to be making that overlapping run. Just sort of plays it, expecting him to be ready in position, but it wasn't that time. Offside. Have to re-emphasize how big this game is. Genuinely, just winning this game gives you a chance to progress later on into the season. As Sanchez tries to build up, just couldn't beat the defender there, plays it into trouble.
Just looking as well at the record that Navarete has played. Remember, there's only been 7 seasons of the Liga, sort of dating back from the 2018 season, where this league was created and formed. Stoichkov does well. A couple of power shots, feints. I mean, he's timed it green there. Everything was perfect other than the block. This is his 5th season in the competition, Ryan. He's one of the more experienced players when it comes to the Liga format. Great chance there. Did everything well. Just there was a big block in the way. Chance for David Sanchez to show us why he chose this draft and why he's chosen some of the interesting picks in there, such as João Cancelo. Might be one of the only players to have drafted the Barcelona defender in. Antoine Griezmann does start, and I think this is interesting because he doesn't play Sorloth. He's one of the few players that will not start the 6-foot-plus Norwegian forward.
I think the one thing about starting him is just the fear factor you have of corners and crosses, and here he is, tiki-taka in the box. A fake shot, didn't set himself up well.
Stoichkov finds back the extra pass. Javi Bellingham will interchange again and again. Rodrigo does very well. Stoichkov, and it's Jan Oblak who comes out flying.
As I was saying, the one thing about having Sorloth is in those situations when Sanchez is building up, you know he's not going to cross the ball. So you can just decide to focus on whether he's going to run to the byline or turn back and rotate and restart possession. But you know for sure he's not going to dink the ball to the back post.
Stoichkov, his ultimate birthday. Finds Ronaldo and Cruyff. Haven't been following. There are restrictions in play here. Every team was drafted before the competition kicked off. 20 million coin budget. Within that, maximum 4 icons or heroes and 3 players per club in La Liga. Which means you cannot build a full Real Madrid team, Barcelona team, etc., Atletico Madrid team and so forth. You have to build a team of mixed in-game items. Someone who else is a staple in pretty much every defence, Ryan, that Araujo. He seems like he keeps on getting special items throughout the year.
Yeah, I think this one, of course, with the 2 playstyle pluses, and he's got obviously fantastic attributes in game as well. I think he has to be a lock-in, a shoe-in for that centre-back position.
Oh, he does very well. Stoichkov with a little elastic arm. Wasn't sure if he needed it, but David Sanchez said he did need it. It was so smooth and silky in the final third. And it is Almeria that lead by a goal to 0 in a really important qualification game. This is not only the first round of the Cup, but a chance to qualify for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals. I'm sure we'll see the replay again very soon, Ryan, but I wasn't sure if he needed the extra skill move there.
Yeah, I don't think he did. However, it made it look even more fancy when that ball found the back of the net. Just came from the quick, snappy passing, the driven passes in and around the area. Navarete trying to respond straight from kickoff.
He's going to be able to find it. Gundogan, Cruyff runs into his own player there and has no other choice but to recycle possession.
I think from years gone by when playing myself, playing against the likes of Sanchez always struggled to get back into the game when he scored first. Very good defensively. Have I jinxed it?
De Jong, Stoichkov off target.
It's a big chance, Brandon. That's a massive chance to get back into the game. Unfortunate that it didn't find the target. As I was saying, Sanchez, he's very comfortable in putting bodies behind the ball, playing slowly, sort of frustrating his opponent a lot.
Well, keep in mind as well, there is another game that's underway between Cadiz and Osasuna. And there has been a goal in that game. We'll give you the lowdown as soon as we can. It's on our B Street. Fernandez against Dominic. There could be a chance here for Danny Navarete, Ilkay Gundogan, nice little step over exit, still just about possession, little Ronaldo chop, back to Sorloff, and it needs a big save
Promising
from Courtois
signs
to stop him. Right, we know what's coming from this corner now. How to stop Sorloff, you can just see some...
There it is, selecting
I think it's
it.
Araujo, you can just see in front of the goalie towards the front post, and Courtois is able to take it off the head of the player. I mean, I wanted to ask you this, Ryan, out of the 24 players that are here, how many of them have you played?
Quite a few in years gone by, obviously not in this competition, but in international competitions, in practice games. There's a lot of times where
Have you ever played against Nicolas?
Yes, yeah.
How many times?
Plenty of time, dozens.
Oh, what a pass. Griezmann for 2. David Sanchez just cut open the defence there of Espanyol like it was nothing. The timing of that pass was beautiful.
There's twice now he sort of caught the defensive line off guard and he's capitalised on it again. And that came straight away down the end of the pitch from that corner.
Just a bit of context as well. I mean, the players could arrive at whenever they wanted to today to go into their practice rooms. David Sanchez was here early doors. He was practicing, he was getting games in. Bearing in mind, we're live at 3 p.m. local Spanish time. He was here 10 a.m. in the morning, 5 hours before, getting games in. We mentioned the B stream. This is the lowdown here, and it is Fernandez, the Portuguese player playing in his first ever LALIGA FC Pro competition, who is 1-0 down. It's actually Dominic that leads that game by a goal to 0. There could be a goal back over in this game. Again, it's a really solid block.
Could be a huge counter attack. The player looked into Stoichkov.
He's a big firm believer of that Antoine Griezmann as well, Ryan. 1.2 million coins for his fantasy in-game item. And when you look across most of the other drafts, there's no R9 in the lineup, there's no Cruyff in the lineup, there's no Zumaquero, there's no Sorloff. He really has customised this draft into his own style and fancy. And at the moment, it's all working wonders. Up by 2 goals still, looking for a third.
These are the moments, I mean, he can just sort of twist and turn, but then when defending, you know he's not going to cross it. So I think that sort of plays against him when he builds up slightly slower than we saw in the other 2 goals, as a pause is cued there from Dani Navarete. 2-0 down though, Brandon. It's not been the greatest of starts. He's had a few chances. That green time shot in front of goal from the step over exit with Gundogan, and it's just not falling his way.
We have a chance now just to look at the lineups of these teams, the small intricate changes that they are making. For David Sanchez, more of the same. This is live in our B matchup now. Osasuna looking to find a second if they can. Mendy back to Alonso. Griezmann building nice. I mean, that's the point as well in itself, Ryan. Not many players wanted to go big on the coins for Mendy. We know he's a great fullback, but he's also really, really expensive.
Yeah, extremely expensive. Takes up almost a quarter of the overall budget. But I still think he's somebody that should be included. Just the things he offers going forward as well, defensively, is astounding. I think he's somebody that it might actually be worth investing in.
Even if he costs 5-6 million coins.
Yeah, because you just got to think about the replacements. Yes, you could probably use Cafu in at right back. You can play Jude Bellingham in left back, which is, of course, arguably just as good. But again, it's still expensive.
There's been another goal in that B game as well. We left it a second ago. Has it been an equaliser for Cadiz, or is it a second for Osasuna? We'll find out as soon as we can. Remember, if you lose, you're out the tournament. It's that simple, and maybe it's a little bit harsh, but that's how this competition will be played out across the next 2 days. Win 1 game in this first round. Finish from distance. David Sanchez makes it 3.
Woo. You could just see him lining it up. The moment he turned inside with Stoichkov there, green timed as well into the top corner, and that's a perfect goal just before half-time to make it 3-0 against Dani Navarete, and he's barely flinched, Sanchez. You know, he's come here to prove a point and to show the rest of the competition he means business.
And we sit here, Ryan, and we look at all the group stat format and all the results we know about this player's not lost a game. And,
doesn't mean anything.
You know, David Sanchez has scraped through on goal difference. It doesn't mean anything, does it, when you come into a straight knockout tournament?
Yep, it's a similar theme in our other match as we've been mentioning. Fernandez down 2-0 in his game against Dominic. So again, Fernandez not losing a game in the regular season, now losing the all-important one technically to advance potentially into the next stage. Could have been a response there. It's going to go out for a goal kick. I think that should be the end of the first half, but 9-minute halves, there's still a long time to get back into the game. It's still quite a long time to create chances, to find ways back into it, but with the way it's going, I'd be surprised if Sanchez doesn't score a few more at least.
And just for context as well, for those that maybe used to playing, you know, Rivals or Ultimate Champions, you're basically playing 1.5 halves with the 9 minutes, obviously. 6 + 3. Great maths from me. You're playing, it's a lot longer. You think how slow a half of champs can feel like sometimes. These 9-minute halves, you are going to get chances, but 3 goals, you're already asking a lot. That 4th goal is basically the killer blow.
Yeah, exactly. The 4th goal, and of course the start to the second half, is very important. We briefly saw the stats there. There's not much to separate them in terms of stats. I think it was a 0.1 difference in expected goals scored, but
he's got in the right areas, as Danny Navarete, but he just hasn't been able to find a way through. Someone else who's been playing very well, Ryan, is Dominic of Osasuna. 2-0 he leads in this competition. Played in the first ever LALIGA FC Pro Cup back in 2021. Got a top 8 finish in that tournament. And is a very familiar name when it comes to the LALIGA competitions year after year. In the 7th season now. That's a great turnout. We've been talking about João Cancelo. He's just been involved in the best build-up potentially to a 4th goal. Xavi, Griezmann, Ronaldinho. It's just perfect at the moment from David Sanchez in the final third. He's oozing with confidence. Bellingham. Danny Navarete needs something now. As we can see, both games side by side. As it currently stands. 2-0 to Osasuna on one side. 3-0 to Almira. Over here as our good friend Jaime Alvarez, the winner of this tournament back in 2019, joins us in the commentary booth now. Gravison, these 2 matches are very different to the ones that we just saw in the round 1.
Yep.
He's not playing really well this year, as in the regular format, as in the FC Pro and stuff. But then, doesn't matter if you get here and perform as he's performing, 3-0.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. What would your mindset coming into this competition be, knowing that you underperformed in the regular season? You'd have had a few weeks to prepare and to refine your game. Would you sort of forget about the past and just try and focus on achieving the qualification into the next stage?
For me, it's this is a great chance by Stoikov.
Oh my God.
Oh, it could have been 4.
Deserved the goal.
Yeah, he did in a way. Answering to your question, Ryan, I do think it's all about how the warm-ups go, pretty much, and how the training during the last month goes. Because, for example, I was talking with Kone now on the venue, and he was devastated, of course, but he told me he wasn't playing really well in training. He wasn't playing well in warm-ups, and in a way you expect yourself to not play well in here.
It's about confidence.
Yeah.
I think over the years, of course, both of us playing in many competitions, it's just about just sort of feeling yourself going forward, that you're able to generate chances. The moment you start to doubt yourself and practice starts to take its toll on your performances, you can see how it affects you on the main stage. Sanchez again trying to play across goal with the player look, does manage to find a pass inside, just blocked there from Navarete.
It's a weird situation right now for David, because he used a really weird team. Yeah. He's playing really well in the attack with Stoikov, with Xavi, with Griezmann. The press has been insane.
Could be on for a 4. Ronaldinho very nearly had the shot away, and Matao has done wonders there to somehow stop that from going in. But you are very much right, Gravison. It's a very interesting draft as Bellingham looks to drive forward with a chance for Espanyol. They need 3 goals if there's a way back. He lofts it deep. There's the saw-off, and there's just no conviction in the header.
Should have gone for goal. I think that was something that he's looked for the knockdown, and maybe it could have fallen his way if it fell to the correct player, but there just wasn't anyone in a close proximity enough for it to fall to someone there. See, the press has been triggered, though. He's winning the ball high up again.
Cafu in over on the left-hand side.
No, not quick enough, not good enough. I mean, there's a reason why he's losing 3-0 at the moment. I know it's tough for him, but he's not been quick enough inside the box. When you take your time, your opponent is going to just recompose and defend with the centre backs. You have to be quick, as David is doing now.
A couple of player locks potentially going to be used. Ronaldinho can pull away. Also, Gravison, I mean, look, for Danny Navarete, I mean, he's got a ridiculous front three that he's got to make more use of. He's got Cruyff, he's got R9, Stoichkov, 3 icons leading the line. And at the moment, none of them have been able to hit a barn door. Griezmann on the finesse! 4 for David Sanchez! And it looks as if he'll be going through not only to the LALIGA finals in 4 weeks' time, but he'll be booking a date against Granada in the round of 16. We said the next goal was going to be a killer, Ryan, and I mean, I think that may have just been the knockout blow. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that's game, set, and the match. A well-worked goal as well. Just a driven pass, a finesse shot into the top corner, similar to a previous goal he scored in the first half, and it's just been a dominant display from D. Sanchez.
I do think there's a reason why Nico picked David Sanchez as a teammate last year in 2023. There's a reason why he qualified for a Champions League twice in a row, and there's a reason why he did make it to the semi-finals last year. He's one of the best players in Spain, and he's showing it now. Well, if you remember in the year of Zidan winning the double, Gravison, he was basically the rookie of the year, in my opinion, because it was that year where he came onto the scene, playing his first ever La Liga competition. As you said, had a good run in the Champions League as well, and that was a springboard for him. Ever since then, he's always been in conversation of being a serious player. I mean, in Stockholm, he was just 1 game away for the finals, playing with just 18 years. And I do think he could go through probably semi-finals or finals. He has been coached by Juanma for 2 years now, which is one of the best coaches in Spain at the moment. He has, and I mean, playing with Nico for a whole year, you learn a lot. You learn a lot. We always talk about this, how playing with different teammates and to the caliber of Nicolas really helps yourself. Absolutely. It's just the hours that you spend practicing, you can refine your game, you learn different things about the way they play, you can implement it into your game as well. And when you associate with someone like Nicolas, you can always learn a lot. And that is a goal back in this game. 18 minutes left to play for Di Navarete to try and get 3 goals. It's a huge task. It would, for me, it would stem from a few mistakes from Di Sanchez. You can't count him out yet. But I said it was done and dusted from the 4th goal. I would be very shocked if he could get 3 in the last 17 or so minutes. I think you're right, Ryan. If this was a 6 minutes half game, maybe it could be like even more decided, but still with 9 minutes half, I do think it's GG. Well, this goal might have just been a bit of a springboard for Danny Navarete, because he's absolutely flying forward now. Runs into Bellingham. Tried the finesse shot from the edge of the box. That's the importance of play styles. You know, is Gundogan with his item in game, finesse shot plus. So his accuracy and the trajectory of some finesse shots from angles that are favourable. Always seem to challenge the goalkeeper. He's tried that a couple of times this game. That's brilliant. Stoichkov able to find the slight overlap there. Taking more minutes out of the game, and also taking a handful of Espanyol players. Griezmann lofted it into Ronaldinho just to try and avoid the tackle that was coming in from Eder Militao. It's good dribbling there from Danny to try and build forward. Watch the back post. Who knows waiting if he can find it. So many Amira shirts around him. Sorloff, Gundogan interchanging again and again, and it's just still no way past this David Sanchez defence. And look at the gaps now that will start to appear on the potential counter-attack. Balde all the way from left back. Look at the space for Ronaldinho to try and exploit another finesse. He's not afraid, is he? Just to constantly fire in those finesse shots, which he has had so much success with. Yeah, I do think the game is over at the minute because it's just too much. 3 goals, and the thing is, at the moment, David is really controlling the build-up.
Yeah.
I mean, with the dribbling, he's not rushing into a pass to a striker, which I think is hard to do. And it's the thing you need to do against a constant press.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel as if it's not just about scoring the 3 goals to even equalise. It's about defending as well. And Sanchez has created a few more chances that he could definitely be capitalising on if he gets them again. It's just the space that opens up when you go constant press. You have to put more bodies forward to try and contribute to attacks, and then you end up conceding a few more goals. And then, of course, from there on out, it's mission impossible. But an update from our second game that's going on. We're unable to see it, of course, but Fernandez is now losing 3-1 against Dominic. So it looks as if, I wouldn't say an upset, to be fair, but Fernandez has a lot of expectation coming into this tournament.
Big chance for 5-1. David Sanchez. We were just looking across at our other game, and as we looked away, David Sanchez just wiped away any hope for Dani Navarete to get back into this game. But a question I've got for you, Gravison, is we've been speaking about group stage and the stats. Fernandez unbeaten in the group stage. Dani Navarete great in the group stages as well. The players that may not have had as good of group stage performances have just come out flying in the knockouts. I mean, what's your opinion on that?
For me, it's not surprising to see David winning against Sanchez, because David losing against Sanchez, sorry, because he struggles in the knockouts. I mean, he's a really good player in the regular season, but then he's struggling in knockouts. For me, I have to say the Fernandez Dominic is kind of surprising in a way, because Fernandez qualified for the World Championships last year. But Dominic is, I think, playing for the 5th time in a row.
Yeah, he's performed here before.
Yeah, you know the league, you know the players, you know the system. So when it comes to knockouts, you're prepared.
And is it fair to say as well, like, you know, in the kindest way possible, players such as Dominic, this is their tournament, this is their big chance, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes you might not be as a great FC player as Fernandez is, because, I mean, he qualified for the World Championships, but it doesn't matter because you've been playing with Xavi for 3 years now, you've been playing with Henry for 5 years now, and you know the way he moves on these venues, and that's the experience right there.
Well, we're on to the final closing stages here. It's 5-2. David Sanchez of Almeria is leading. He'll be going through not only to the round of 16 in the cup. Oh, that's a brilliant goal. That is a brilliant goal from Dani Navarete. A fake power shot, a little reverse elastico in there, and then just brushed it past the goalkeeper. Timing of that, right? I know it doesn't mean much now, but it's one for the archives.
Mechanically, it's top tier. Just the utilisation of the shot cancel there from the power shot was sensational, but again, it's just come a little bit too late for Dani Navarete. It's just, it's a consolation goal.
Well, we're going to get a full-time result in this in just 2 in-game minutes, and we're going to jump straight across to our B-stream game, because there's been a big goal in it for Cadiz. Fernandez only 3-2 down now against Dominic. Remember, if you lose, you are out the tournament. For a lot of these players, it's the end of the season. The only chance and way you can get into an E-Champions League finals or the FC Pro World Championships is by performing well in FC Pro partnered leagues, which again you can only achieve from playing well in this competition. Vinicius Jr. is around the goalkeeper, and that will probably be our last kick off the game. A corner to come in, which will give us nothing more, unfortunately, than a consolation. But it comes from that first half performance again, Ryan, of David Sanchez pulling away at 3-0.
Yeah, that goal just before half-time was pivotal. To make it 3-0 at that key moment in the game sort of sets up Navarete's mind frame going into that second half completely different, and that spells the end of the game. Sanchez advances into the next stage of the La Liga FC Pro Cup, and of course secures his spot in the finals later on in April. We're going to jump over, Brandon and Gravison, to our second game that's been going on, the one that we've been referencing to. We've missed a goal. It's fallen the way of Fernandez. He's now down 3-2, around 10 minutes or so left to play, Brandon. So
8 minutes in this game, Gravison left. I mean, look, Dominic is going to be feeling the pressure of this Portuguese youngster, as you rightly said, made the World Championships just last year. And actually, fun fact, he does represent Diogo Jota and his esports organisation outside of this LALIGA FC Pro competition. I mean, 7 minutes left in this game, How do you manage it, Gramerson? There's a chance looks to be coming in for Cadiz.
The way David Sanchez did. So this is going to be a tough defense for him. He's going to pass it to Cafu. Potential cross coming in.
Is there a saw-off in the box? I don't know if there is. There's whipped it in deep. He's gone into Larin, who's come off the bench. His foot birthday in-game item. Gundogan's trying to press. He gets out of that one. We're live in this one now, just for the closing stages of it. Andrew Dominic of Osasuna. He's trying to knock out one of the big names that has come into this competition. It's the first ever time that Fernandez is played in the La Liga FC Pro. And it could be an early exit for him. This is it. Wins the ball back now. This is the chance to get the ball up the pitch and to try.
Oh, big mistake.
Find a way through. Possession lost again. Big switch of play. Goes out to the left-hand side. He wins it back again, though. Play a lot. Gives Vinicius Junior the chance to run and really explode with his pace. Can Laurent Blanc just do enough to delay? The Brazilian winger, nice step over acceleration boost comes in his favour. Look at this pace, real guy, Gundogan! Fernandez, with one of the last kicks of the game, is sending us into extra time.
Wow.
Cold, no celebration.
No celebration. It's a huge goal and an important moment in the game. I just think that mistake, though, in terms of keeping possession in Fernandez's half, he gave it away needlessly. And look at this space. He had time to take a touch. He could have taken another touch and scored.
I do think he panicked with Rudiger. I mean, he switched to Rudiger, but didn't move the player at all.
It was
a pretty poor defense by Dominic, and we're going to extra time now. But yeah, Fernandez, as you can see, he's just playing beside Armando, a coach that won the league in the United States just a few weeks ago. So if you want a man to guide him, that's got to be him.
Well then, extra time. I'll be honest, when İlkay Gundogan took that shot, I thought it was going over. The angle of it, the angle of it just didn't look great. What's interesting here in San Sebastian is we've actually got two stages for our players to play on. We've got a main stage where we're commentating on the action. We just saw David Sanchez win his game. And then this venue is so big. On the other side of it, we've also got a B stream here, but fair play to Fernandez. We mentioned he was in the World Championships last year, the best 32 players in the world. He could have crumbled, Gramerson. There was two moments where he was 2-0 down, then 3-1 down, but never gave up.
Yeah, for me, as you asked before, what do you need to do in those situations when you're just 5 minutes away to win the game, leading by just one goal? You gotta dribble the way the Sanchez dribble, which is not an easy thing to do. But if you start passing the ball over the top through balls, kind of driven passing into strikers, the press is gonna come in.
You got to think that when playing against high press, they're always going to be on the front foot initially. So you take a bad touch, you're a bit negative when you receive possession. You're going to lose the ball. You're going to be under a lot of pressure to try and keep it at least. And at those moments in game, maybe it comes down to experience. I think sometimes in those competitions, in those games where the stakes are very high, of course, an elimination game, a game that could genuinely, it does determine your whole season.
Well, 30 more minutes needed here in our second round of matches in the La Liga FC Pro Cup. It's 3-3 at the moment. Winner of this one will be going on through.
Wow.
Frankie de Jong! I haven't seen that one going for a while. And Trevella on the edge of the box. A ball roll into a green time finish. And it's the Portuguese player on a mission.
I mean, no chance of moving the keeper in there.
Yeah, I don't think you get caught off guard, especially with that ball roll inside. He's done it a different way, because normally it's used the other. It's just perfect. Post this, that top corner, and Fernandez has turned this game on its head in a matter of minutes.
I think you're right. You don't expect it. The way he moved there with Frankie de Jong, it's just unconventional. Fernandez, for the first time in the game, is leading now 4-3. And I mean, for the player on the opposite side of the stage here, Gramerson, how was he feeling? Because he's sitting there probably thinking, I was 2-1 up, I was 3-1 up, and now I'm 4-3 down.
Ryan will know what I'm talking about. Things happen so fast.
Yep.
So you're just concentrated, and you're thinking about so many things, and you feel like you're winning 3-1. But then, as you wake up from, just say, a 5-minute break, you're losing the game 4-3. And it happens so quick.
It does, and sometimes you get caught in a trap of, you're thinking of the next game. You're 3-1 up, you're thinking, wow, who am I playing in the next round? I've secured a spot, I've done what I've come to do, and then before you know it, you've conceded and conceded again, especially late on. And I think mentally, Brandon, I think that's the toughest part, knowing that you were the last kick away from potentially getting to the next stage. Steve Fernandez can't keep that ball in play. So I think that's the toughest part of just making sure that it doesn't impact you too much as the game progresses.
And some players are really good mechanically, as we saw, Dani Navarete. I mean, the last goal, the 5-3.
Yeah.
Mechanically, that was amazing. But the mental side of things are really important as well. And some players, such as Dani Navarete, such as Dominic, might be incredibly mechanical. But when it comes to these 1v1 situations, defending last kick of the game, sometimes it's really hard for you to concentrate and to defend well, because, I mean, that was a poor defense.
It was. It just felt as if there was so much space for him to work into, which is very unusual that late in the game, especially when you're winning. It's a tough one to concede, but he can still get back into this game. He just has to hope that he doesn't concede another goal, especially if this comes before the start of the second half of extra time.
The last chance of the first 15 minutes of extra time. There's Cadiz and Di Fernandez about to find another finesse from the edge of the box.
Nice pass.
Nicely worked out again. You know where that one's flying towards the back post if he can. Follow Mendy, massive win there.
Yeah, that's the thing with the cross, the playstyle plus. Sometimes when you cross it to the second post,
yeah, the ball's not lofted enough.
Yeah,
it's too low to the ground.
Speaking of Furlong Mendy, that 99 pace showing exactly what he can do.
Oh,
Gets past Cafu, breezes past him, sort of headed back down
Oh.
into Ronaldinho.
Oh my gosh!
It's a time red, the header.
and we have this Sanchez just beside us, and he's laughing. I mean, of course he's through, he's laughing, but
I mean, you want him just to volley it. You want him to head it, let alone time it reds. Furlong Mendy, after creating the chance, has now gone down to ground, and it could be the last chance. We're playing on the flip side. There's the back post battle, and that will do us for half time.
He's lucky it was a Araujo at the back post. That's the sub there of Larry. He's got aerial plus. He's very good in game. His attributes for jumping and heading are almost maxed out. As I said, half time in this game, Brandon, I'm expecting a lot from Adri, especially in the second half. He has to set up a constant press tactic. He has to try and get back into this game as soon as possible.
Fernandez doesn't feel, I don't think he feels comfortable with Cafu. It's been a couple of times Cafu did a poor touch and he looked to his coach.
Yeah.
I mean, you spend a lot of coins to put Cafu in a right back position. And sometimes when those poor touches come in, I mean, you gotta look for someone to be right beside you, like, are you seeing this?
Yeah, I think that helps a lot. Having someone that can see it with you, just look over to them. You know they can't make any difference, but it's just at least you can see what I'm seeing.
Just off stage as well, you can't see it at home, but Nicolas is setting up ready for his game. Nicolas against Jaro will be our next matchup here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. You do not want to miss that one because it means so much. And what's so interesting about that one, guys, is that whoever wins plays Yago. Wow. So we could be seeing Nicolas play against former national teammate Yago of Real Betis, who, if you remember rightly, Real Betis last year, they were runners-up in the Cup and they were actual league champions with Matias Bonanno, before he then moved across to England to go and play in that Liga just a few weeks ago. He had a very decent weekend, being crowned champion there, one of the few players to win multiple tournaments all around the world. Stoichkov went for a little Trivela there, took a deflection. As you were saying about that Larin, Ryan, I mean, look, he's another great example of someone who is cheap as chips and he offers you the play styles that you need for a sub.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just having that aerial option off the bench, if Sorloth, he's slightly smaller, of course, in terms of height in game, but the aerial plus play style does a lot when challenging for those headers.
Final 10 minutes, Cadiz lead 4-3 against Osasuna. Cafu and Vinicius, the two Brazilians, happy just to interchange again and again, taking more players out of position here. Buchagueno will try and go direct.
He was looking for the over the top through ball to Sorloth, the first time pass, but it wasn't quick enough, probably. It wasn't precise enough as well. The dribbling is perfect by Vini. I mean, the dribble and the ball control that Fernandez is showing.
He seems very calm.
Yeah, he does.
He's very, very calm.
I don't know if he's calm or he's frustrated that he's in an extra time situation.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you feel like you are a much better player, FC player as your opponent. Then you find yourself in extra time sweating, and you're like, what happened? Like, this should have been way more comfortable, but there are no comfortable games here in this venue, especially in a best-of-1 format.
Well, actually, Dominic might get, if he's lucky, 1 or 2 good chances at most as we jump back out for the pause again. Remember, a spot in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals is awaiting on a result here. What are we going to see from this free kick? Are we going to see it played short? Yes, we are.
That should have
possession given away.
I think the angle called for a direct kick, but again, it's extra time.
He wants to try and be a little bit sensible, but then you end up giving it away, and it gives a lifeline for Adri now to try and push forward. You see the bodies trying to flood the final third.
Alonso, Stoichkov just driving, big chance for Osasuna, Ronaldinho out for a corner, it goes again. Still life in Andrew Dominic. Whipped in towards the front post, there's that Sorloff. Big celebrations from Osasuna because they could be sending us into our first penalty shootout. And it's one of those again, I mean, we'll say it, I'm sure, many times this weekend. How do you stop him? There was 3 Cadiz shirts, and that still wasn't enough. Sorloff leaps above the rest and pulls Andrew Dominic back into this game at 4-4.
What's interesting is this corner was invented, let's just say, by Tex in FC Pro.
Yep.
And it still works now, 4 months later.
Probably even better now with the amount of players that have the aerial plus play style. Sorloff, as we mentioned, is still very surprising. Oh my goodness, hold on a minute.
Big chance, oh my days, what a moment this could be. Ronaldinho, one-on-one, has to score, ball around the keeper. It's a massive save from Courtois.
What? The pass was there. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's worse, the chance missed or the chance that was gifted on a plate to win it last kick almost. Wow.
You score that goal, you're in the grand finals. Instead, you're flipping a coin and you're going to penalties.
And you know what the worst thing is there? When you go into penalties, I'm sure we've been in this position where you miss a chance late on, you go into pens. I've already thought I've lost. My mind's just gone.
He might get one more chance here. Can Mendy get round? He just keeps it in play. Any time of 1 minute has been played.
No centre back.
Mendy, Stoichkov, what on earth is that?
Oh my goodness.
We're off to penalties. Penalties for a spot in the grand finals of the LALIGA FC Pro and also in the round of 16.
Yeah, Dominic must be thinking, I've already lost.
Well, first penalty from Di Fernandez, finds the back of the net for Laurent Blanc, and up steps Stoichkov from Osasuna, save down the middle.
It's a response now to go 2 up. Di Fernandez, Ronaldinho lining up for the penalty kick. Times it perfectly, he's gone bottom corner, keeper goes the same way.
And he goes to the top right corner in the second, and Cadiz 2-1.
Back to Emilio Bruchagueno for Cadiz, it's 3 out of 3, the pressure now builds on Andrew Dominic. Ronaldinho needs to score this one to keep any chance, yes he does.
Di Fernandez to get 4 out of 4 penalties and of course keep him in the ascendancy. It's going to be Acuna stepping up here. He's on top left, saved.
Now Adri has a chance to equalize the penalty kick. He goes for the right. He scores 3-3.
Well, into round 5 now. Cafu for Di Fernandez. Taking a bit more time on this one. Cafu does score. Andrew Dominic is back on you, my friends. You have to score, or you're eliminated from the tournament. Up steps Xavi Alonso. He does score. We continue in sudden death. It's back to Larin now for Fernandez. Can he make it? Another pen. Oh, it goes the right way, but he squeezes it in. Andrew Dominic, back to you. Soloff this time. The pressure builds. And we go again. Back to Vinicius Jr. Sudden death now for Cadiz. They do score. Fernandez. 3 perfect pens in his last 3. Osasuna. The super sub, can he score? No, he can't! Fernandez! It's through to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals, and more importantly, he is into the next round of the Cup.
You can see the Portuguese roaring in Portuguese in a Spanish venue, and he's right through to the round of 16.
I'm honest, I feel so bad for Adrian. I think the chance, I'm more so concerned about the chance that was missed in the last minute there in on goal. And of course, to lose on penalties is devastating as well.
You'll know what I mean. Sometimes you have this clear of a chance. You're in a 1v1 situation against the keeper. You have a possible pass. So you're thinking, maybe I can shot cancel the keeper, maybe I can shoot, maybe I can pass. And you have, like, let's just say 3 seconds to think. And you have so many options.
Yeah. Messes you up sometimes.
It's always the way, isn't it? When you have too much time on the chance, it always goes wrong. You just have too much time to think. I think anyone there would think, right, ball roll the goalie, but there was really that one more pass on. Yeah, just be decisive. I think that's the key. We're going to look into the highlights from our game 1 as well, in case you missed some of the action between the 2 teams. Sanchez started off as he meant to go on a blistering start. Elastico there into the corner was sensational, and he kept on scoring those passes in on goal. The goalkeeper movement made his mind up as he went 2-0 up against Danny Navarete, and again the goals just kept on flowing. Finesse shot, edge of the box, green time finish just before half time to make it 3-0 Gravison.
I mean, it was just perfect. I mean, you have everything here. You have driven passes into a striker, you have elasticos, you have finesse, and when you're mastering so many different options, what do you defend? It's really hard. So the situation he decides to work for the, again, this, in my opinion, this is the best goal of all of them, because the pass from Xavi to Ronaldinho and then the finesse with the green time. He did score a couple of goals more, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, Brandon.
No, it wasn't indeed. That 4-goal lead from David Sanchez was just too big. And look, we sat here and said his draft looked interesting. His draft wasn't maybe as common as a lot of the players in this competition was, but David Sanchez, he has also gone through alongside Fernandez, who again was 2-0 down, was 3-1 down, scored a last-minute goal to send us into extra time, and then went on penalties. Yep,
I think it's a huge win, of course, just to... It cements it. Winning on penalties is an amazing feeling, especially last-minute goals as well. They, of course, impact that as well. Of course, we're going to look at our play of the match, Brandon and Gravison, between the games.
I wonder what it's going to be.
There are so many to choose from. So many to choose from. But it came from that finesse shot, edge of the box, which we saw in the replay from Sanchez. Just a twisting and turning. And again, the green time finishing, which we mentioned. Sure the accuracy is as high as possible. And Navarete eliminated from that game.
It's interesting how we were talking about how Henry has to be the free icon and the free item for sure. Yep. And then Stoichkov comes in, does this performance. I mean,
yeah, brilliant. Exactly. He came in astounding. Just some of the goals as well, as we take a look at the man of the moment, Sanchez. Those were his stats from the regular season. And of course, coming into this now, he's almost...
He only won 1 game, didn't he, in the group stages?
Lost
2.
Game. Yep, lost 2. And he scored 9 goals, conceded 13. So he's already scored over half of the amount of goals in that 1 game.
It's a completely different performance, isn't it, from David Sanchez here. If you have just tuned in, we've just only concluded the round 2 of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Let's go and have a look at some of our favourite items, though, that we chose coming into this tournament. Again, you can have yours set at home. Let us know on the Twitch, YouTube chat, wherever you're watching from, our favourite items. I mean, I'll kick it off.
Soloff inform?
I mean, it wasn't an informed Soloff. If I was using informed Soloff, I would happily let you ridicule me for it. I did mean the ultimate birthday one, all right? I did mean the ultimate birthday, right? Furlong Mendy, 99, look, he's 7 million coins, and I think you would be lying. Maybe me and Ryan can agree on this. You'd be lying if you didn't say R9.
Yeah, R9 for me is... I'm looking at Gravison here. Nico Williams.
Nico Williams is amazing.
Off the bench.
Are you on a budget? There was no budget on this,
The thing is, you know, at home, I cannot afford R9 or in real series, so I was thinking about players that I really liked from home. And I mean, Joao Felix, the showdown.
Yeah, I respect the De Jong choice. A couple months ago,
he was
fair
amazing.
Enough, fair enough. I think my one's the standards. You know, I've gone for the expensive players, the ones that
you cannot afford them at home. Come on.
Right, let's have a look at the bracket as well as we can again of our tournament so far. This is the lay of the land. As we said, we've said goodbye to a handful of teams. Espanyol eliminated, Eibar eliminated, Real Racing Santander, they've been eliminated. And of course, we just saw another team fall short in the competition. Osasuna fell on penalties. We've got to talk about it though, guys, before we go to a break. Our next game today, Nicolas is back. The last time we saw him was in November in the FC Pro Open. The qualification stage is there. We haven't seen him for 4 or 5 months nearly now. This is his chance, isn't it, to really go and qualify for not only the grand finals but to keep his season alive, Brav.
He was playing with Juanma in the FC Pro qualifier. What I find interesting is he lost, and he told me just, I think it was yesterday, he told me, if I'm not playing with Fer as a coach, I'm not playing anymore. So he called Fer.
Really?
He told him, Fer, do you want to coach me the rest of the season? Fer said yes. That's why Nico is playing here.
Wow, I respect that.
He wants Fer. I mean, it makes sense because as a pair, they've done everything pretty much.
Exactly. I think this is probably, in terms of the successes this year for Nicolas, it might be the weakest on paper he's been in a number of years, maybe ever. So Jaro definitely does have a chance in this game.
And what's interesting as well for Nicolas, this is his first ever league that he's played in. Really, you know, he's never played in any other national league. Maybe played in the ELPF in Argentina many years ago when he started out, but each Champions League he won that. He's never needed to play in a league. Obviously, with the FC Pro season this year, you need to play in a league to find your way through to the qualification for the World Championship. So we can't wait for that one. Nicolas against Jaro comes up next here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Don't go anywhere because it's going to be a cracking game. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Can't bother me, so you want to be one step ahead of me. That's what you seem to me. And your life, try to make it as good as it can be. So your life that you're living just can't be
tango, I wanna have my chance with beasts like a king Durango. I'm a lion, lights the bad eyes go to Zion, go to wine. Yellow her playing, this is fucking insane. Can't see the land, but I know I'm wheeling. I'm alone, but with the wings, fuck on the streets like a pirate Jackson Neal, no Caribbean. Due to everything I do right now, I can't feel it. For all the things I am down, I'm falling down, can't feel this.
LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We're here in beautiful San Sebastian. I'm joined by Gravison, somebody that has a lot of experience in this competition. We're going to take a look at the schedule for the remaining games today. We've, of course, seen 2 rounds where we just saw a penalty shootout win for Fernandez. Last-minute goals, last-minute celebrations, Gravison. As I said, we're going to look through the schedule just to keep you up to date on what's going on.
Yeah, I really liked Fernandez just screaming Portuguese in Spain. I don't know. It felt like a funny thing to watch, but as we can see in the schedule, we already saw Real Oviedo against Eibar, and now the Real Zaragoza against Sevilla match is happening. First, Jaro, 2 times vice champion of the LALIGA FC Pro, and I mean, I think he comes to win it this time.
Absolutely, he comes to win, he comes to celebrate. This is a huge game for Jaro and Nicolas, playing against 2 of the top names in international competitions, and of course in Spain now. Nicolas competing in his first domestic league. He's come and he means business.
And he's quiet, and he's chilled, and he's the Iceman for a reason.
I mean, the Iceman. That's what we call him. Gravison, I'm actually going to shock you here. I'm going to give you a stat from Nicolas.
Okay.
Actually, no. We'll start off with this one first. I want to surprise you even longer. Jaro, 9 goals scored and 9 goals conceded. He's won 2 games, lost 1, and of course drawn 0. As you can see on the screen there, 6 points from a possible 9 was enough to put him in 2nd place in his group.
Yeah, he did a really good group stage, but with that loss against Ranerista, he lost the deciding one again. So show me the stat from Nicolas. I want to hear you.
These are the stats from Nicolas, as you're going to see on the screen now. Of course, Nicolas competing in Group A. Match win 25%. Of course, 1 win, 2 draws, and a loss. He came through to this stage on goal difference. If you look at the goals against, 14 goals. That's the most goals conceded from all the remaining competitors in this tournament. Nicolas conceded the most amount of goals. No, genuinely, 14 goals is the most.
You're not right.
No, the most goals from the remaining 24 competitors in this tournament, which we never associate with Nicolas.
No, for the people listening at home, Nico is probably the best defender in FC history, so that's a surprising thing to hear. But let's jump over to the draft system to see what Frankie and Brandon have to show us.
Let's take a look at JRA's draft first. This is, as always, it's an interesting one. I'm quite excited to see Jimenez in his starting lineup because this is a player we've seen quite a lot on the bench. But I think it might be the first time we're seeing him starting today.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting draft, isn't it? If we look at it now, I mean, the one thing that both these 2 players have in common, as we were speaking before we came back from the break, is that they've got 2 interesting picks. I mean, Jimenez of Atlético de Madrid, he's not an expensive player. He's not by any means a standout defender, but JRA is one of the only players who said, look, he's in my starting 11, I'll back him to do the job. And, I mean, aside from that, it's a pretty solid draft. You see Cafu playing over at left back, he can play left back and right back, and I think what we're going to see in both the teams is Araujo coming in as that right back option to try and stop the tall man up top on the pitch.
Do you think actually this is one of the most balanced drafts we've seen in terms of defence so far? Because Jimenez, he might not seem like the most obvious pick on paper, not the most costly player, but he does have aerial on his play styles. He's got the slide tackle. He's got quite a lot going for him in terms of the meta right now. And obviously, if you've got Araujo as a fullback, you've got a solid wall of defence, and obviously you're going to take things forward with Cafe.
Well, he needs a solid wall of defence as well, doesn't he? He's playing against Nicolas, who's been on goal-scoring form, so we are hearing. I mean, aside from that, pretty solid team. Griezmann gets a start. He hasn't started for everyone, but we just saw what David Sanchez did with that fantasy Griezmann. So, yeah, a really strong team, and that 6 million coin Bellingham in there as well. I
definitely want to see Nicolas's draft, because Nicolas is one of the few players who has got the 33 out of 33 chemistry. He doesn't seem to be playing any tricks with the draft. This looks like it's already solid and good to go.
I mean, again, the interesting part of this team for Nicolas is that he's back in his Argentinian roots. I mean, Acuna comes in there. It's an interesting selection from him. He's just turned some wings at the camera. There must be a reason why he's in the team. I mean, Nicolas will always know why he's made these decisions.
Acuna, 7 player style. He's got a ping pass plus. He's got whip pass plus. He is a solid pick, I think. Again, he's a cheap date. He's a cheap date to put in your defence. But if you cast your eyes at that bench, I do worry about some of his players running out of steam.
I don't know why there's a bronze player on the bench. I think maybe you just run out of coins at that point.
And a silver
and there's a silver player in there. Maybe it's personal connections as well. Ilkay Gundogan, he started for a few players. Doesn't do enough to get in the team. But look, this is Nicolas. There might be a surprise package. There might be a plan B, plan C from him. But I can't wait for this one. Johan Cruyff leading the line. that big 7 million coin plus on the Galazzo in-game item.
Well, speaking of Galazzo, let's take a closer look at Cafu Galazzo, because we actually did see it in JRA's draft, and this is an item that's going to be pretty costly, but worth it for a lot of the players today.
Absolutely. Look, he's new from the recent promo. As we know, a couple of weeks ago he came out. I mean, Cafu's always been reliable. When he had a Thunderstruck in-game item, even his base, I mean, I'm sure many people know if you pack him in your icon player picks or not, you're going to be pretty happy with him, because he is one of the best fullbacks on the game, and I guess you could say in the Liga they're pretty lucky. He's got the whipped cross, which again, or the whip pass that can allow you to just switch play left to right. Is he good enough to stop the likes of Sorloth? No, we know that, but you can also play on the left-hand side as well of the defence.
Yeah, and also he's going to be playing against Nicolas. Nicolas isn't playing. Oh, sorry, JRA's not playing Sorloth in his starting lineup, but Nicolas is.
He is, so again, is he going to be able to stop him on the left-back side?
I'm wondering if Nicolas can hear me. I keep turning around just to be like, Nicolas, blink twice if you can hear us. Give us some answers to this one. In terms of then both of these drafts, I did ask this question to Ryan earlier in our opening game. Which one would you prefer to play with?
If I didn't say Nicolas, I'm going to be lying. I mean, Nicolas and his coach Fer, they would have spent ages on this. 20 million coin budget, working out right. If we're 1-0 down in this scenario, we want to change formation, what we're going to do, what player's going to come on. And that bench might be interesting. But
there's only about 3 players that can come on.
There'll be a plan, though. Not for the bronze or the silver player, but for, like Vilko Gundogan on there as well, and Larin. They'll be super subs.
If the bronze player comes on, Nicolas FC is playing a last
He must be about
dance.
6-0 up if that's happening.
Yeah, or 6-0 down, and he's just given up and he just wants to meme. But no one really memes in the AFC. You're all very well behaved, as are our commentators for this all-important match. Which of these players is sadly going to miss out? We'll find out with Ryan Pessoa and Gravison.
So much Frankie and Brandon. I mean, what can we say? Nicolas against J. in the mainstream. If you guys want to jump onto the stream B on the Spanish broadcast, you have Daniel Aguilar, one of the best players in Spanish history, playing against Hugo Sanchez, as well Huesca against Alcorcón. You'll be able to catch that in the stream B on the Spanish. But if you want to hear us on English, J. against Nico.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is the place to be.
Yeah,
I need to see Nicolas in person on FC24 again. It feels like it's been a long time coming. He's somebody that I admire from years gone. So much so with JRA as well, a competitor that has almost crossed the line to get his hands on this trophy before. He's done well domestically and internationally. He would hope to go the distance, but in order to do that, he has to overcome one of the juggernauts, one of the household names in the FC24 scene in Nicolas.
Game because I do think Nicolas is the favorite in this matchup, but there's something about J. playing here in Spain.
It's a different animal.
It's a different animal. We've seen the way he reaches the final in pretty much every single tournament for the past 3 years, and he was feeling confident yesterday. Speaking with him in the hotel, he's feeling like Nico is not at his best at the moment, so he can capitalize on that. But we'll see just in a few minutes if he'll be able to win, not playing like that.
Yep, mistake. It's going to be JRA kicking from left to right in the white strip, and Nicolas right to left in that navy or the dark blue strip. Here he is. The ball's rebounded perfectly for Nicolas. Could he take a shot at goal? He does, and it's a huge save there from Courtois to stop JRA going down 1-0 in the first few moments. Nicolas with a corner kick. He's somebody that's very effective with these sort of mechanics. When it comes to corners, free kicks, he always seems to find something different. And that was one of them. Green time just past the outside of the post.
What's interesting is he called Sorloth.
Yeah. I was wondering, what's he doing?
What is he doing? Yeah. But then as well, Araujo with the aerial plus, he tried to go for a direct header, which was good enough. And I mean, second mistake in a row by J.
Yeah, it's not a start he would have liked to have straight away, especially against Nicolas, who sort of feeds off the nervous energy of his opponents. As we said, Nicolas this year hasn't been at the levels of himself in previous years, and both of these players are always, you'd associate them reaching the playoffs or reaching close to the World Finals, and especially for Nicolas, I believe it's 5. I think he has the record of the most World Final appearances, and in order to even get in that conversation, he has to reach the La Liga FC Pro Finals, which happens later on this month, and if he loses that, his season is done.
Yeah, pretty much done, because, I mean, you could potentially compete those opens that are taking place in June. But again, your chance of playing the World Championship, they're done.
Here he is, whipped back post. Jaro, a dick down. Oh, R9 couldn't get. Thierry Henry, sorry, couldn't get his foot on the ball there from that knockdown. I think that's a common theme you'll notice in FC 24. The likes of Sorloth, the reason why he is used up front for more or less at least 3/4 of the competition is for those moments, those crosses you can dink to the back post and he can knock it down. Nicolas builds up.
Nice toss into the Young with a green time shot. It's not good enough. The ball bounces back to Acuna. He decides to pass it to Bellingham. Maybe a potential cross coming in. No. Flare nutmeg. He's taking his time. That's a mistake.
Yep, takes his time, and the defensive cover there from Stoichkov, of course, used offensively, but manages to cut the lane and retrieve possession. Ooh. Another mistake from Jaro isn't punished.
But the press is there.
Yep, the press is there. That's something you associate a lot with Nicolas. He doesn't like to let his opponents rest or feel comfortable in the game. He wants to make the most of every opportunity to go forward as he can.
Have you ever played against Nicolas?
Yeah, plenty of times, especially in practice games. We've had our bouts. He's somebody that you don't want to go 1 or 2 goals down against.
What a person. For me, the main thing against Nicolas is, we'll talk about just in a second because it's a great chance. Cruyff to Sorloth. Whoa! What a save by Courtois. He decides to take it to another pass, but it's not successful enough. And as I was explaining, the thing against Nicolas is when you try to manage to pass the first line of press against the strikers, you're like, whoa, I made it. Yep. But then you have the midfielders and the defenders.
Midfield, the defenders, but then he's also tracking you with the attackers. So he's pressing up against you, forcing you to make a wayward pass. And Jaro, first time he sort of got into the final third of Nicolas, loses possession there.
It's interesting to see now the Bellingham, Team of the Year Bellingham against Team of the Year Bellingham, back against left back.
Yeah. He's using Acuna, Nicolas in midfield.
And Araujo as a right back. I mean, it makes sense playing against Sorloth, and I think we're going to see if Sorloth is changed into the other side of the wing, we'll probably see the change of the fullbacks as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Acuna as a midfield is an interesting decision. Second bounce in a row.
Good defending there. Laurent Blanc, one of the 4 icons you can choose in your draft squads. Of course, you have 20 million to build the team. Would you have gone with a centre-back for one of the icons?
Probably not, because I don't really like Laurent Blanc.
Yeah.
Even though he has great playstyles, I don't really like him a lot. I will probably go with strikers and probably Xabi Alonso as well as midfield. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think the passing playstyles for a midfielder are important. Here's Cruyff twisting, turning, step over inside, and it was a last-ditch tackle there from Jaro. Another corner. We saw the first one early on in this game. Green timed and put just past of the post. Can he make this one count? Sorloth is selected and brought to the front post. But it was Sorloth the one to clear it.
Press.
Great play from Nicolas. Green time shot again. Loses possession.
Sorloth is kind of passing the ball now backwards to Militao. He'll probably switch the side up, but he's patient. He's patient because he did 2 huge mistakes on the kick of the game and then on the second build-up he had. But again, you're going to make mistakes against this kind of press.
Exactly. I think
second one press has been amazing.
Yeah, I think the key parts is with your build-up, you have to try and stick to the things you've been practicing a lot. And of course, it's very easy to sort of to fall into your shell and be a bit nervous against Nicolas, especially with his pressing. But I think you just have to be confident and not be too fearful going forward. That was an interesting triggered run there. Could be another one. Played first time, but it was well tracked there from the area of Araujo.
It's interesting to see the German cross. We were explaining to people, German cross is a cross you make with a winger or with a fullback to try to pass it into the center back of the midfield who's running into the box. We call that German cross, and it's interesting the combination of the German cross with the whip cross playstyle.
Yeah.
We're going to see if it works. First time it didn't work, but maybe if it goes a little bit higher, it will work next time.
Here he is, Nicolas on the attack. Sorloth with the pace and power into the box. A ball past to Stoichkov. And again, a similar theme, blocked by Jaro. Played across De Jong, green timed, and that's Nicolas' first goal in the game. It was coming, Gravis, and it felt as if he was just knocking at that door gradually. And that's the moment for Nicolas. He takes the lead there with Frenkie de Jong against JRA.
Sometimes we talk about lucky goals, and I mean the rebound was lucky, but then he did it so quick. The pass into the striker, the green time finish, and I gotta say, J. wasn't quick enough with the second man press and with the fullback trying to tackling the striker. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a poor defense because it was a lucky rebound and a lucky reflection, but still he could have reacted a little bit quicker with the fullback.
You would have seen there an update on the screen between Hugo Sanchez and Daniel Aguiar. Is that good pronunciation? Is that good?
Kind of.
No,
kind
it's
of.
okay. It's, yeah, but it's your former teammate is winning 2-1 against Hugo Sanchez. That is our second game going on. I'll be able to give you little updates throughout the game. Of course, that is our second game. This is the main featured game. Nicolas up against JRA.
And it's interesting how you mentioned, when you talked about stats, how Nicolas conceded 14 goals, and he seems like just a month later, his defense is back because he's defending really good at the moment.
Yep.
And I think it comes down to probably the press.
This is it. It's going to work for the back post cross. Maybe he's not keeper movement and the defending from Nicolas. I find it commendable. He's managing to move the goalkeeper, cut the lane, offside trap, and then also press you the person in possession. It's very difficult to attack against Nicolas.
That's Nicolas. Don't try that at home because you won't
4-0
be
down.
able to do it.
Oh!
That's a brilliant goal. And this is J. in Spain. I mean, the step over into a body feint and then perfectly timed with a green shot by Zinedine Zidan. I mean, he's looking at the camera.
Yeah, I think he's surprised. I'm surprised that went in there. I thought the goalkeeper was going to save it, but it managed to find the back of the net. Zidan, of course, that gives you the threat outside the box. The long shots, the power, and everything behind it. I'm very surprised. I didn't think it would go in.
There's something about J. in Spain trying weird things because that shot was weird, but it went in. And I got to tell you, the timing was really good. I mean, it is a kind of, you don't expect that shot to go in.
It's just the positioning of the goalkeeper there, which I thought maybe he could have saved it. But that little step over just before he took the shot maybe fell in an advantageous position for him to get power behind it.
It's interesting how we can hear them speaking, and Nicolas just said to Fer, desde ahí, which means from there. Really? That's our reaction as well. In our secondary stream, we have the result has not moved. We still have Danny leading the game 2-1. And we have our referee talking to both the players. Probably something has happened, so we'll be playing shortly in a second. But yeah, brilliant goal by J. The game is 1-1 tied.
Yep, all to play for in this game. We're progressing now after that after that pause, I should say. 38 minutes in game that have been played in this first half. It's an important goal for JRA. I feel as if Nicolas had the ascendancy, was creating a lot of chances, keeping possession, pressing high up and forcing JRA into mistakes.
He wasn't playing well.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't need to in order just to get that goal in the game, and he can take solace in the fact that I don't think he's been playing well, you don't either, and he's still drawing the game.
He's running well right now, Nicolas, with Bellingham, the pass to Alonso. He's keeping the possession now because he doesn't feel like he needs to rush. Sort of knocks it down to Stoikov. A little bit dribble, lucky reflection, shot.
Ball got trapped under his feet a little bit there. I think it was smart to not play that ball first time. He done well. And here he is again, a driven pass. Cruyff reversed elastico. And Nicolas.
Oh, the Iceman.
Graveson's applauding. It's a great goal from Nicolas. Reverse elastico there to find the corner with Cruyff. And that's exactly why you select him in the squad. He costs a hefty amount. He takes up a large portion, almost half of the 20 million coins budget for the creation of the squad. And for those moments, the 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, perfectly shown in that example there.
Yeah, probably, I mean, the way pass came into the striker was a little bit too much for J. to handle, because the reverse elastico is kind of a Nicolas special, because he's been doing them for probably 4 years now. But still, last kick of the first half for J. I mean, he has to score.
Approaching the last moments of this first half, there will be one last attack. Is it going to fall the way of JRA? switches possession here. Jude Bellingham's going to keep it, bring it down. He has to go forward. It's a great tackle from Nicolas. That sums up that first half, genuinely, in that one moment. Just a defensive security defensively from Nicolas. And then when you go into half-time, 2-1 down, Jaro finds himself, and it could be a lot worse, I'll be honest. I think from experience, we've both played in huge competitions like this one. When you're playing bad, especially against a player you know has pedigree, has history in winning a lot of games, and you're only losing by 1 goal, sometimes that gives me a little bit of confidence. If I could just play my usual best, it can still give me a lifeline into this game. Look at the stats as well, very, very one-sided. 2.8 XG for Nicolas.
This was a really good goal by Danny, because he did have the option to pass it into a striker with a clear nutmeg skill, but he decided to just keep running with Ronaldinho. He went for the near post with a green time, as you can see here with Ronaldinho. He went for the near post, green time. Brilliant goal. He's 3-2 at the moment. Still first half. So
still the first half. You see 5 goals spread out between these two players. We're on the minute are we in as we go into this game. This is live. 38 minutes have been played between these two players.
I don't think Dan is feeling comfortable at the moment, because he's a defensive player in a way, and when you concede 2 goals in 38 minutes, you're not feeling as confident as you should. But again, Hugo Sanchez is a really good attacker. He's gonna rush because, I mean, he's a kid in a way, and you know the way these youngsters play at the game at the moment. They are so skillful, and the defense may not be there, but still 3-2, all to play. Just twisting and turning. I mean, he's not in a rush. The long ball pass by Xabi Alonso. Let's see what happens now. Potential cross. Oh, I mean, he went for the direct header, which I don't think works really there from R9, but again, with the area plus, it makes sense in some situations.
Exactly. We're going to go back over to our main game here. Of course, it's just after half-time now. Nicolas winning 2-1. Been a very dominant display in terms of chances created, possession, and pressing from Nicolas. Bellingham plays to the edge there. Great interception from Jaro to stop an attack there.
The thing is, this is a game that doesn't suit Jota really well, because Jota is not a player that goes forward, and I do think you need to go forward in FC24. He's one of those players that will just build up the game, but pass it like that to the young, and then he'll build up from the defense. And I do think in this game, you need to go forward, and when you're having the chance of a counter-attack, you need to just push, because if not, the defense is going to be there.
Here he is. This is Tuga pushing there. If he had taken that in a stride and sort of dribbled into the space, he could have looked to get a shot at goal. Opted for the pass, which the defender just read.
Long ball pass, yes.
That's why the play style pass, or the play styles in this game have the effectiveness going forward. Jude Bellingham twisting and turning, gets past. It's all up here, twisting and turning. He's not the person you want in the area there. If that was a Cruyff, that could have been a different situation.
It's interesting that Nico is attacking with Bellingham at the moment as a left back, and I do think Sorloth is playing on the left wing as well. So you have your attacking fullback and you have Sorloth on that part again. It's weird, but then Acuna with it was timed yellow.
Missed time there from Nicolas, very unlike him, uncharacteristic in those situations. Acuna in the area, doesn't manage to get the shot on target.
But again, I think Jota is playing better at this moment.
Was a mistake. That's a huge mistake there. Cruyff doesn't have the support up with him. He's trying to buy time. Buro's inside there. Lofted pass there. Couldn't find Stoichkov. Another counter-attack could be on from JRA.
Yeah, but again, he's not counter-attacking. I do think against Nicolas, the counter-attacks have to be the way of your attack, because if he just defends in the 4-4-2,
it's hard to break down. Once you let the defensive structure get back into shape, it's very difficult to break Nicolas down. Win that header there, he does.
Potential cross against
the back post.
Yeah.
This is it. These are the moments. Sorloth wins it, and it's gone out for a corner. Actually, I think Araujo might have deflected that.
Yeah. And again, we did saw the keeper going out of the goal like way too exaggerated. Maybe next time we're going to see.
You go for goal in that situation.
I do think you don't even need a power shot. Like if you could just green time it,
yeah,
I think it goes in. And I'm pretty sure Danny tried it a couple of times against Hugo because he knows Hugo moves the keeper a bit too much, just like Nico did, trying to cover the cross to Sorloth.
Do you think it helps, of course, in this competition, based on the regular season results, you would have already known who you would play in this competition. Do you think it helps knowing that so you can rehearse, you can revise, you can sort of study your opponent's game style?
So for me, that's where coaches come in.
Yeah.
For example, Fer is a mastermind in this, and I do think he knows Jara is not going to go for the power shot because he's not one of those players who are mechanically. They're kind of stuck, not in a bad way, but they're stuck in 2019-20 doing that kind of stuff. I don't think he's a power shot kind of guy, as we just saw in the goal he scored with the step over flare. So, but it makes huge factor knowing who you're playing against with 3 week.
This is a corner here, Sorloth. If he gets this perfect on his head, he's going to win it. He wins it, goes direct, too much power and missed time. And it didn't lead to a shot on target there from JRA. I think it does help knowing your opponent, but I think sometimes for some players it benefits them coming in as like an unknown quantity. We've seen even Marin in the group stage for Granada, topped the group, performed really well in the group stages, the same group as well as your teammate in Daniel Aguilar.
And Nacho as well. I mean, that was a tough group for him. We could have expected probably Nacho to top the group, even Danny. But yeah, as you said, Marin had the advantage of the surprise. He did well.
Here we have Nicolas building up here with Jude Bellingham. He's got space. Jerry's sort of defended very... Oh, it's a rough goal to concede. I was going to say he's defended very passive. And Nicolas won't mind that. It's a very fortunate goal there. I would love to see that back. I don't know if that was it a tackle or is it a missed time? I didn't.
I think it was a tackle. I think it was defended well, but the reflection was a bit unlucky. Let's see if we can jump into the replay because we have a pause. Let's see if we can jump into a replay in a few seconds because I do think it was a tackle and I do think it was a good tackle.
Yeah, it's a costly moment as well for JRA. Nicolas, of course, will thrive off that. He's up by 2 goals now and he hasn't really been troubled. You can see there as well there from the tactic screen, Gravison.
Yeah, he is putting the press.
You have to.
I mean, yeah, in a way, because you don't have that much time left.
I don't think necessarily you have to actually put it on straight away, but at least give yourself the option that you can just quickly, you don't have to cue a pause and then time ticks down. You can just use the D-pad in game and change for tactical variation.
For me, what's interesting, he put the press after possession loss, I think, into the ultra defensive, and I think that's the one he's using.
Okay.
So it's going to be interesting because if I were Nico, I'm not expecting like a press after possession loss, like with a tactic at the moment. Let's see if it works. But yeah, Nicolas and Sevilla leading the game 3-1, 30 minutes left to play. And in my opinion, that wasn't a good defense by Jara because when someone's attacking,
especially down the byline,
you have to go.
It was so passive. I didn't even get time to fully explain what my thought process was on that. He left him. It was with acres of space. And in those situations, you're always going to get punished, whether it be an unlucky goal in that situation. It was a tackle that fell to Cruyff. And here JRA building up, twisting and turning with Jude Bellingham, technical plus play style, so the control sprint does feel slightly silkier. And it's going to be Nicolas straight away on the counter-attack.
That's a little bit of dribbling by Sorloth, something we would have not expected coming into this tournament. But again, Nicolas is not in a hurry. He'll just keep possession, switch it up, and there's a lot of plays there with the overload. It's a nice pass, Xabi Alonso. Yeah,
that's the ball over the top. It's sensational. It's I was going to say, is that going to be volleyed in by Cruyff? He's gone for the header. That ball over the top, the weight of it was perfect.
I mean, that, as you said before, those are the play styles we were talking about. They make such a difference in those situations in which if you attack them properly, again, the press, as we said before, coming in, not good enough. And I mean, Nico is going to be patient. As you can see, he's turning. Now he has the fullback ready to attack. But as I was mentioning, the play styles, it's just because sometimes you expect the finesse to go in, but the long ball pass can go in as well. I mean, especially now with the two play styles, some items have two playstyles.
Yeah.
It makes such a difference at the moment.
It's an important aspect you have to consider when choosing your players for this tournament. You see the triggered runs flooding forward, bodies pushing forward, back poles, Jude Bellingham, Cafu for JRA. It's beautiful dribbling, plays it to Omri, that's a sensational goal. It's beautiful from JRA. The crowd are supporting him fully as well. That quick snappy pass there, Gravison, just to make sure he can take the ball in his stride and put it into the corner.
That's Jaro inside the box. He's probably the best Spanish players inside the box because he just sees things that no other people see, especially players. I mean, we didn't expect the pass to sort of to go through. We could have expected maybe Cruyff to kind of dribble, try to go for a finesse shot, but Sorloth was wide open and he scored. So now 15 minutes left. Let's see what Nicolas decides to do with the ball. Bellingham has the ball. He's not in a rush to try to attack. He's patient because now he cannot afford to concede another goal. It's a cross into Courtois.
I always feel like when playing against Nicolas and watching him in the past, oh my goodness, that could have been that would have been a terrible mistake to make them from JRA. But as I was saying, I feel like when the game ticks on and Nicolas is leading by even one goal, I feel like it favours him drastically. Whereas if I'm playing, I'm nervous. I feel like he sort of, the element favours him. He can just pick off of his opponent, just pushing bodies forward.
We've seen that in World Championship, we've seen that in Champions League, we've seen that so many times. Nicolas leading by one goal and finish the game like that.
This could be a different Nicolas. This year is probably, there's a chink in his armour. There's great dribbling round the goalkeeper. He could have gone for goal there. I don't think he expected Courtois to go to ground and leave him with an open goal with Sorloth, but he opted for the pass.
And again, it's not just that he didn't see everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes you think about what you're going to do, and when the space opens up, you're not quick enough to shot.
Exactly. You sort of already have mapped out your attacking sequences, and then when something like that opens up, he just wasn't quick enough.
That's a nice pass into Cruyff, De Jong.
Oh, I think he would have wanted that first time. I'm very interested to see if he meant that there to go first time or take a touch with De Jong. But JRA sort of finding himself a little bit more in this game.
Switching up the play to the right back. He has time, at least for a couple of attacks. I think 2 or 3 attacks. So he doesn't need to rush, as he's doing at the moment. Building up with Bellingham. Potential pass. He'll be patient. He's going to be patient now. Griezmann passes it to De Jong. Maybe passing to Cafu. Potential cross. He's patient because he doesn't need to rush. But he has to take a chance at least.
Yep, exactly. He's just keeping the ball here. See Sorloth at the back post. This is it. It's not going to find him, I don't think. It's well defended there from Nicolas, and he can just push forward now. The last few moments in this game. Frankie, you've had the pleasure of being able to watch the game from the side as Nicolas is in a goal actually. Here we go, De Jong. Is he going to make it count? Is he going to be decisive? He is. And that is Nicolas in a nutshell. 4-2 lead now, Gravison, and that should cement himself a spot in the next stage of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and of course a spot in the finals later on this month.
I feel like that's textbook Nicolas, Ryan Pessoa. You're literally about to say, what do you think of Nicolas? Well, this is what I think of Nicolas, exactly what we see on screen just then, Gav.
He's patient.
Yeah.
And he doesn't miss those 1v1. For example, we just saw a couple of minutes ago, Dominic.
Yeah.
He had all the time in the world, but I mean, Nicolas won't miss that chance.
Nicolas was decisive. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He didn't second guess it, and he managed to get the back of the net. And that's a huge moment in the game because it doesn't give JRA barely any moments to respond. A few more minutes, and I'm sure he knows as well that it's very likely it'll be coming to an end for this competition for him.
The thing is, though, with the flashes of brilliance we have seen from JRA, that second goal, I'm almost disappointed, Grav, because he's played so shy and retiring at times, but when he does actually find his moments, he really makes the most of them.
It's really hard to play in a game that doesn't suit your game style, and this game doesn't suit Joterea's game style at all. So you see that flashiness of skills, but then the build-up is not there because you're going backward into the defense, try to build up slowly, and that doesn't work.
It's just timid, and you don't give yourself a lot of chances. You can see the difference there 14 shots for Nicolas in this game compared to 4 shots for Jaro. So he hasn't really given himself a lot of goal scoring opportunities. When you don't take shots as frequent as you like, you don't get into the scoring opportunities, you always find it difficult to get back into it, and he's found himself not creating a lot of chances against one of the best defenders and somebody that can control the game from start to finish in the FC scene.
He has to score in this attack because otherwise he won't have time, and he has to score quick. Gundogan passes the ball to... No, this is going to be it. This is going to be it because now with, I think it will be probably 1 minute or 2 minutes at a time, he'll have time to attack once but not twice.
Yeah, I think this is all over and Nicolas will be advancing into the next stage. It's a huge moment for him. It would have been very uncharacteristic to not see him in the finals or the most important stages of a competition. Of course, for Jaro, a huge commiseration. He's one player that has a lot of fans here as well supporting him. He just wasn't able to just get it over the line.
Yeah, it'll be really unfortunate to see Jr retiring, for example, because I know this was one of his last tournaments, so hopefully we'll get to see him competing back next year. I know he's 28 now, and sometimes you feel like it's your time to stop playing, but I do feel he still has it. So hopefully we can see him still next year.
Yeah, and of course, that's just to summarize the game there. Nicolas advances into the next round, a 4-2 win against Jaro. Of course, an elimination format is very brutal, and just that one game could see your tournament come to a close. We have the second game going on as well between Daniel Aguilar and Hugo Sanchez. We last left it at 3-2. It's now 4-2. So that safety cushion of a 2-goal lead for your former teammate. You know him very well. He's defensively assured. I played him as well in the past. He's very composed at keeping possession, and I'd be shocked if he gives this away. I don't think he will.
I think this is going to be a GG. Danny is going to play against a former teammate of his, Ranerista. They both played for Levante back in 2021. And Danny is not in a rush. I mean, the press from Hugo Sanchez is there, but I know what it means to him to win this match and progress to the finals and also the round of 16. I mean, both his parents just drove from Madrid, 5-hour drive to come and see him play, and he's just so passionate. So I'm happy to see him going through to the next round, but again, commiserations to Hugo Sanchez because he's still really young. He's just 18. He still have a lot of time to make it to the final in proximate years. But again, Dan Aguilar winning the match, going through the same as Nicolas.
Yep, it's a massive, massive win there. And of course, I find it very difficult, Frankie. When it's elimination games, you just know that one mistake could cost you. Especially we saw earlier on against D. Sanchez. You're 3-0 down at half time. Your tournament is near enough over before it's begun. So it's tough. You have to make sure you're prepared coming into these tournaments.
And especially with the game that we saw in this stream right now for Jaro and for Nicolas FC, if one of those players had lost, or going into that game, I suppose both those players were like, this could be my last chance in La Liga, because for Nicolas, we know he's still got it in him, but the confidence that knock he must have taken at the beginning of the season is something he had to overcome, and he clearly reset himself with Per by his side.
I think I want to see again this brilliant goal by Jr, but I want to see the third goal again, because we both agreed he wasn't aggressive enough, but we'll jump into that in a second, because this reverse elastic from
Cruyff was a beautiful goal there. That's the one that separated the game for me. It sort of just showed Nicolas is still his old self with the skill moves, this quick snappy passing in the area, gave his opponent no chance. This was a chance that sort of is well defended. I thought it was a deflection. It's an incredible clearance there. This is what you're talking about, Gravison. Oh, it's unfortunate. It is very passive defensively there. He could have stepped forward a lot earlier to give himself a better chance. That was the great ball as well that sort of gave Jaro a lifeline. And beautiful, beautiful pass there. But it just wasn't enough. Nicolas, of course, saw the game out in the end. And yeah, it's a tough moment for Jaro. Both of the players, of course, they had to play each other. One had to go home. If you had told me that was the final, I wouldn't have been surprised.
No, not at all. I want to ask Frankie, because you were just analyzing the draft just besides Nico. How did he feel? Did he feel, I don't know, secure to win the game against Joterra? Was he, I don't know, nervous?
I think that's one of the most confidence drafts we've seen so far. Like, when me and Brandon were looking at it, you knew exactly what he wanted to do with the game. And obviously, as he went into the game and he was on the pitch, he clearly showed that he's done his research. He's done his homework on Jaro and the other players here in the meta, and he knows what works for him as a player. And as you said, Jaro was never comfortable in that game. It was always Nicolas's to play as he wanted. And I think that's something we're probably going to see going through this competition. Daniel, though, he's working with the mum buff, Gravison.
Yeah. I mean, 2 goals from Sorloth. This is something we'll see a lot of today as well. I know Danny had a game plan. I think that was a really poor defense by him. He knows he tackles too much. That's one of his most commonly mistakes. But the way he screamed this goal, because he knew what it meant. This penalty saved.
Wow.
We obviously didn't see that here. This was probably the pass that Dominic should have done in that game. But again, Danny won the game 4-2. I want to ask you, because as Nicolas is saying in the Spanish stream, Nicolas against Yago, Argentinian match.
That's a huge game. 2 players that, of course, have represented a number of clubs, some of the top international competitions as well. So that's going to be a huge game, but it's a weird one. I feel as if that game has less pressure than this game.
Definitely.
Just because of what's at stake. Just getting to that next stage, guaranteeing your spot in the LALIGA finals later on this month. And, of course, you're still in the chance to make the World Championship. So I think maybe they play that game with a little bit less nerves.
Are you saying we're going to have a little bit of fun?
Probably we'll have. We always have fun. We've had more fun.
That is true. I mean, we're having so much fun in San Sebastian. Should we take a look at the play of the match here?
Let's go for it. The play of the match is gonna be.
I think it's got to be out there. Oh, it's the goal from Zidan. I was going to say it was going to be the other goal. It's that little step over inside there with Zidan. Green time. Maybe I was a little bit unfair there. I thought it went down the middle of the goal, but it went slightly to the corner. So maybe that is a goal the keeper would have found tough to keep out there. And then, of course, green timing your shots increases just the accuracy and the chances of finding the back of the net. We're able to take a look at some stats from Jaro, of course, coming into this competition. He did score 9 goals, concede 9, and then now, of course, losing that game 4-2 means he does go into that negative goal difference. 3 matches played, of course, in the group stage. He has high pass accuracy and takes a lot of shots in the group stage, but contrary to that, today he just didn't take a lot of shots at all.
Sometimes when you lose against a game like this against Nicolas, and let's say you go back to the hotel, obviously you're frustrated, you start thinking about what went wrong. And for me, what went wrong with Joterra wasn't the game against Nicolas. It was the game against Ranerista.
In the group stage. Exactly.
Because when you're playing against Nicolas for a spot in the round of 16, a spot in the finals, I mean, you can lose that game. But against Ranerista, he should be winning that game, and losing that game probably was the reason he's out of the competition now.
Yeah, exactly. You briefly see there, 30 shots and 25 on target from Nicolas. So he's very efficient at making sure his shots are on target. Doesn't really take those chances that do not have a lot of chances to find at least the goalkeeper. We take a look at the bracket. Of course, we've seen a number of games take place. We're going to be seeing Sevilla and Nicolas advance into that next stage at the bottom of round 2. You can see he'll be playing against Yago, representing Real Betis in that game. We see Daniel Aguilar advancing 4-2 into the next stage in round 2. We still have a few more games left to cement those final spots for the LALIGA FC Pro.
Do you want to practice
finals.
your Spanish?
Yeah, I'll let you take. Frankie, take this.
Those 2 games we have left.
Tengo Spanish skills. Next up, I was about to speak French. This is the problem. Every time I think about speaking Spanish, I'm just like, il y a trop des matches, which is also not proper French either. So in other words, I give up. No lo sé. No lo sé.
We have 14 hours left of tournament today and tomorrow, so
Lo siento.
I mean, you gotta work on your Spanish.
Yeah,
you got a lot of time
Okay,
because you gotta work on your
how
Spanish.
do I commentate like a Spanish commentator? Because it is incredible actually being here in the auditorium in San Sebastian and listening to the Spanish casters work their magic, because I have no idea if they have any oxygen in their lungs, because they never take a breath.
And they should take a breath, because we're coming to a break now. We'll be back with you in a few minutes. We're going to a break. Thank you, guys.
San Sebastian for the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We are down to our last qualification match for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals. We just saw Nicolas back in action for the first time in 4 months. He looks convincing more than ever. He's just qualified himself through to the next round where we'll play against Yago, fellow Argentine from Real Betis, and also he'll be back in 4 weeks' time in Barcelona. Daniel Aguilar, a good friend of yours, he got the job done. He also goes through to the next round. But now we turn our attentions to a player with rich history in this tournament, representing Real Sociedad now, but playing against Deportivo Alaves, the side that he used to play for, and no doubt probably achieved his best things in his career with. It's an interesting one, this, isn't it?
And the league finals in 2021 representing Deportivo Alaves, but now he's representing Real Sociedad here in San Sebastian with the home crowd. We can see people just watching him here with the Real Sociedad t-shirts on. So I think when Zidan goes in, we're going to see a lot of clapping and stuff.
Well, let's get him out now. Zidan, again, a player who has played in this competition all the way back since the start, really. Back in 2019, I mean, you played against him in a grand final and you actually beat him to win the La Liga final itself. He comes out onto the stage now. His second year in a row representing Real Sociedad since moving away from Deportivo Alaves, where he did the double. He's the only player that's actually ever done the double of winning the league and the cup in the same year. Who stands in his way, though? Playing for his former team of Deportivo Alaves is Monte, who, again, played in this competition a handful of times. It's his opportunity, this one, to see exactly what he could do. Coming into this one, is there a strong favourite, or are we looking at two players that individually have got their own right to be here?
I do think Zidan is the favourite, and the main favourite coming in here because he played really well in the Group B. He was ranked second with 2 wins, 2 draws, 8 points out of 12 possible. And the meta suits him really well with the crosses against Sorlov, with the dribbling on the wing. I do think this meta we have in right now suits him really well. But again, Monte, a player who was third on the Group G with 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss, shouldn't be the favorite coming in, but he's really gifted mechanically and anything can happen, definitely.
Absolutely, anything can happen indeed between these two players. It's going to be a really interesting one because the winner of this will play against Neat. It's not a very nice game, is it? You're playing against a 2-time La Liga winner in the round of 16. However, what's more important, as we've already been speaking about throughout the course of today, you win this game, you qualify for the La Liga final in 4 weeks' time at the end of this month, which has all the pressure on because it's your one-way ticket of trying to get an E-Champions League spot and, more importantly, an FC Pro World Championship spot as well. But that's enough from us on the build-up to this one. For now, it's over to Frankie and Ryan to give us all the lowdown on the drafts.
I'm so surprised that Gravison didn't slip in an opportunity to say that in 2019 he did beat Zidan to the title. So I'm thinking that it took Zidan a couple of years to recover and then he came back and absolutely smashed the competition in 2022.
Yeah, he came
back.
Just
a couple of years.
Yeah, came back, done the double, as Brandon mentioned. The only player to do that. He's coming in with a lot of form as well. Came through a tough group and ended up coming second, in that group stage. Ethan topped that group. I must say, a UK player. So yeah, Zidan is a top player.
And he's also got potentially the crowd on his side. The San Sebastian fans have turned out for this one. In fact, we've actually got to decide that mascot somewhere in the crowd. Hopefully we can pick them up on the feed later on. But right now, let's take a look at the draft that these two players are bringing. Starting with Zidan 10, our hometown hero. I think it's pretty clear what he wants to do with this draft, Ryan. Talk to me about Bowdy on the left.
Yeah, of course. He offers a lot of pace going forward and defensively. He's got 4-star skill moves, 4-star weak. It's one of those options at fullback that you can use to go forward. I think Jude Bellingham will slot in at right back as well. He's opted for the 2 icons of Xavi and Xabi Alonso in midfield. Incredible passing play style. Xabi Alonso has intercept plus defensively as well. And Henry.
Oh, I've just realised this is Graveson's draft.
Great.
But I do know that Zidan is building Bowdy has got Bowdy in his draft as well. So that's why I probably got a little bit confused there. But also, my bum was blocking Graveson's name.
Yeah, if Gravison was playing in this tournament this year, I'm sure that this would be one of the best teams. Thierry Henry, the 5-star skill version, just under 6 million coins in this draft as well. And he would have been free, well, he would in this case anyway, because you got one option for an icon. That is the FUT birthday icon as a free player in this squad.
I don't understand financially how he made this work.
It's a lot. It is a lot.
All I can see is Gravison in the background doing a thumbs up to me, like,
Yeah.
I just made it work. I'm just me, I'm a former La Liga champion. Shall we have a look at what we're actually going to see on the stream in a moment?
Yeah, this is the main draft. This is the one we want to look
Yeah,
at. This
this
is
is all
Zidane's
that
draft.
matters.
Valde is there in at left back as well. Araujo in at right back, who I believe will stay in that position just to defend Sorloth, who usually plays left forward. He's gone with Henry, the 5-star weak foot version, Stoichkov, Ronaldinho as well, Xavi, Gundogan. There's a lot of top players in this squad.
Yeah, interesting. Oblak again in the goal. We've seen Oblak actually at the start of the matches today. What did you think of him in comparison to Courtois?
He wouldn't be the option I would go for, just because I like taller goalkeepers. Courtois is a lot taller than Oblak in game, but his bench as well, he's got options. He's got Aspas, Yankuto, he's got Jimenez as well defensively, but the main man, Griezmann, will come off the bench. We can take a look at Ikemonti's draft as well. He'll be rivaling Zidane coming into this game. We'll take a look at the options he's gone for, and you can see he's put a lot of his trust in his forwards. Ronaldinho, Buchagueño and Stoichkov. Of course, Jude Bellingham in right centre midfield. Sorloth left back again. Jude Bellingham will slot in at left back in this situation. Sorloth will end up playing left or right forward. And he's got the passes in midfield, Frankie.
I want to ask though about the success of Bellingham so far when he's been playing in that full-back position. What do you think of it?
I think he offers a lot going forward and defensively. Players playing there because of the height, he can challenge Sorloth in the air, but then going forward he can offer a lot because of his technical plus play style, 4-star skill, his 4-star weak foot, his dribbling attributes. He can do everything.
Why do you think he's bothered with the goalkeeper on the subs bench? Is that just a case of doing the numbers?
I actually don't know. That's very obscure. I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe he was running low on cost and he couldn't afford to put maybe Griezmann on the bench. But yeah, he opted for Oblak, which is, yeah, that is an obscure one. I'm not sure.
It feels like maybe it's a bit of a fill there. I mean, obviously I'm not the expert. I could be completely wrong with this one. It feels to me that Zidane's draft is perhaps a more confident one.
Yeah, I think this one, I can see the regular Nico Williams. I just think he was low on coins. He couldn't do too much with it.
Okay, well, I do want to know what Gravison thinks over with Brandon Smith. Gravison, did you draft better than these two players?
I did.
Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Definitely.
I'm a mastermind in this game. Of course I did.
Yeah, especially with Griezmann at right back.
Yeah.
I know you're changing him. I know you're changing him in game, but I love what you've done there with your draft. Remember, you can also draft your teams at home. FC Pro. FCPro.draft.com, I believe. You can go and submit your drafts within these current requirements of 20 million coins, maximum of 4 heroes or icons. You're allowed 1 free Ultimate Birthday player in that draft as well, a maximum of 3 players per club. So if you haven't done it yet, get drafting because we're ready to jump into our next game, I believe, Gravison. I'm interested to see how Zidane gets on here. I mean, he didn't have by any means a standout 2023 season by his own remarks, but regardless, he has been a 2-time, I should say a double champion of this competition before. He's made a top 4 in previous years and got himself a runner-up spot back in 19 against yourself. I mean, back then, that was a crazy fight. I remember you scored a ridiculous free kick, Gravison, in that final.
R9, yeah, the main man.
Which came off the post and in, was it? Or bar and in or something on those lines?
Yeah, I was losing the game 1-0 and then the free kick went in. That was probably the best goal I've ever scored in a competition.
And there was so much respect in that final as well. I think you were both in tears, you were hugging each other, saying well played, and I think that's always been such a big thing when we get to these finals here in Spain, the respect between the players and just the emotion is really something that you often see on the show. Let's just also remind you there is another game taking place in our B stream. We have got Racing Club Ferrol up against CD Leganés, where we're seeing Happy in action, the Mexican player, who you may remember from the FC Pro Open, is in Spain representing a Spanish football club there.
Leganés, yeah. I mean, he did have a really good run on the FC Pro, and now he finds himself in a good matchup, in a favorable matchup, because he's playing against Zumaquero, a really good player, the Racing de Ferrol player, but this should be a winnable game for Happy, but we never know, especially here in La Liga. We'll see what happens in the secondary stream on Spanish.
Well, let's kick off our main feature game. Zidan against Monte.
What's interesting about the draft is we had, I think, 3 players coming on Alaves with Ariel Plus. I don't know if it were 2 or 3, because we are going to see a lot of crosses coming from Zidan. I mean, it's not that he has crossed only this year. His game style has been crossing for quite a long time now, and especially now with the Air Plus. you have to stop him. It's going to be hard.
Well, one thing that both players can agree on in this one, Gravison, is they're both big fans of Ronaldinho. They've splashed the cash on the Brazilian in the final third. His future stars icon does feature in this team. It's a big chunk of cash out of the budget.
As we can see, that's a big mistake from Zidan. Zidan will be playing with the blue shirt from left to right, and Monte from Alaves will be playing with the white shirt from right to left.
And the winner of this game will play against Real Valladolid. Could be an early chance. Inca Monte looking to find his first shot on target, which he does eventually find via Ilkay Gundogan.
He was looking for the finesse shot, especially with a playstyle plus from Ilkay Gundogan. And now corner coming in.
Whipped towards the front post, defended well by Sorloff on the defensive side.
And I do think we're going to see a lot of switching up the play from Zidan, because he's not in a hurry to counter-attack.
He's got the perfect player to offer that switch as well in Javi, who will happily, as we discovered in the FC Pro Open, just pick up that ball for about 400,000 coins and just switch it from left to right. Here's Ronaldinho looking to pile more pressure on. Switch of play finds Bellingham, who isn't it right back again by the looks of it. Ronaldinho 1-on-1 against his man. Richard Gueno is going to come back again to Deportivo Alaves, who will then eventually get a corner for their efforts. Already 3 or 4 shots on target against Zidan. It's the intention he's putting onto the game. It goes towards the front post, and at the moment Zidan has done a great job defensively of just defending with Sorloff to stop the offensive Sorloff pressure that we've come accustomed to seeing here.
And sometimes it's tough playing at home with the home crowd. I mean, it happened with Diogo over at the United States League, because sometimes it puts the pressure on you. So let's see if Zidan can handle the pressure playing at home here in San Sebastian.
Well, one thing we're seeing also, Gravison, is Rudiger as a right back in this formation. There's the lofted pass that we expected to see from Zidan for the first time in the game, but it's Rudiger that goes as a right back just to try and stop the ongoing threat aerially of Sorloff there. Out he goes for a corner.
Taking quick.
Whipped in towards the front post, and there it is! It's his second shot on target. And he has got a crowd that is very loud for him here in San Sebastian. We've even got the club mascot out in the crowd as well. Who's come from Real Sociedad.
We have everyone in here. Again, brilliant first goal by Zidan. We mentioned how a couple of games before we saw the Tex corner. Now we saw the Matias corner. Because you can learn a lot of things watching other leagues and stuff. And I'm sure Zidan learned from that Matias Bonano corner, which was taken quick to the first post. 1-0. Still a lot of time to play. He's not building up the play well at the moment.
Balder, there's the flick down. You know where that's going on a play. Stoichkov. Oh. Very nearly. Was able just to redirect that pass into the fullback. I mean, we saw your draft. I mean, who would be your ideal back four coming into this?
Team of the Year Bellingham.
So Bellingham would be your player to stop Sorloff?
Probably, yeah. I mean, you can try Araujo with Air Plus, but I do think if you're attacking with him, he's kind of weak. And Team of the Year Bellingham can probably defend aerial, but he can attack as well.
Well, a question as well to those that are watching from home. Let us know wherever you're watching from in the chat. Who do you think is the most drafted player in these teams? I'll give you the answer after this attack does come in. Balde looking for a cut back into Ronaldinho. He might think about finesse. He steals it down, who is dancing his way towards the box there. I mean, that's the flair that Ronaldinho will give you, but still the confidence from Zidan to go that direct. Corner played short, step overs are then are all chained together. And if you're wondering what the answer was,
what is it?
It's Araujo. He's been drafted in every single player's team, Gravison. 24 times out of 24 options he has been selected. It doesn't really surprise you, does it?
No. Have you tried it at home, Araujo?
I haven't got the facilities or the budget.
I'm sure you do. He's not that expensive.
I'm sure I could try and use it this weekend on a pro player's team, maybe just for a game. Just let me use it for a game.
He's really good at the area, plus can stop Sorloth, can stop Haaland, can stop those big, tall players. But as a centre back is where he shines, in my opinion, and that's where we're probably going to see him today as a centre back. Sometimes as a right back to defend these potential headers by Sorloth. But it's interesting. Is it the only player with 100% pick rate?
He's the only player that's been picked in every single team, Gravison. Just a quick one on the corner scenario. For those at home who'll be thinking, how can I get better at corners? And we're speaking about Sorloth here. He's a 24,000 coin player, roughly, to add into your team at home, who offers you so much going forward. Is it really just a 50-50 every time that ball goes into the box for a corner? Because it doesn't seem like there's as much as it's successful at times, and it is a really common way of scoring. Finesse comes in from distance. Is it a case of it's just a flip of a coin? Sometimes Sorloth's going to get there, sometimes the goalie's going to get there. Yeah,
sometimes you try to play your luck and it works out for you, but I mean, it's hard to defend. That's why it's so effective. Stoico passing the ball to Bellingham. We have a pause coming in because it was an offside, and I mean, that roulette from Ronaldinho was just beautiful. Beautiful FC we just saw. There's a pause coming in here, some tactical changes with instructions, and I do think Sorloth is going to change wings from left to right with Alaves, with the changes we saw coming in from Monte.
Well, it was a really promising first 15 minutes, wasn't it, from Monte? He was on the front foot, he was making it difficult. You could understand the intentions he was trying to imply into this game for Zidan by scoring an early goal. But then Zidan, with his second shot on target, was able to take full control of the game. Over in our B game, just very quickly an update for you. Zumaquero against Happy. It is Happy, the Mexican, that leads by a 0-0. And again, we'll be keeping you up to date with that. If you want to follow the action, you can follow it on the La Liga FC Pro B stream, where our fantastic Spanish commentary team are guiding you through the action there. That's what Rudiger will offer you. Just climbed over there. What a ball this could be. Puchagueno, the ball just got stuck behind him ever so slightly.
Many mistakes on both sides from the build-up, especially for Monte. He did start really well the first 10 to 15 minutes, but now he hasn't found the inside passes into Xavi, into the midfielders.
What a ball from Rudiger. Finds Baldo. There's that cut back. Ronaldinho then will look to try and get it down the byline and squeeze it. Little Elastico. This is Zidan of Real Sociedad. Leads by a 0-0, Henry. Lovely that Croquetti. You saw the idea there. Just tried to scoop onto his opposite foot, potentially for a finish.
There's something about Zidan playing in La Liga FC Pro, because last year he lost in the semi-finals against Matias Bonanno. 2 years ago he won the cup and the finals as well. Runner-up in 2019 against me. He's arguably the most consistent player in the league's competition history.
And this is his 5th season, Gravison, so if you really start breaking that down, he won it 1 year, grand final 2nd place 1 year, top 4 the other year. This is one of the years as well, and of course aside from that, maybe not a strong year, but still that consistency in 4 finished competitions. You know, 3 of the 4 of them he's made the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's the level of FC we expect from Zidan, because he's so consistent. And I think that's because of his mental fortitude. I mean, he doesn't lose games in the last kick of the games. That's for a reason.
There's the flick on. Oh, he's playing headers and volleys in the box. Interesting fact about Zidan is, well, he actually lives in Gran Canaria.
Yep.
So he's one of the few players that has to travel in from afar to play in this competition.
It is far. Would you live in the Canary Islands if you could?
I was actually in Gran Canaria about 3 weeks ago. I was trying to speak to Zidan about it between our communication, which was blocked at times, but I just said the words. It was really nice, and he said he loves it there. He's got no intentions of moving to mainland Spain. I don't think. I think he's enjoying maybe the extra couple of degrees that he gets in Gran Canaria.
Extra couple or extra 10 degrees?
Yeah,
probably.
maybe 10, maybe even 15. Here's Stoichkov. Added time of 1 minute. Zidan looking for the last chance of this first 45 minutes. He'll fall back to ball there. That should do us. Or not. Is he going to give a corner? He is. Remember, Soloff was the goal scorer from a corner before for Zidan. Is he going to find another one from a corner? Oof. No, he is not. Half-time. Real Sociedad lead by a goal to nil, and it's got this home crowd very happy indeed. Remember, the winner of this game will then go to play against NEAT of Real Valladolid later on today. Those young fans over the moon to be here live in San Sebastian for La Liga FC Pro Cup.
If we look at the stats, we have 58% of possession coming in from Real Sociedad. I mean, he's winning pretty much every single stat. Shots on target, possession, tackling, everything. And that's the reason why he's winning the game 1-0 at the moment, because he's been simply better in every single aspect of the game to Monte, especially with the corners. I mean, both of them were, I think he had 3 corners. 2 of them were really dangerous, and when Monte had a couple of them coming into Sorloth, they weren't precise enough. And sometimes it's just the smallest details, as corner kicks or free kicks as well.
Well, back underway we get for our second half here. Real Sociedad lead by a goal to nil. Thanks to Soloff. See you later, says Buchagueno through the legs of the defender. Buchagueno still now, back post could be available. It should be a tap-in. Soloff did not lock onto it.
Oh.
Ika Monte there will be asking how on earth. How's the Norwegian forward not just tap it into the back of the net, corner to be played in now towards that front post.
Poor corner again. Oh, what was Sorloth doing? He was looking at the crowd still or something, because he didn't lock onto the ball, and that could have been a really easy tap in a way. But it wasn't tapped in from Sorloth, and now Real Sociedad and Zidan have the chance to attack. He'll switch out the play to Balde, he'll switch out the play again to Rudiger. He probably won't attack with Rudiger because as a right back there's not much you can do with him.
But he's not always the player to play right back though, is he? I mean, we've seen Jude Bellingham, team of the year, come in as a right back. Rudiger as well.
Possible cross? No. This could be huge.
He's got the pace around the defender potentially. It's a running race between Militao and Buchagueno. They sort of had to come out a lot wider as he was getting caught up on the running race between the two players. Stoichkov, second man press there coming in from Gundogan. Ronaldinho all trying to make it difficult.
Nice defense. Nice defense. The player switching was on point. The offside trapping was on point as well. That's probably the best defense you can do in this situation, and that's the reason why he's winning the game 1-0, because of defense.
Should be through. There's a through ball over the top. Stoichkov, is he onside? I believe he is. Big chance. Real Sociedad. Ball rolls inside and gets this crowd on their feet. Real Sociedad have doubled their lead, and it is the former cup champion Rob Zidan that's found a second. What was so impressive about that? He didn't ball roll outside, he ball rolled inside into the Trivela.
Yeah, probably you would expect it to keeper to be moving to the outside, so that was the reason why when he was 3 meters away from the mover, from the keeper, he decided to move it inwards, decided to Trivela as well. But in my opinion, what's impressive about the whole thing is not the goal, which was really good, the defense prior to it. I mean, there's a reason why we say defense wins competitions. I mean, he has been defending pretty much perfectly throughout the whole match. And you score goals, at least 1 or 2. Impressive defense by Zidan at the moment.
Gundogan, Xavi has gone for a third, potentially so. Where's the shot going to line up, or the chance? Omri looking to try and get a one-on-one battle with a couple of defenders there. Finesse from distance, off the woodwork. Soloff there on the rebound. He makes it 3.
And again, when you're defending like that, the way he's defending, sometimes your attacking just flows and flows. I mean, we can see the change from Zidan's attack from first half to second half. Now he's a step over in, he's first time passing. He's kind of triggering runs to the strikers as well. And then when he has the chance to go for the finesse, because he worked the angle, he went for it. It was green time. He was lucky with the reflection and with the header by Sorloth, but again, the build-up was perfect. And now Iker Monte is in a tough position because you're 3-0 down. You haven't done anything on the attacking side of things, especially from the last 30 minutes. And Zidan seems to be flowing.
Well, speaking of Zidan, a pretty random story. It must have been about last year. He actually won Canary Islands Esports Player of the Year, coming off the back of the success that he had in the La Liga FC Pro. I mean, look, this, as it currently stands, Gravison, we're looking at Real Valladolid against Real Sociedad, Neat against Zidan in a round of 16 game here at the club. You are looking at two former champions of the La Liga FC Pro going head-to-head in only a round of 16 game. That could be a semi-final, that could be a grand final.
That could be anything, really, because we haven't seen yet Tuga play, we haven't seen yet Yago play, we haven't seen Neat play yet. I mean, we have seen some amazing
Higgins
players.
As well, playing later
on
today. There's so many big names still here in the competition. Remember that we are back tomorrow as well here in San Sebastian. 24 clubs came into the tournament. 8 will be eliminated after this first 4 rounds of action, and then we'll be moving into our last 16 of the competition. All of those 16 players also will have qualified themselves for the La Liga FC Pro Grand Finals of the league format later on this year. A €350,000 prize pool this year in La Liga, the biggest league in terms of prize pool. That's a gift. That's a gift for Bruchagueno. He has to finish it.
That was a poor decision by Butragueño. I think he should have gone for either post, green time it. Whatever happens is fine. But again, he didn't take a decision. Sometimes not taking a decision, it's a decision itself. Nobody will stop Henry.
Henry. No one stopping him. Fun fact for you, he's currently the fastest icon in the game, is Thierry Henry. You can just see why there with the pace he has to offer. Xavi in the air. Is there a flick down available? No, there isn't. 2 hands on it for Courtois. In our other matchup, there's been a bit of a turnaround there. Zumaquero is 2-1 up against Happy. Happy went 1-0 up in the game over on our B stream. Remember that is the same Happy that got a top 16 in the FC Pro Open earlier on this year. Ronaldinho.
Other post again.
You're asking a lot of the angle there, aren't you, Grav?
Yeah. He has worked the angle with the heel to ball roll, which was good enough. But again, he went for the near post. Should have been the far post.
Well, in a second, we're going to head over to our B stream game, unless Stoichkov can get one back. It was about time, wasn't it? Because he was getting into these areas, and it was a case of, was he going to score? If he was going to score, or when he was going to be able to find the back of the net. There is still 21 minutes left in the game. For now, we'll jump across in a second to our B stream game, Gravison. What's the lowdown over here?
And now, Racing de Ferrol is leading the game 2-1. Happy's losing 1-2 to Zumaquero, and it's not surprising, we could say, because Zumaquero did beat Neat in the group stage. So we're gonna stay a little bit in this match because, I mean, at the moment Zumaquero is leading the game, but I think that happen, especially with this pass into Cruyff. Maybe a potential cross. He decides to cross it.
Look at the space. Back inside. It's perfect from Happy. We couldn't hear that Vamos, but I can assure you it would have been a very loud one. A little cheeky wink to the camera as well from Happy. He knew exactly what he was doing with the chance there. I mean, we speak about the use of Sorloth and the aerial players, but that chance there was perfect. The one more pass down. R9's going to have harder goals to score than that, but 30 minutes left of the clock, which shows the right game to come to. The score's 2-2.
And it was pretty much a perfect counter-attack. It started with player lock into the striker because of the play style. He wasn't stopped, Cruyff, and he decided to cross it perfectly, timed really well. The knockdown was amazing as well. Now the game is tied, 2-2. But again, Zumaquero has been playing competitive for 4 years now, so he's an experienced La Liga player. Let's see what he can do attacking with Team of the Year Bellingham.
Griezmann, De Jong. Zumaquero stopped in his tracks there by Frankie De Jong on the defensive side. As that goal then suddenly speared some life into Happy to get this match done and dusted. Remember, he did go 1-0 up in the tie originally. Conceded 2 goals in quick succession, the winner.
Nice defense by team of the year Bellingham.
Of this game, we'll be playing against Ethan Higgins of Real Sporting, and I'm sure you know him from Team Footwiz. He will be in action in our last game of the evening tonight. Winner of this one will play against him. Chance to break now for Happy to maybe snatch the game if he can get Cruyff to pull away from Araha. He just couldn't.
Maybe just a single triangle instead of over the top through ball.
Updating our main game. Zidan 3-1 in front. Last 15 in-game minutes in that one.
Nice tackle by Militao.
He's won it back, hasn't he? Timothy Bellingham, someone got back on his feet and picked up the ball perfectly. Lofted in there, Saul off in the air! And that's what he's in the team to do, Zumaquero. Big celebrations. Because he knows if he wins this game, he will qualify for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals in 4 weeks' time. This isn't just a cup, it's a huge qualification process for 16 players in 16 Spanish football clubs.
There's a reason why we're spending 5 million coins on Team of the Year Bellingham. He was fighting for the badge. I mean, the way he got up and the way he crossed it into Sorloth.
It's a bit, the way he tripped over and picked up the ball is what you pay 6 million coins for a Team of the Year Jude Bellingham.
It really is.
I can't promise you he'll do that every single time, but he did on that occasion. Over to this one now. Scoreline still the same. It looks like Zidan is going to be going through to play against Neat in the round of 16. Unless we are in for a crazy last 7 in-game minutes.
Which could happen, but Zidan is patient enough to pass the ball to Sorloth. Now the counter-attack is in.
Where's the through ball? There's loads of space for Sorloth on the right-hand side if he wants to use him. He might just be a decoy. No, he does get the ball, Sorloth. And where's the cut back? There it is. Thank you very much. Thierry Henry says 4-1. And Real Sociedad are heading on through to the round of 16 where they will be playing against Neat in a few hours' time.
Game, set and match for Zidan, who secures his spot in the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. He secures the spot for the round of 16 as well. And what can we say about him? Really impressive performance defensively, with the build-up, with the crosses, with the corners. I mean, overall, great performance.
Stoichkov's
not good enough.
done well to get into those areas, but for Monte now it's just too little too late. He'll be crashing out of the competition, and that'll be the end of the road for him and his LALIGA FC Pro journey for this calendar year. He'll be back to the drawing board and FC 25 to wait for him till we see him again. Is Zidan done yet? He might fancy a 5th. Oof. Henry.
Nope.
Can just enjoy himself out there. It's another player eliminated. I mean, it's just one game left to conclude. We'll go back to when we can. It will be Zumaquero against Happy to find out who will be our last player into this year's LALIGA Pro Grand Finals. Overall, solid performance from Zidan.
An overall really... With the finesse shot, the game is over. Zidan qualifies for the next round. And we'll jump over shortly into the Racing de Ferrol against Leganés match. Zidan waves the crowd, because as we can hear coming into the microphones, there is a lot of Real Sociedad fans in here. Iker Monte is sadly out of the competition. We can see this beautiful image of Iker Monte and Zidan. And again, 15 minutes left to play, and we haven't seen really some surprises, because we expected Nico to beat J. Real, we expected Dani Aguilar to beat Hugo Sanchez. We expected T. Sanchez to win against Dani Navarete. This might be the first surprise we see today. But again, Zumaquero still has to win.
Potentially so. We're jumping into it live now for you. Last 13 minutes of this one. This is live for you. Happy, as we said, it's an interesting call from. We always speak about players, you know, playing in different virtual leagues where they can, that are part of the FC Pro ecosystem, because we know how important the spots are now. Leagues play such a part, whether it's getting you into the E-Champions League, the FC Pro World Championships, or even those important play-ins. Happy thought, you know what? I might live in Mexico, but I'm coming over to Spain to play in the league this year. So we'll be disappointed if he was to fall out without making the grand finals, unless he can find an equaliser now. Sorloff has time, and so does R9!
I mean, I can listen to that scream from Happy from here. I mean, a huge vamos twice in a row for 10 minutes, and now he has to calm himself down because he still have 10 minutes left to play. But again, Sorloff with the knockdown to R9, nothing you can do defensively.
Just for some context, stage 2 is not the stage we're on right now, but I can assure you we probably heard them. They're in the opposite side of the studios here in San Sebastian, but it's just been a vamos battle between the two of them. Every time they've scored, they've just got louder and louder. Into the pause menu we go again. There's just a little inside scoop of what these teams look like and what is being changed. Looks like Nico Williams is coming on for the side of Zumaquero. He's debating the substitution there. You can just see him over him.
Now he's chatting with his brother, Zumaquero. Pair of brothers, coach and player, trying to decide. Williams is playing as an attacker, as a midfielder. He decided to go with him as a striker instead of down to the midfield.
Well, he thought about bringing on Ilkay Gundogan there as well, but no, wants to remain faithful to De Jong.
¡Dios, cabrón! ¡Me lo quita!
Well, can you translate that?
No, I prefer not to.
You prefer not to? Hopefully it didn't offend anyone. Apologies if any language has. We've just got some very passionate players and fans on the stage here in LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
Nice press.
Last 8 minutes left.
Whoa.
Sorloff paces away. Big chance this one for Happy now. Can he snatch the goal? Bellingham, oh, very nearly put on a plate for Johan Cruyff there. Whoever scores this one, if it's in the normal time, it is going to be scenes on that stage. Winner of this one will play against Ethan of Real Sporting later on tonight.
Good build-up. Good pass. I'm sure Ethan is watching and analyzing both of his possible opponents in the next round. It seems like any of them can win the man at the moment.
The thing about Ethan as well, we were joking about it in the hotel earlier today, he's got to wait a long time to play his game grabs, and he's playing at 9:30 local time tonight.
Yeah, same as Nid. Yep.
I mean, I'm sure Nid will feel the same. The tournament started at 3. Look at R9 go, by the way. R9 is completely through for Happy here. He gets past Araho, and Thibaut Courtois, it might be his gold item, but he may have just saved the day for Zumaquero.
Was
Corner to come in now. Finesse, lofted it in, flicks it down. The idea was there. No, off the line. Still alive. Cruyff, massive save. Courtois.
offside? No.
What on earth is happening back there?
No chance.
That was nearly a terrible way to end the game. Sorloff, back to Stoichkov. This is Happy. Tries to push through from Elasticon when it's down the goalkeeper's throat with Courtois. There is still enough time for Zumaquero to get the ball forward and go back and attack again if he wants to.
Now Zumaquero can... No.
Oh my days, what's he doing?
I mean, he's panicking. He's panicking at the moment.
Is he going to snatch it now of his last chance? No, he's not. Bellingham wins it back again for Happy. And he's past the halfway line, so the referee's going to play on with a chance.
Possible cross.
Lost it in. Sorloff down. Into R9. He's offside.
Wow.
He's off to offside. offside, and we're going into extra time. He can't believe it. Happy thought he's onside.
This really felt like the FC Pro moment, as you can remember. Long over the top through ball, power shot, last minute of the game goal. Happy doesn't seem to be happy at all. Oh. Wow. What happened on those last 5 minutes? What happened?
There was a moment there, wasn't there, where I've got no idea what happened. It was a coming together in the box. There was nearly an own goal scored.
We can hear Zumaquero speaking with his brother. Again, debating. Nico Williams is off the pitch. I mean, he's just played for five minutes. I mean, when was he jumped in the minute 85, I think? Now he's off the pitch. That's a pretty bad performance overall.
I think that's also player superstitions there, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they don't want to get to the end of the game and be like, yeah, I shouldn't have played you.
I mean, if we look at the stats, expected goals 3.1 for Happy. We can see Zidan taking photos with the home crowd. I mean, a lot of Real Sociedad fans in here. It's always beautiful to see the love to their home player. But again, expected goals 3.1.
Oh, wait, we got a snack going on here for Zumaquero.
What is it?
He's having a banana.
Plátano, not banana. We're in Spain. It's plátano de Canarias, actually. You know,
I've got no idea what you're saying, Ramson.
It's fine, don't worry. Do you think that's fruit? Do you think that's another thing?
Oh, it's fruit, that.
It's fruit?
We can actually hear them now as well. And how loud they're going to be. There must be a little crowd forming over there on that second stage as well, because we've had some amazing games taking place throughout the day there. 30 more minutes of extra time needed. 3-3 between the two. This is our last game from the first round. 15 players have already put their tickets to the LALIGA FC Pro Finals in a few weeks' time in Barcelona. This is the last ticket that is available to that tournament. Potentially a chance for you to still get Champions League, to still get the FC Pro World Championship spots. We could be an early door for Zumaquero.
Oh, what a save.
And it's Courtois that's tipped it around the corner to give us an opportunity from this far out. Our line's come short. You can see who's on the edge of the 6-yard box. There's Sorloff, who will look to go towards the back post instead. Maybe a chance to break now.
Nice press by Gundogan.
Big tackle from Cafu, who might be out on the left-hand side of the pitch, but he can play there as well.
And again, with 9 minutes half.
Two poor decisions there from Happy.
Yeah.
And now he has to deal with another wave of...
And again.
The pressure that's coming his way.
Look at Bellingham.
He's continuing his run. He could just be a decoy, if anything. Cruyff back to R9, Happy. Still in possession, just about. Able to reunite that one on the finesse. Which was time green. Pulls a save out from the goalkeeper. We're able to recycle a corner from this area.
Ah, no. And now, look at Sorloff. Possible passing to him. He's through.
Massive chance for De Jong, who probably should have been subbed off a few times from Zumaquero, but he just could not take him off.
He couldn't. Couldn't do it. Possible cross, no. Nah.
Dinks it up to Stoichkov. Never really looked like he was interested in winning that battle with Cafu.
Which of play. We haven't seen anything pretty much these first 10 minutes. But I mean, they're playing for a chance to be alive in this competition, the whole competitive season. So there's a lot of things at stake at the moment.
You can certainly understand the pressure. Bellingham off balance there, just lost in. Not great ball into R9. Possession again will change hands. It's been end-to-end between these two, and it's been very loud between them. Playing for that last chance.
Nice tackle.
For 15 in-game minutes.
which could be dangerous.
Added time of 1 minute. Where he's looking for.
Oh. Brilliant touch. Cafu.
And that should Gravison do us for half-time in the first 15 minutes. Still 3-3. We're edging closer towards penalties, maybe.
We still have 15 minutes left for that not to happen. Either one is able to score a goal. At the moment, we can see how Zumaquero is probably calling for a ref. Something's happening there, but I mean, Cafu has been playing a really brilliant extra time with the tackling, with the offensive attack, and it's interesting to see the tackles between Racing and Leganés, because Happy is a player that tackles a lot. So we had 33 tackles, and Zumaquero is more of a I go near you and you make a mistake. With just 6 tackles in this whole match. It's always interesting to see the difference between the defensive game styles between players. So now we have 15 minutes left. So both of the players are speaking with their coaches. And Happy is a player built for these situations. We've seen it this year with the FC Pro. I'm sure he can make something happen in these last 15 minutes.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a few punts to get out, but he would be rather happy with a win before going to penalties. Well, we can hear it now. "15 minutes. To determine who will be going through to play against Ethan Higgins of Real Sporting later on today. Oh. Just a lot of these passes just keep being dispossessed, Gravison, and it's...
They're not playing well at the moment. That's the truth, but I mean, it's hard to play when the stakes are so high. So maybe this one. Nice press. This could be huge.
It's fullback on fullback, chance to get away now. This is Happy. Look at the space of R9. Also, Cruyff is potentially a 3-on-2 here. He has to work this one well. A nice step over into a save again. How many more times is Thibaut Courtois going to be the hero? Because once again he is. Cruyff.
Nice tackle.
Pulls a tackle out eventually from Frankie de Jong, who has still got something left in the engine.
And again, the goalkeeper movement. We always talk about that, because if Thibaut Courtois wasn't moved manually, that would have been a goal.
Player lock.
Not
Just
good.
create a little creative run there for Stoichkov to run onto.
Not good enough.
It was also well read on the opposite side. Are you feeling a goal in normal time, or are we off to pens?
I guess we'll see.
I reckon pens.
That's offside.
Or is he onside? Yes, the offside. Cafu.
I do think we're going to see a last-minute screamer, because we're in La Liga and things happen in La Liga.
It would be a crazy set of celebrations. De Jong. Zidan. Gundogan in the way again. Every attack means so much, and elimination here will end your season potentially so.
I really like the way Happy is playing, just counter-attacking. I mean, it's a risky way to play, because you give your opponent the chance to build up nicely from the defense, but he only needs 2 touches. Player lock into striker, and if he's through, like Cafu is at the moment.
Cafu. Big chance. R9 still in no man's land. Lowering off the bench. Finesse from Zidan.
This is going to be the last kick of the game. Let's see what Happy can do with it.
Added time to come now. As we said, a win here sends you into the round of 16 in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and also into the grand finals. in 3 weeks' time. And in time of 1 minute, this is his last chance to make something happen for Happy. Big switch of play again. You know he's going to win that in the air. Soloff back to R9. He's dispossessed. We're off to penalties.
Yes, baby. Let's go.
Who is going to hold their nerve for a spot in the best 16 here in Spain? And who's stepping up first? Let's find out. It is Zumaquero with Stoichkov up first from the spot. Which way will he go? He does go down the middle. Cheeky Panenka to get us going. And now it's Happy Stoichkov to make it 1 from 1. Perfect pens.
Will he go for a Panenka again? Maybe top left, bottom right. He decides to go for the Panenka again. Cheeky goal. He's leading 2-1. And Happy decides to go to the bottom left. He scores 2-2.
Both players holding their nerve so far. It's back to Zumaquero with Zidan. 3 Panenkas in a row, surely not. Oh, yes!
Panenkas in a row! What?
Gundogan scores. Not again. Surely not again, Graf.
Surely not again, Gundogan. It has to go. Right, left. Right, left. Yeah, he goes for the right. He scores. He did try to stay for the Panenka. It wasn't good enough. Now Ronaldo goes bottom right. 4-4.
I have to remember Happy has rich experience with penalties back in the FC Pro Open when he won a game on pens back there. Cafu down the middle. He's back to Panenka in. Needs to score this one, Happy. All the pressure back on Soloff. Or is Zumaquero going to save? Soloff steps up. Saved!
He's saved!
Zumaquero!
He's through!
He's in! To the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals! And it's heartbreak for Happy. They crash out the tournament.
We were asking for things to happen.
And that is what the LALIGA FC Pro will deliver. It's only our first round of matches.
Anything can happen in La Liga. I know you know that, but I mean, we were asking for upsets, and then Zumaquero produces this. What can we do but clap? Amazing match.
Commiserations to Happy. Look, a penalty shootout, it's just a coin flip. You never know which way it is going to go. But we've just lost 8 clubs here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. 16 are through, and more importantly, 16 are into the Grand Finals in 4 weeks' time in Barcelona, which is going to be a cracking event. Obviously, where they'll be battling out for that huge prize pot of over 200,000 euros there and the FC Pro World Championships and the Champions League. That is our first round officially concluded now. 8 teams have been eliminated, 8 teams have gone through, and now I want to speak up to Frankie, who is with Zidan.
Won a stellar performance on this stage. How do you feel about it?
I'm feeling good because these days are the best days for me, but I have to win this game. I'm in finals now, and this is the important.
I know things are hard for you right now. How do you focus so well on the game? 4 goals to 1. It didn't seem like things were affecting you at all.
In this game, you can only defend. You have to attack, to score goals, because the opponent can score more goals, and in one moment you can lose.
Monte could not score more goals than you. What does La Liga mean to you? You won in 2022, you were beaten by Gravison in 2019 to second, even last year, top 4. You could potentially win again. Why are you so good here in Spain?
I think I'm feeling in my home in this competition. Always I want to play this. For me, it's the best competition in the world. And I want more.
Well, right now you're looking like one of the best players too. Thank you so much. Gracias, so much. Congratulations. We're going to head back to the desk.
Thank you.
Great to hear there from Zidan. Again, looking very, very confident one step at a time, but I'd say always very humble on the big stage, always very respectful to his opponents. Some great sportsmanship there as he eliminated Monte. But regardless, a really convincing performance from him. He's into the LALIGA finals again. I mean, look across the board there, Gravison. 5 seasons he's always been in the finals.
I mean, he's arguably the best player in La Liga history.
Most consistent as well.
With Nit. I mean, it's a thing between Nit and Zidan in a way. But always he's humble. He's humble because he doesn't name himself as the GOAT in La Liga or anything. He knows he's playing at home and he has to be confident. So let's see at the best place in the first game between Zidan and Nicolas Monte, because it started really well. It started really well for him with this chance, but not the chance, because as we can see here, he scored with Sorlov in a corner. And again, it all started with a corner. His first celebration was kind of shy in a way, but he was playing really well. He was playing well.
And these were the moments that we were speaking about, Gravison. Sorlov somehow locks onto that one. We're looking at a 1-1 scoreline. But it's one of those, if you give Zidan too long, he's going to start causing problems. Did really well there to ball roll inside and then a reverse finish into the bottom corner there. We thought he might go the opposite side, but the goalkeeper made it easy for him. There's the finesse from distance that came off the woodwork, and that's why Sorlov is in the team. Only 20,000 coins. Right place, right time. There was a goal back in the game. It was a case of, when was that first goal going to come? And unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. Zidan running away with a 4-1 lead in the air. Remember, he plays against Neat. You mentioned about Neat being one of the best consistent players in the Liga. Well, he has to play against him in the round of 16. So that one should be quite an interesting game.
Let's see what happens in that match. But first, we will see the highlights of the second game. I mean, this brilliant goal by Sorlov. Everything went from happy, but then Zumaquero turning it around. What a finish by Sorlov. But then Sorlov, croqueta cancellation into a shot, 1-1. And again, Zumaquero was feeling good and he was feeling confident. I mean, he scored the second goal with the celebration coming in. This was a brilliant goal. We did saw this live. I mean, the extra pass was really good, and we can hear the vamos now coming in.
It started to get a little bit louder, didn't it, in that game, as the goal started to go in, and the pressure kept on building. That was Sorlov to make it 3-2 to Zumaquero, but then you don't count happy out just yet, because then you see what happens here. This one was, I don't know what this was. The ball was ricocheted around the box and it was pinballing here and there. Luckily, there was some great goalkeeping there from Courtois to ensure that a goal that probably shouldn't have gone in didn't go in. It went to extra time and then it went to penalties in the end. But this was our play of the match from that last round of actions. We said we're 4 rounds deep here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and it came back to it, which I can understand. It was a big opportunity to pull away with a 2-goal cushion. And it was just the composure there.
Yeah, because you could say mechanically that's a fairly easy thing to do. You just ball roll and Trivela with a green time shot. But the timing was really good. And the intelligence of it, really, because you would think he should have gone to the other way. But he went to the inside. He moved the keeper to the wrong side. Great goal. And
it gave him a 2-goal cushion, which then led him on to get a 4-1 win in the end. These were his stats so far in the competition. Of course, this was from his group stages where, look, he's been convincing in the group stage. We knew he's been convincing. He's done enough, of course, to qualify himself for this stage, but not enough to also get himself into the top 8 straight away. He had to go the long way around, but I mean, for Neat, we've got a Zidan here, Gravison, that's played the game already. He's felt the pressure being on the stage. He's got a home crowd here with him for Neat. Neat's just had to sit and wait for 12 hours plus to play his first game.
The thing is, they are playing at 9:30. So it's really for Zidan now, because right now I think you have time to pretty much, I wouldn't say go to a hotel, but maybe you can go for a walk around the city. Maybe you can get a coffee someplace quiet and you can watch some of Neat's matches and you can get yourself composed. But for Neat, waiting for 12 hours, what do? Maybe you go to the gym, maybe you have a siesta.
Well, no, in Neat, probably go shopping or something.
Probably.
I mean, he's got enough prize pool to spend, doesn't he, from the league. I think he won 150,000 euros in the space of 2 years back to back. This is the current bracket. As we said, we can confirm round 1 is now concluded. We've said goodbye to 8 teams, unfortunately, out of the competition. That is it. We won't be seeing those players again this year in the LALIGA FC Pro. We also say a huge congratulations to 8 teams that have made it through into our top 16. All those teams you see in round 2 have also all qualified for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals, which will take place at the end of this month. Remember that this is the Cup. There is also a Grand Finals for the league as well, which have implications for the FC Pro calendar, including tickets to the World Championships and tickets to the E-Champions League. I mean, look, that's a stacked 16 players there, isn't it?
No, especially because at the moment, I mean, all of the 16 players are qualified for the finals, and now the real tournament starts in a way, because now we have to crown a winner. It's something to win the Cup final and get it, let's just say, into your history of trophies in a way, but again, as well, 25,000 euros. That's some money you can spend.
Well, it's been the biggest ever prize pool for the Cup. I mean, this is the 4th year we've seen the Cup happen now, from Antrim winning it at Real Oviedo all the way back in 2021 to it being back here again in San Sebastian. But we're going to go to a quick break now. As we said, round 1 is concluded here in San Sebastian, but don't go anywhere because we've got more knockout football on the way.
Oh, I've been holding back, you know I have, but I'ma just let it go. And you're afraid of the past, I know you had it bad, but I want you to know I'll never treat you like the boys you've been wasting your time on. I see the fear in your eyes and all of the trouble, but you keep your mind on. You just use the bad love. Oh, you just use the bad love. Oh, you just use the bad. I put my cards on the table, you can see my hand. I've got no tricks up my sleeve. Just take my heart if you're able. I can be the man you want me to be. And I can treat you like the man you've been waiting your life for. I see the fear in your eyes, but trust me, your love will be something you die for. Oh, you just use the bad love.
Welcome back once again here to San Sebastian for the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Myself, Brandon Swift, and Ryan Pessoa guiding you through our second half of the action today. As we were speaking, Ryan, 8 teams, 8 players have all been eliminated now.
Yeah.
We've got 16 players left, but for 8 of them, We haven't seen them in action yet.
No, of course, they solidified their spots in this stage already into round 2 from their success in the regular season, finishing top of their group. And this first game, I'm looking forward to seeing this particular player.
Yeah, he's a player that has been certainly on the horizon for the last couple of seasons in the FC Pro scene. Chisita, who did top his group in Group A, will be coming up against Nacho Abaya, obviously someone who's got rich history in this competition. He's played in this cup before, obviously a runner-up in 2021 in the regular season too. I mean, for Chisita, we're saying this for Gramerson, for a lot of these players, they just have to sit and wait.
Yeah.
I mean, and in their mind, maybe think about the game and think about how they're feeling about it. And I guess it works in both ways. It could be an advantage or it could be a disadvantage.
No, exactly. It could definitely be. I think it's a weird one because you don't know whether you should be spending too much time practicing or watching the game. You get caught in a weird position. But we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the day so far. We started off, of course, with this particular player, Nacho Abaya, up against Kone in the first game. We saw some goals from both of the players. And I think for Nacho Abaya, I think he'll have confidence coming into this game.
Absolutely. I mean, look, he had a really convincing win, didn't he, earlier today? 3-1 against Kone, an experienced Spaniard of SD Eibar. Some more highlights throughout the day. That was when David Sanchez put on a clinic in his match earlier today. A little cheeky elastico into the finish. That was his win against Danny Navarete. That was enough to send him through to the next stage of the competition, where we'll be playing against Marin later on this afternoon. Was 3-0 up by half-time, and before we know it, was able to run away with a 4-1 win in that game. He's played, must have been about 2 hours ago now. This was Nicolas against Jaro Lion. I mean, Jaro did pull a goal back in that game, but Nicolas, you were commentating on the Ryan, was able just to pull away convincingly in the end and always just keep Jaro at an arm's length.
Yeah, exactly. Perfectly what you just said there, at an arm's length. He just made sure that there weren't too many situations for him to get back into the game. Of course, this was our game we just saw between Zidan and Monte. Zidan very ruthless in front of goal, scoring at will in that game, and he gave himself a comfortable lead that he could rest on.
Those are all our main feature games. Remember, there's been plenty of action. There still will be more action this evening on our B stream here from the La Liga FC Pro Cup. These are the 16 teams that have qualified for the finals. The finals will take place in a couple of weeks' time in Barcelona. Remember, from that event, that is where you can qualify for the Champions League and the FC Pro World Championships. Remember, leagues, as we know, Ryan, play such an important part in the ecosystem this year. Without a league, you can't make it to the World Championships.
Yeah, it's a core part. It's something that all the players, when qualifying for their respective clubs, they'll have that in the back of their mind. Yes, you want to perform well at the Cup in the regular season, but the finals is where it matters most.
It really does. There was 4 spots at the FC Pro Open that were given out as well, so 28 spots divided across all leagues, from England to the Netherlands a couple of weeks ago. We saw in Brazil the competition out there, and the leagues will not stop. As we said, this is our cup. It's a side tournament, which is why the La Liga FC Pro is insane. Just 100,000 euro tournament as a bonus.
Yep.
Just a bonus as part of the season. It's got no real links in terms of you're going to qualify for an E-Champions League from doing well at this one. If anything, it's a confidence boost and a huge pay packet increase.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, the players, I think they'll gain confidence just from playing and gaining the experience playing at another LAN tournament in person against their fellow competitors. But yeah, Chisita, the top goal scorer from all the players remaining, we've yet to see him today. I know going forward, playing him in previous events in the past as well, he's somebody you have to keep note of, and he's someone that backs his ability going forward, very confident, and I'm sure he'll be backing himself to win this game.
Absolutely, he comes out to the stage. First and foremost, I wanted to wait a little bit long to get going. This is his 3rd season in the La Liga FC Pro, but his first cup, the first time he's actually qualified to play in the cup. He had a top 12 finish in his last 2 years. He's never made it into the top 8 of this competition, so maybe that can change with the form he has shown so far this year. Nacho Abaya, after a 3-1 win in his last round, also gets himself to this stage. One of the more experienced players in this tournament, Ryan. This is his 5th time in the La Liga final stages. Out of 7 different seasons, he's been in
scored 2 games, drawing 2, so he's yet to lose in this competition. And finally, enough competitor Nacho Abaya as well is yet to lose as well. Obviously winning now 3 games in total if you include the game earlier run against Kone. So one player has to have a loss. One player will be eliminated from the cup today.
Well, we saw how nervous Nacho was earlier today when he was speaking to Frankie. He's had quite a lot of time now to relax and get ready for this one. What's very interesting though is the coach of Chusita is actually Jaro's brother. Interesting crossover there between the two players. If you've seen Jaro and you've seen his brother, they are literally identical. Anyway, enough of that. I think it is time to slowly but surely turn our attentions to the drafts of these teams. I think we're going to throw over to Frankie and Gravison to break down these drafts in just a second. I mean, look, we've done enough talking, Ryan. We haven't seen Chusita's draft yet, so let's go and see it live right now.
Thank you very much, boys. You haven't done enough talking. I can't wait to hear you talk through the action in just a moment. But first of all, we've got to look at Ryan Pessoa's draft, Gravison, because I want to see what your verdict is. He was very complimentary about what you brought to the table, but what are you saying about his?
And I'm going to say the same, because, I mean, the defense is pretty confident with Araujo and Militao, probably the best centre-backs in the game. I mean, Cafu could potentially suffer against Sorloth, especially without the area plus. But he's still a really good right-back attacking. Mendy's really good. Gundogan with the potential option of the finesse. I mean, it's a solid one, so we'll give him props. He even went for Laring as a super sub, same as, I think, Happy and the Fernandez. So, I mean, Ryan, pretty good.
Pretty good. I'm always really happy to see Sergio Ramos on the bench. I'm probably going to end up defending him being in my starting 11 at some point tomorrow, but I will defend that pick down to the ground. Let's talk, though, about what we're going to see from Chusita. This is the first time we've seen him play on stage, because, of course, he did go straight through to the second round of this competition. We're also going to see him in Barcelona. I mean, you can tell exactly what he wants to do. It's quite similar to quite a few of the drafts we've seen so far, Gravison.
Probably we can talk about the fullbacks. I mean, Bellingham, Team of the Year, and Cafu are probably the best fullbacks we can use at the game at that moment. And he went for Zidan, which is a weird choice because every single player that used Zidan, I'm pretty sure, lost in their previous round. So hopefully he'll be a little bit luckier.
And can we say it's not a weird choice, because actually the players had to lock in these drafts a few days ago now. So how could he have known that Zidan was an unlucky charm for some of the players here? And we're in the second round now. The slate, I should say, is white clean. And I really want to talk about this Henry pick, because I feel like we've not had a chance to talk about Ultimate Birthday Henry. But I feel like he's really appearing less than I expected him to. I can't remember, does he appear in Nacho's draft? So let's take another look at that and remind ourselves of what Nacho is bringing to the yard. Do we say to the yard in Spanish? What do we say in Spanish?
Al césped.
What does that translate as? Césped. Okay, cool.
It worked.
The Finns say Torila, meet me in the square. Yeah, I mean, we got the Cruyff, we got the Xabi Alonso. Cruyff, people are getting a lot of mileage out of this item today, and they should, because he costs half the budget.
Yeah, we had the chance to talk with Nacho just backstage, and he talked about how he really enjoyed Gundogan, and he should go for a more finesse shot with him. He didn't cross as much as he should to Sorloth, and then the fullbacks were the best players for him, because in his opinion, Yuri is the best left back in the game you can use in La Liga. He's just 30k at the moment. So he's happy with the team. He thinks he needs to push a little bit harder in the start of the first 15 minutes because Chusita hasn't played yet. And it's tough to play the first game of the day.
I have no idea how you found the time to go and sneak chats with the players when you've also been on the commentary booth most of the time. But Gravison, top work from you. We're going to head over to Brian now to get into round number 2.
Brian, really?
Thank you very much to the both of you. Brian,
Brian,
it's not really...
It's not sticking, is it?
It's not working.
One thing I have to say, though, if the competition was won on paper, I've won. My draft was the best.
Yeah?
By a mile. Chusita's, it rivals it, to be fair. But yeah, my draft was insane.
Let's put you on the stage against him, Ryan, and see how you get on.
Yeah, let's not do that, right?
Well, let's get this match underway if we can. It's our first match here in round 2. If you win this, you qualify for the quarterfinals tomorrow, which will be live here in the same place, same time from San Sebastian. Are we going to see another late run in the competition from Nacho, or are we going to see this Chusita that has been in the conversation more and more in the last couple of years really start popping up now? Because this could be the year, Ryan, where he does have his best run in the tour. Never really got past that top 12 stage of the tournament. Never really had a late in the competition either.
Yeah, in international tournaments online, he's had pedigree in the past of competing really well, but domestically in Spain, he hasn't lived up to his expectation, to his standard. But he'll be hoping today he can follow on from the regular season. As I said, the top goal scorer, scoring 24 goals, conceding just 9 without losing a game as well.
A chance to see the drafts in action now. FC Andorra kicking in the yellow from left to right with Chasita. As expected, CG Bellingham pop into the back line and Sorloth going forward. One of the few players to actually bring Zidan into the mix of things. I mean, he's a bit pricey, but they'll offer you the ultimate midfielder. And Frankie de Jong will be looking to lock it down in the midfield. Remember, in case you're unaware, 20 million coin budget was the draft requirements. A maximum of 4 icons or heroes in the squads and 3 players per club. Hence why you've seen maybe very similar squads with the odds difference in them. So player lock away, chance to break away with Henry.
Henry could have taken it in his stride. It could have led to maybe a chance for Chasita to push up the field. But you see that little flick on, I think it's just offside, and it is from
just
Nacho
chested on there, didn't he?
Yeah, just playing it in behind, just using Sorloth as that target man as he's meant to. Just little flick-ons.
Well, our other matchup is Elche against Getafe. As we see Jotaba against Flippercito for a spot in the final 8. This could be a chance to break away. Has Bruchagueno got the legs on Araujo of FC Barcelona? Can he get round him? Yes, he can. Unfortunately, he can only ball roll it out of play. It's one of those, you get into that scenario, Ryan, you're just so isolated.
Yeah, it's a bit weird that the ball roll went that side instead of towards goal. I'm very confused at the choice there, but Chasita pushing forward. A little offside trap there from Nacho just to bring his defensive line forward.
This could be another chance to counter-attack. Javi Alonso. It's Galazzo. New icon promo.
Triggered run there. He has to follow it.
Hey. You are looking for me? Oh, I just wanted to find my tablet. My tablet's gone missing. Yeah, sorry. Do you need me for something?
Comes nothing in the end. Keep an eye on Bellingham there on the far side of your screen. She's made a lovely long run. Bruchagueno, does he want to play one more pass?
This is better now, but
from Nacho Abaya.
I think it might be
It
when I
just
move,
set up
I'm
so
not sure.
powerfully there, didn't it? It made Chasita think, right, is he going to play the one more pass to Bellingham? Or is he going to have a direct shot, which was ruthless?
That is an incredibly well-worked goal. For those at home, it looks very simple. It's the fact that he's triggered the run with Jude Bellingham. He's got other on-runners or players rushing forward towards goal. Bruchagueno was one of them. He aims the pass directly to him. And of course, for Chasita defending it, you naturally want to cut the extra pass off. That's the most obvious thing to do. And then the power shot. You have to aim that manually as well, and he's aimed that perfectly into the corner. And it's honestly, that might be my favorite goal of the day.
Well, there'll be plenty more goals to come before we wrap up here. Bellingham finds Henry. It's clever from Chasita. It's another big win. It's aggressive from Frankie de Jong. Who do you think is the most important player in that back line? Do you think it's Bellingham, or do you think it's Araujo? Or do you think it's someone else?
I think it has to be Araujo just because of the lack of other options. I think he's a staple in the squad. I don't think there's any other centre-back that I'd opt for instead of him, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, we were speaking about him, me and Gravison. He's the most picked player, isn't he?
Yeah.
24 out of 24 players picked Araujo in their teams because he just simply is that good. Cruyff had the idea there to try and get past Element of Tau. It was matched up. More of a really strong tackle in the end. Again, keep in mind that there is a handful of players that have been popularly chosen.
So many bodies forward there from Chasita. Couldn't find the space in the box there. Nacho Bay defending well. Has his turn to attack. A triggered run from the left as well. It's going to be played over the top, and it's going to find the Chichen behind. Oh, I thought he was going to play it into Bruchagueno in the middle of the field there. You'd have seen potential pass.
Stoichkov goes all the way across the Bellingham.
It's well played.
Just so fluid, isn't it? We're playing headers and volleys. We're playing headers and volleys around the box here.
You know what? This
Nacho.
He's on fire. He's very creative going forward. The corner, he's going to win it.
And just like that, Soloff makes it 2. We are seeing a really, really strong performance here from Real Oviedo. And on the sticks, they've got a very experienced player in Nacho Abella, who knows this competition inside and out.
I think he's caught Chesita off guard completely. With just the way he's intently going forward, creating a lot of chances, as I said, it's sometimes quite unorthodox. Just the little dinked passes in, the little knockdowns from weird positions that you wouldn't expect the pass to be played. Like even the little recycle of possession could have been played on the floor to Stoichkov, but he plays it in the air, it drags the defender out into Soloff. It's beautiful, and here he goes again.
Is he on for a third? I asked the chat earlier, and those watching, I want to get involved in the conversation. If you are following the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, Araujo is the most popular pick. He's been in every single player's team. Alexander Soloff has been chosen from 22 of the 24 players in their squads. Who do you think is number 3? Who's the third most consistent player? Well, I'll let you have a think about it for a second, and those at home, let us know. Who do you think is the third most picked player in these LALIGA FC Pro draft squads?
I'm going to say De Jong.
You're going to say De Jong?
Am I correct?
You're not correct. He's in the top 5. Let us know your guesses of who you think could be the number 3rd player on that list. He's been chosen 20 times out of the 24 players in the competition. Griezmann coming forward for Chesita, looking to go direct. And in the end, goes back to the goal in the end. 32 minutes played here.
Ball over the top. The offside trap it was poorly timed. He's in on goal. Jude Bellingham, players tracking back there for Nacho Chesita. There's so many bodies behind the ball now, trying to find space. Plays it into the box. So it's got with the 5-star skill moves and weak foot. Couldn't twist and turn. It's going to be Nacho building up again, just a step over. He's been very positive in this game. It's good defending there from Chesita. He's yet to properly get a foothold in this game. I think Nacho Abella has had the better chances, and he's in behind again. A good player lock from Chesita. Played to the edge, recycled again, another driven pass. Stoichkov kept possession in the box there, couldn't get a shot at goal.
Well, I've given you long enough, Ryan, and the chat as well. 3rd most picked player in the teams, it's Thibaut Courtois.
Yeah, I forgot about it. Yeah, completely forgot about that.
And to be honest, it's the cheapest options as well, which you can...
Oh, it's good press.
...rely on. 30-something K and he's in your team. Soloff trying to find a cut back there, can't find it. 39 minutes into this one, we are still at a 2-0 score. And over in our B game, we've got a bit of a shock result going on over there, because Getafe and Flippercito are 2-0 up in 15 minutes, and if it wasn't for an offside call, he would have been 3-0 up in 15 minutes, Ryan.
Yeah, maybe it's a common theme. The players that qualified to round 2 from the automatic spot from finishing top of their group in the regular season just maybe caught a little bit off guard. They haven't played on this stage so far today, and maybe that's been favouring the players that made it through so far. Here
Griezmann has to score. Henry does. And eventually, for Chesita's confidence, he can get his tournament started. He simply cannot hit the target from that area. Had to score it, and he did. Big goal before half-time, 43 minutes on the clock, and it's the ultimate birthday Thierry Henry that has pulled an all-important goal back. Remember, a win here will send you into the quarter-final stages tomorrow.
Oh, look at the pace there from Sorloth.
And are we in for an equaliser before half-time? Potentially so. Sorloth back inside, and it's nearly on Reed for a brace. Corner to be played short. Look at he work it in towards the back post. He goes, 2 hands on it or not. Punched away by Courtois. Still not fully dealt with. Back to Sorloth, who will just turn back inside and very nearly went through a handful of step-overs there, Ryan. Could have found a 2-2 scoreline.
Very nearly. Could have been a fortunate goal. The keeper maybe could have asked to do a little bit better, but I think it's been a strong first half on both of these players. You look at the stats as well. Chicita has actually over double the XG compared to Nacho Bear. But Nacho, I would say the first part of the first half was very effective going forward.
Chance to get some words on from both of these two players, coaches. Remember, 9-minute halves, there is still a lot of time to be played in these games. 3-0, by the way. If we can somehow go over to our other game, if possible, just to check in there. There's only been 21 minutes on the clock in that game, Ryan. Getafe, 3-0 they lead. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm going to sound a bit crazy. It's a dangerous scoreline, 3-0 in 20 minutes in a game.
Yeah, because you don't know whether to stick or twist. You don't know whether you keep on going forward. Chicita.
Interesting big switch of play. Finds Bellingham all the way on the far-hand side. I don't know if he meant to get that much power on the switch. Sorloth comes back to defend and gets Real Oviedo back on the ball. There you go, there's an update on your screen. Getafe 3-0 up against Elche. And Jotabar, who's just not been at the races. 3-0 down, I mean, concedes again, he's in real trouble. Before he's even got into half-time. Nacho Abaya finds himself in a really good position here, potentially a 3-on-3.
Great player look from Chicita. He's very good at that, mechanically gifted at selecting the right players, bringing them into space.
Stoichkov, one more, Sorloth, he didn't need to go back inside. I mean, was there not a first-time finish available there, or?
Could maybe take it down onto his favoured foot, but I think because he's done that because he wants to be, or sort of just be a little bit more discreet with his offensive play. Maybe sometimes doing the most basic thing can be the most effective.
Well, you sort of understand the idea there. He tried to confuse Nacho if there was to be any goalkeeper movement. He can still work the finish around the on-rushing goalkeeper, Cruyff. Back to Bruchagueno, can't outsmart Cafu. Still the scoreline. 2-1, Bellingham very nearly dispossessed there.
Oh, he triggered the run well. Big. With Stoichkov there. I thought he was going to play it in behind, and this is a ball that is going to be played in behind, Brandon. Sorloth in on goal.
Just needs to try and find Bruchagueno. Won't be able to find him in the air. He's not the tallest of players. Gundogan, Cruyff. Oh. Penalty! Araujo just got caught in amongst the mess. And next view, though, this could be an absolute gift for Nacho Abaya and Real Oviedo. Up steps Stoichkov to make it 3-1. And it's a 2-goal cushion once again restored.
It's a huge moment in the game. A penalty. Again, a mistimed tackle there from Chicita. Obviously doesn't mean to try and take that selected player down in the penalty area, but you get punished for those little errors, and Nacho Abaya makes it count with that penalty.
And whether it's harsh or not, it's the reality that you now need 2 more goals. Chicita pulls away of Henry. From 2 players, he's very clever towards the back post. You saw the idea, and fortunately the man he was looking for in the middle wasn't on the same wavelength. Getafe now 4-0 up. That's in the first half there. Flippercito is putting on a clinic. 36 minutes on the clock in that game.
You can see how wide Chicita builds up. Cafu hugging the sideline there, trying to find space in the box. Manages to get past Nacho Abea. Defending quite aggressively there, trying to cut the passing lane himself, and he can now start an attack. Great ball.
Oh, it's a great pull from Sorloth to Yuri. Goal has come back in the side of Elche. Via Alexander Sorloth. 4-1 the scoreline there, still in the first half that one. 5 goals in 39 minutes in that game, right? It's been full of chances. 25 minutes left in this one. The winner of this game will play the winner of Ethan Higgins or Zumaquero later on today. That's our final game, remember, on the stage. Disguised that pass well. We're about to see another chance for Real Oviedo, or alternatively just to take some minutes out of the game. Sorloth with a flick on.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Cruyff still.
Oh.
Be careful, we've seen penalties given. Finesse. Player lock. Aggressive tackles from Chasita.
Very aggressive, but does the job there, manages to get possession. Could have been a penalty there with Cruyff in the box, just about. Tackled as he was about to shoot.
Just always runners coming at you. He is onside, Bellingham. Look at the space he's got left back, nowhere to be seen, and we're about to find another one. Two hands on it from the goalkeeper, no real problems at all. Time for a pause, maybe, Ryan, to change something tactically.
I think you kind of have to, or even just bringing on personnel off the bench.
I mean, looking at Chasita's bench, he's got a handful of options there. I mean, Nico Williams, he can come on and add a bit of pace into that final third. He's got Lauren in there as well, his foot birthday. Even the likes of Yagofawaz.
I think Jan Kuto could be an option as well, just for that extra pace.
Well, pause has come in, it's like he's heard us. It's just when will he get that pause, potentially after scoring a goal in his favour. There's the corner, and even better into a pause for him. 15 minutes left. As it stands, Real Oviedo will be getting into the top 8 of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Let's see the changes that are being made. You're right about Jan Corto coming up. Ilkay Gundogan comes into the midfield as well. Does he need a... It's a difficult one, isn't it? It's like, do I really want to sub on Nico Williams for an icon?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but I think it's just the pace that Nico Williams offers off of the bench. And I think obviously fresh legs in these moments, these key parts where it could come in handy, and it's of course a great option.
Well then, 15 minutes left. De Jong. Thought about maybe a Trivela or finesse from the edge of the box there, but was always going to be playing against the odds. Especially when Chasita needs the odds in his favour. Let's see if his changes can make any real difference. Getafe still lead 4-1 against Elche in our B-Stream game. If you want to watch that, you can catch it on the LALIGA FC Pro Twitch channel on the B-Stream there. But fantastic Spanish broadcast.
I like the way that... Well, actually, I'll speak about after this attack.
Omri needs to make this one happen. Lovely step overs from Chasita. Oh. Big goal. And with 11 minutes still on the clock, there is plenty of time.
More than enough time, Brandon. That build-up there with Henry was great. With the step over, the exit to the to the side there and then green timing it into the corner. I was going to say it was well defended initially when the ball was in the air there from Nacho Abella, because he done the player lock. When the ball was in the air, you can change to a defender and cut the lane manually yourself while the AI jumps for the header to defend it for you. And he managed to cut the pass out with Jude Bellingham, but it led to a chance there, and Chesita took advantage of it.
And now, for Nacho Abella, it will just be a case of how do I see out these last 10 minutes? Another goal certainly would be welcomed. But having to deal with this press now, this second-man press is really aggressive. Chesita that's going to be coming his way, unless he can get one more goal. Grueling, can he turn Araujo? Or will he happily keep the ball instead? Cruyff! Big save from Courtois, wins a corner. And in comes Alexander Sorloth, again another big save from Courtois, and out he goes again for a corner. You know where it's going every single time, onto that man's head. Saved again by Courtois, but this time kept in by Bellingham. As much as Chesita tries to get back on the ball, it just ricochets out for a throw-in. Taking more minutes off the clock.
It's going to be a foul.
And actually wins a foul there somehow too. Remember, every game elimination. EA FC 24. Zumaquero just pushed into a really awkward position there. Had to give possession away. Now this is where Henry can be dangerous.
The pace.
So 1-on-1 against Rudiger.
In behind again. Oh, he wasn't going to play it. Opts with a switch again, Chesita, trying to play.
Bellingham, all he needs is one chance, all he needs is one moment like this. Counts it back inside. De Jong runs into Acuna, who's come on. One of the popular picks that Nicolas shows in his draft.
It's well done again. Player locked over the top there. Sorloth running in behind. 89th minute, Brandon. He doesn't have to go for goal.
Doesn't need to, really.
The keeper's come out forcing him.
And Nacho Abella will happily take the easy pickings of that one from Chesita. Keeper came out. You knew he was trying to just force Nacho into making some sort of decision to get him back on the ball, but Cruyff was there for a really simple pass. And just like that, you can have all the form in the world, right? You can have all the best group stage.
Top
but
scorer.
When it comes to knockout FC 24, it's a different story. We're seeing it here from Nacho Abella, who's just showing his experience on the biggest of stages. A 4-2 win for Real Oviedo, and they'll be in the top 8 tomorrow.
Yep, guarantees himself at least 5,000 euros as well. Chesita trying to push forward, gaining, or to try and get a consolation. So it's going to be a corner, last kicks of the game. Whipped in direct.
Ooh! Commiserations, FC Andorra out of LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And again, it's like the history book keeps on wanting to be ripped up, because all of the history so far in this competition, from league format, from outstanding performances from top quality players, does not mean anything we are discovering here in San Sebastian. The top goal scorer in the competition, as you said, one of the most convincing players in the tournament, who hasn't lost a game, falls out in his first knockout match here in the competition. We'll jump over now to our B stream, where, I mean, Flippercito and Getafe were 4-0 up in 30 minutes. We mentioned it would be a dangerous scenario to be in, being 4 goals up that early with 9 minute halves. It's a long time left to be played. And for Elche and Jotabar, he has got 2 goals back in the game, and he's still got 20 in-game minutes. So potentially get himself a good couple of chances still. There's plenty of time left for that to happen. Well, this could be Flippercito, one of his best runs he's ever had in his La Liga playing career. Sorloth pushing to this left-hand space. A couple of ball rolls to get away from the fullback. Recycles this one very well and finds Cafu, who, I don't know if you remember rightly so, Ryan, actually scored a really important goal for Flippercito earlier today. I mean, where's he playing? Is he in the midfield?
He seems to be everywhere, just orchestrating from all sorts of areas. And it's him who gives away possession now. Jotaba trying to find space to start an attack.
Stoichkov. Mendy being patient as ever out this right-hand side. Is unfamiliar right-hand side of the pitch. Used to play left back. That's a horrible deflection. It's going to fall the way, though, still of Elche, who can't find a way past Getafe. I mean, it looks like Cafu might be he might be in the midfield.
I think he is, yeah.
It's a really interesting position that he finds himself in the team.
Mendy, the pace, the power. I think Flippercito will be looking just to take this thing out of the game, keep possession a little bit more. He was up 4-0, as you said. He's conceded 2 goals since then. I think in those moments when you score goals, well, that many goals that early, again, you just get confused on how you should approach the rest of the game. Jude Bellingham, edge of the box, plays to Solo. Just keeping possession, Brandon. Or trying to, just walks it off.
Maybe we can have a little look here. Yeah, Cafu. I mean, he really is bringing the inverted fullback into life, isn't he?
Yeah, playing him in the position. He has the attributes, of course. Passing, his dribbling is incredible. 5-star skill moves as well. Pace, defensive attributes.
It's the first time we've actually seen any player do it in the competition. The Galazzo Cafu sets you back a couple of million. Still one of the best fullbacks in the game, don't get me wrong, but also can do a job in the centre of midfield. Any other changes coming from his side there? You can just see him having a couple of words with him and his coach. Just looking here for Flippercito. It's his 3rd year in the competition. Best performance has actually come in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup before, back in 2022 when it was held in Zaragoza. He got himself a top 8 finish there. He's looking to equal that again and maybe go one step further this weekend in San Sebastian. As you're right to say as well, Ryan, there's a decent payday waiting if you can get through to tomorrow. 10 minutes to hold this one out. That's Jotaba.
Great play.
Got a couple of ideas up his sleeve. Wins a corner. Well, now what's coming from here? A front post flick on from Sorloff, who misses the ball, and Kazaniga snatches it off the feet of Yuri.
Surprised he didn't move the goalkeeper out there from the corner initially. Maybe he was caught off guard, didn't have enough time to bring him out. It was lucky though, it could have fallen to the head of Sorloff in the box.
Five minutes already gone. He needs to make more of this. Another corner comes in. We know where this one's going. Sorloff again. Can he get the front post? He can, off the woodwork, and he's just bouncing around. Did not cross the line. That goes in. We could be looking at a very different last 5 minutes. Omri, look at the space. Flippercito, you can conclude the game now if you want. Was he going to look to take the ball into the corner instead? Clever. Does it need to score again? He might have done so well to get that. Oh, he's done so well. Flippercito, penalty. That is how you rework a chance. Headsets off from Jotaba. And for Flippercito, a chance to make it 5-2. Which way will he go? Into the top corner. And Flippercito is a quarter-finalist.
All stemmed from that great play with Thierry Henry. Was very smart there, Brandon, just to go towards the corner flag, just to kill a little bit of time off the clock there. But then it ended up turning into the box there, dribbling fantastically well. Then, of course, a mistimed tackle there led to the penalty. Dispatch, top corner. 5-2, game over.
There's 2 wins on the trot for Flippercito. After beating Rowney early today from Real Racing Santander, and then a big 5-2 win here against Elche again. Playing against players that top their group stages, but it means nothing in the knockouts. You could argue the 2 favourites on paper in our round 2, both crushed out of the tournament. Chicito out, Jotable out, as much as that'll be nothing more than a consolation. And our first 2 players in the quarterfinals, Ryan.
Yep, first 2 players securing their spot into tomorrow, where they'll battle for the grand prize, of course, and the title of champion. But Jotable eliminated, still has his spot in the La Liga finals later on this month.
I want to see this reaction as well from Flippercito. He will be over the moon. To being in a top 8 again. Last time he was here was in Zaragoza back in 2022 of his competition. Oh, that's cheeky. That is very cheeky.
It's not stopping. He could have just turned and kicked the ball out. He still wants more goals. He wants to make a statement, and he's done it with a chip. The last moment of the game, the last kick to restore the 3-goal lead.
Flippercito into the quarterfinals. Big 6-3 win. And that's what it means to Flippercito. Congratulations, each into our final 8 of the La Liga FC Pro Cup. 2 players are through, still 6 more to find.
Yep, 6 more to find. Of course, we will see that as the day progresses. Still a number of games and a number of rounds left. But that was a huge win.
Yeah, massive win indeed. There was someone else who had a big win as well, Nacho, and I believe he's speaking to our very own Frankie now. He must be over the moon. He's in the quarterfinals.
Amazing doing all the match, so I'm really happy.
And tell me about your confidence going into that game. You knew you couldn't be knocked out of La Liga, but you could stop your journey towards the Cup. But because you played on this stage before, it felt comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this match, it has nothing with the first that I played, because the first match that I played was win or die, basically. And now I just feel comfortable. I just play my game all the time, being comfortable, being happy, no pressure. If I win, giving my 100%, fine. If I lost and he was better than me, okay, I'm gonna say you were better, so congrats. But in this case, I win.
And yesterday I got an introduction to the second division of La Liga thanks to Nacho, because we did actually watch this team play, Oviedo beating Elche. What does it mean for you to be wearing this jersey and representing your favourite team?
For me, I think that is the most grateful thing I am achievement, because be part of the team of your life is something that I can explain with words. It's just feel this shirt as much as I can.
Well, in the UK, I know that we say you're playing for the badge.
Yeah.
Absolutely playing for the badge.
Yeah.
Another man who would like to play for this badge is Gravison. However, he's not currently over with the Carters. He's having to watch in the crowd and be a fanboy. We're going to head back to Brandon and Ryan instead. I should have done this.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yeah, great to see Nacho through to the top 8 of the tournament. Look, again, he's experienced his 5th season in this La Liga FC Pro, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he knows what to do when he gets to these moments. I guess the one thing he hasn't done is lift the trophy up.
Yeah, exactly. Just crossing over that barrier will give him heaps of confidence as well, and I'm sure he'll be backing himself to do it tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, I think we might be able to look at some of the highlights from the match that you may have missed. It was a big win for Real Oviedo up against FC Andorra.
Yeah, that was a power shot as well. That was a well-worked goal where it was triggering a lot of runs, making it difficult for Chesita to defend. And just look at the way he's just pinging the ball about in the air. That was a huge chance.
I mean, that might be player of the day. You said it was one of your favourite goals of the day, that power shot coming in. That was the Sorloth header. We're used to seeing that. That was 24 minutes in. Cheeky celebration on the camera for Nacho. And then the game continued to unfold. 43 minutes on the clock. Henry scored that. He had to score from that angle. But the one thing that Nacho did, he just always kept Chesita chasing the game.
Yeah, we didn't give him too many opportunities to get back into it. And whenever Chesita thought he had a lifeline, it was back into the game. It was snatched away from him. And this was a moment as well with the penalty falling the way of Nacho Bear. Put it into the top right corner. This was a ball in behind. This was a chance as well from Henry that led to the second goal from Chesita. 3 goals to 2, but it wasn't enough to get back into the game.
Yeah, big goal back for Henry. And then this was the goal that concluded the game. You can hear the vamos from Cruyff. He had to make a decision, didn't he, Chesita? He had to force him out. He had to try and get back on the ball, but that's the risk you take, isn't it?
Yep, and you have to just hope that your opponent makes a mistake. But Nacho Bear was clinical. He was concise in those areas and he made it count.
I mean, where do we look on this next round as well, Ryan? We've got some big games coming up. We see Girona take on Cadiz. We've got the 2 Portuguese players. Tuga is back in town. Remember, he won this tournament last year with Atlético Madrid. They didn't qualify, believe it or not, this year. Andoni, with not the best of performances in the league format, they're not going to be here to defend their trophy. He takes on Fernandez, who came through the penalty shootout earlier today against Dominic, against Osasuna. He represents, of course, Cadiz. And then Granada against Almeria. And if David Sanchez is playing like we know he can, I mean, he's in trouble there.
Yeah, that's a big game as well. That all-Portuguese matchup there between Tuga and Fernandez is huge.
Well, here's the highlights from our B-stream matchup we saw there. We didn't see this live, Ryan. We saw it in the corner of our eyes, but what on earth happened in these first 15 minutes here from Flippercito? Because he was ridiculous for the first 15 in-game minutes.
Yeah, blistering start. It was 3-0 up before he could even blink. It was from that corner in the first 20 minutes there. Jotova was caught off guard, and that is a huge mistake. In a goal, Henry was decisive, green time. 4-0 in 30 minutes.
I don't think he could believe it. 4-0 up in 30 minutes. This is where you get a little bit worried. You concede a goal on the 38th, and you're thinking, right, I can't throw away a 4-0 lead. Then Elche did score again. Wow. This sort of a glancing header from Jotova. And then this was where the game changed. This moment here, he was seeing out the match, won himself a penalty, got himself a 5-2 score. And there was one more consolation that came from Jotova, but by that point, again, it's a 3-goal cushion. You're always chasing the game, and if there was any game plan you were trying to follow, Ryan, you just can't. You're throwing everything forward.
Yep, exactly. And as you say, threw bodies forward, it left space at the back, and Flippercito still ended up scoring in the last kick of the game.
Let's go and see our play of the match. I wonder what it's going to be. I mean, it could be the power shot. I mean,
I think it has to be.
I expect it to be the power shot, but look, prove us wrong. I'm presuming it'll be coming from our main featured matchup, Chesita against Nacho Abaya, before we take a look at the bracket. Play of the match, let's have a look at what our play of the match is. Is it the power shot that we've been hyping up about? No, it's not. It is a goal that came back for Thierry Henry there. 79 minutes on the clock on that one. I mean, look, we can disagree. We think the power shot was probably... Let's head to the bracket now. This is how things... Still got to see Neat in action. We've got to see Tuga in action. The list continues. Still so many big games here to come from the LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
Yep, so many big games, so many big names, and of course clubs in this LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and I'm excited to get into it.
Absolutely. Well, as soon as we can, we will be heading to a quick break before we continue our action here from San Sebastian. As we said, we are in the wonderful city in the north of Spain, which will be playing host to this 4th version of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We are 2 games into our round of 16. We've still got 6 more games to conclude before we head for our Championship Sunday tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We will be back again in a few minutes' time to continue our matches. Tuga is in town against Fernandez. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. I'm joined by Gravison and beautiful Sebastian. We've seen some great games. We've seen 8 players early on today solidify their spots in the finals. Later on this month, we saw our first rounds as well in round 2 today. A huge win as well from Flipper City we saw in the previous round. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what's left to be played for the remainder of the day. You see there, you can see the scores that have happened. We do have some huge games coming up next. Girona versus Cadiz. That is the game that we'll be featuring. Tuga up against Fernandez. The 2 Portuguese players in this competition up against each other.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how pretty much, I wouldn't say all of them, because I know some of the foreign players were knocked down in the group stage. But I mean, overall, Ethan, the 2 Portuguese playing now, Nico, Yago, I mean, all the foreigners are playing really good.
Yeah, extremely well. They're not faltering to the pressure of being somewhere where, of course, the domestic players will have the fans backing them. They have a lot of support. The likes of Zidan, we saw a mascot in the stands supporting Real Sociedad earlier and Zidan. But we've seen a lot of goals, a lot of celebrations, last-minute goals. But I spoke Gravison, I feel like the pressure is now sort of off of the players in the sense.
Definitely.
The players in the first round anyway. The players that already finished top spot, I think they already had their spots in the final, so it's a little bit of a different approach.
It's interesting how the pressure kind of shifted in a way, because you're playing to be alive in the competition pretty much, and not only in the competition but in the whole season. And then if you win that match, that pressure that you had on your shoulders goes onto your opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
They played the first game of the day.
The thing that's up for grabs as well. Of course, reaching this stage already guarantees you €2,500. Winning this game and securing your spot into tomorrow doubles that. €5,000 up for grabs in this game. And of course, the players are fighting for seeding for the finals. That is another thing that is big. We'll take a look at the players in question. Tuga, representing Girona, the Portuguese player. He's known for his defensive play starting game. He's known for making it difficult for his opponents. And his team, or his nation, or his fellow countrymen, I should say, from the same nation in Portugal. Fernandez, we saw win earlier on penalty, scored last minute in his game. and he has a target on his back. He's somebody that backs his ability. He performed extremely well last year, Gravison. This year has been slightly below that level, but it's still enough to perform at a huge competition like this.
Especially with the season now. I mean, the time has come to perform at your highest level. Yep. So, for example, Tuga, we weren't expecting 1 win and 2 draws for him, especially because last year he performed really well in the La Liga regular season. I mean, he pretty much won all of the matches he played, I'm pretty sure, and then Donny dropped a few points. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tuga can do, because he won the cup last year, so he's the defending champion. But again, playing against Portuguese players as Fernandez is kind of, it looks like a match between, you know, the old blood against the young blood. Exactly. Because, I mean, Tuga has to be now 24, I think, and Fernandez, I'm pretty sure he's 19.
Yeah, he's very young. So
let's see what happens, because it's always interesting to see these kind of matches, not only because of the age difference, but because of game styles as well.
Yeah, exactly. And both players are still unbeaten if you include the regular season as well. In this, a couple of draws spread out between them, but for Tuga, obviously, maybe 1 game less in the regular season. I feel like, for me, gain confidence in the sense that he doesn't necessarily, his spot was already secured in the finals, so he's able to just watch the other competitors play, and I think that sort of gives you that ease and that comfort.
See, let's see what the guys at the draft have to say about this.
Players. Brandon, this is going to be an interesting one, especially the financial decisions made by Tuga. I definitely want to get his draft up right away, because his attack is outrageously expensive.
It is. I mean, look, it's a match they probably didn't want to have to play. The only couple of Portuguese players in the whole LALIGA FC Pro, and they match up in the round of 16. This is the draft that we can see it from Tuga. First time we've seen this, and to back up your point, Frankie, 20 million coins, as we know. Any guesses who takes up basically half the budget? Okay. The 2 Brazilians. The 2 Brazilian icons that are in the team. Future stars Ronaldinho. Normal, you know, R9, who still will cost you quite a few million coins. And then you can see how it's affected the rest of his draft by maybe less or weaker fullbacks in there. He can't obviously afford a fantasy Mendy in there. I mean, it's still a 600k in-game item, but he's having to make decisions, isn't he?
He is having to make decisions, and I just question this Ultimate Dynasty's Mendy. I get it, you can't afford fantasy Mendy, but then should you put in a lesser Mendy? Surely there are better options than this.
I mean, look, you could argue the better options on his bench in Yuri Pacherchi, because a lot of players would use the Team of the Week player of Atlético Bilbao. I mean, he's also got a 1.2 million coin player in Griezmann on the bench. He's also got Gundogan in there, who's at least a $500,000, if not more. So maybe he's trying to put some money on the bench as well, but I hear what you're saying. Maybe he should have gone for maybe a better fullback and a better left back.
I do really want to know if this is worth it, this Griezmann. Is that an insurance policy for him? Are we even going to see this played?
He's good, though. He is good. He has scored quite a few important goals today.
But you've got R9 and R10.
I know, but it's Tuga. He's probably got plan F somewhere of how he's going to try and play this game.
And in fact, I think he's going to play it pretty fast, because I don't even think we've got time to look at Fernandez's draft. I think we do have to go straight into the game with Gravison and Ryan. Oh no, we do. No? We do have time. We've got time, and I'm loving that we have time. We've got another R10 again. I am very excited. I cannot believe I just danced on the draft. I'm always really excited to see Team of the Year honourable mention Vinicius Junior. It's one of my favourite items.
First time he started, I think, on our main stage today.
We've seen the Thunderstruck item being brought on during games as a kind of a late game insurance policy. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do enough. But I think it's an interesting decision. It's a pacey decision, shall we say.
Absolutely. And he's also back in Bueno as his sort of main striker in the squad as well. No R9, no Cruyff. I mean, he can't afford them. He's also spent a ridiculous amount of coins on his left back. We're talking 5 million plus, I believe, on that Mendy. Yeah,
we get to see Mendy versus Mendy, but I think this is the better Mendy. It's definitely the better Mendy.
Yeah, by what? I think, is it six on the in-game item in terms of the rating on the plus there. Laurent Blanc comes into the centre-back position as well. No Eder Militao in the team for Di Fernandez, which is quite surprising in there.
Would you say that this is a waste of one of the 4 hero items, given that you could have Militao in there?
I mean, it depends if he wins the game, isn't it? I could say that now, but then if Di Fernandez goes and wins the game, I'd be looking like a bit of a fool here.
Well, let's take a look at one of the icons on the pitch. I mean, Ronaldinho. It's always good to see him. Just look at the play styles. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Tricks to quick step, and the thing that we always say about Ronaldinho, Frankie, is that he's one of the few players who just has his own custom animations in the game. So when he does, let's just say, a step over, he does it differently. And like, unless you've played with Ronaldinho, you don't understand what we're talking about. But he basically has his own way of moving, and it's just harder to get near him, and it's harder to defend against him. So he's a serious player, and there's no reason why he's costing stupid amount of coins.
Yeah, do I look like a woman who can afford Ronaldinho?
I mean, you tell me, you've probably got a better team than me.
No, I don't. I can afford Soloff, though. I'm very excited about my 24,000 coins Soloff, and I hope that everyone who watches this understands how undervalued this player is and sends its value up. We are now ready to go over to our classes to get this Portuguese showdown underway, so let's vamos! Brian and Gravison.
Thank you, Frankie. That Ronaldinho item there, Gravison, for me, one of the best probably players in the game.
Yeah, I think I agree, but I do prefer Cruyff 97 rated. I mean, the Golazo one.
Yeah, see, I don't have the funds to be able to try that, you know. I'm different. I can't afford it, but Ronaldinho, nonetheless, for me, it's just the skill moves, the silkiness. But the drafts there we saw from Tuga and D. Fernandez. Of course, we saw D. Fernandez earlier on in his game, his toughly fought contested match earlier on. Tuga is the first time seeing him today. Remind you of some of his stats you can see on screen. 13 goals scored out of 23 shots on target. Has a win ratio of 33%. Of course, playing 3 games, winning 1, drawing 2. He's somebody that defends extremely well.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you can see D. Fernandez scoring 13 goals. Again, very similar in terms of his stats there. Goals scored, shots on target, and everything is very, very tightly contested between the two. Tuga scoring 13, conceding 7 though. 7 goals is the joint, well actually I like the joint second lowest goals conceded in this competition.
I mean, 7 goals in 3 matches is quite low.
Very commendable, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see what happens, because we remind people at home that in the secondary stream over at the Spanish commentators, you have Granada playing Almeria for a spot in the quarterfinals. At the moment, Granada is winning the game 1-0 with Marin winning against D. Sanchez. So if you guys want to watch that match, you can jump over to the Spanish secondary stream, in which they have scored a beautiful goal, so it's 1-1. But if you want to watch the Tuga against D. Fernandez, you should stay with us.
Yes, it's a huge game. Of course, the loser is eliminated in this game. This will be the end of the La Liga FC Pro Cup journey. The winner progresses into tomorrow, Championship Sunday, where they have the progression of the tournament. More prize money, more stature, more accomplishments if they progress far into this cup.
How beautiful it is to go to bed, waking up on Sunday, jumping onto your phone and tweeting Championship Sunday.
Yeah, amazing.
Oh, that feeling, man. As we can see, Marin is playing against Di Sanchez at the moment. Marin scored a beautiful goal with a green time shot by Sorloth, and then Di Sanchez equalized with a similar goal that he scored in the previous round with build up on the midfield, driven pass into a striker, and a beautiful finish as well. So I do think it's a matter, we're going to see possession from Marin pretty much.
Yeah, he's very, very possession heavy. He's conceded the least amount of goals as well. 6 goals conceded in 4 games.
That's
unbelievable.
I remember in the game against Daniel Aguilar, he won 2-0, and Daniel Aguilar didn't have much to do really on the attack. So cross. Woo! Thought that was going in.
Could have been an interesting goal there. He's also the player who's got the most points in the group stage.
I mean,
10 points.
10 out of 12, right?
Yep. And here we go into our main featured game. We're jumping in straight away. Tuga on the attack here with Ronaldinho. Plays it back to R9 Ronaldo. De Jong, not the player you want in those situations. R9 with the skill moves. Look at the triggered run there. It's just used as a decoy.
And this is what we're going to see from Tuga. I mean, patience, slow build-up, and when it gets to the point of just going in for the driven pass or maybe the speed boost, he'll go for it. But he'll build up nicely for 2-3 minutes, I think, before going for that.
He's somebody that's very frustrating to play against. I've had experiences in the past, especially if you're in a situation where you go down by 1 or 2 goals, you are chasing the ball for ages.
Yeah, and it's really a frustrating situation because there's not much you can do. That's a...
That would have been a great move.
Yeah.
Aerial plus playstyle coming in to effect there. I think if he didn't have that playstyle, genuinely, I think that could have floated just over the head there. It's going to be Fernandez. A driven pass into Vinicius Jr. Shot across goal there, and it's the first goal in the all-Portuguese matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the difference in gameplay between Tuga and Di Fernandez, because you saw Tuga building up slowly.
So different.
And I mean, Di Fernandez, driven pass, the first time, the control was really good to open up the space, and then he green timed it. So tough start for Tuga. And I mean, it's been a long day in the office for the people at round of 16 who didn't play the previous round, because as Nacho said before in the interview to Frankie, it's a really tough situation for you when you don't know the gameplay at all. As you can know,
it's different.
It's different.
I think people understand, yes, you have time to practice, you have everything, but it's different to competing on the stage. Of course, the nerves, the gameplay, everything is factors into one, and then so many variables you have to be aware of. And we've seen in the first rounds, two of the players that were top of their group in the regular season eliminated at the first chance. And if it stays like this, it could be the third.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard, as you said, Ryan, because let's just say probably for the first 20 minutes, you have to adjust yourself to the gameplay, to the first touches, the controls, the dribbling, the passing, everything. And sometimes, let's just say, as it happened to Andorra and Chosita, you're 2-0 down.
Yeah, here we go, Tuga responding.
Oh, that was your guy.
I thought it was a guaranteed goal. Wide of the post, the opposite side of the post that Tuga would have wanted. And that is my guy, Ronaldinho, somebody that you'd associate with. You can trust them in front of goal, and he's taken the touch inside. He's done everything right.
Everything.
It's just, again, just unfortunate for Tuga. He doesn't manage to equalize.
I mean, it wasn't green time, but I don't think it should be green time. I mean, it's just clear for chance.
To get it on target. To get it on target should be a certainty. And Di Fernandez building up now. Buchigueño, edge of the box. Couldn't find the space. A mistake, though, from Tuga. Gifting possession back straight to Di Fernandez as he builds up here. Look at the back post. Soloff. This is it. Here we go. Green timed. A mismatch at the back post. And Soloff, when the ball's in the air, you sort of just hold your breath when you're defending, and you sort of close your eyes thinking, if he wins this header, which he most likely will, he's going to find the back of the net, Gravison.
I think it's the first time we're seeing Jan Couto as a starting 11, and I mean, it makes sense. It's a mismatch. It's a clear mismatch between him.
Mismatch.
I mean, the cross wasn't that good, to be honest, but again, it's just the play style, it's just the height difference, everything.
I think what you have to do in those situations, you know, if you just hold down the left bumper and you just dink it in the air, it lofts the ball, and it gives your striker just a bit of time to get into the box there to try and win that header. And of course, Jan Couto doesn't have an aerial play style. He has low jumping stats in game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be frustrating to be using Jan Couto. You know what the danger is, pretty much, because you know you can be in a lot of trouble with the cross, but what can you do about it?
Not much you can do. Tuga building up here. Ronaldinho in possession. Runs off the ball there into R9. I'm sure he meant that pass for Stoichkov, but he's running towards goal there. Dink to the back post. It's Mendy up against Mendy, and the defensive one wins there.
Yeah, and this is the same match that happened just 30 minutes ago. I mean, let's just say it's the first game of the day. Your opponent has played once, and then in the 20th minute, you're 0-2 down.
Yep, you're caught off guard completely, and Di Fernandez has started extremely well. He was a bit cold in his first game earlier on. Managed to come back in that game. I believe he was down 3-1. It's a long throw there. It's not going to find the head of Soloff. Here we go with Tuga. Possession given away there. Di Fernandez now trying to build up his attack.
And he has to be patient, because now winning 2-0. I mean, he doesn't seem to be... He seems to be flowing, but I don't think you need to attack quick.
No, I think against Tuga, attacking quick works. but you're winning by 2, you can sort of frustrate your opponent. I know a 9-minute half stop, Gravison, it's
nice
different. It's great press there. The ball could be played in behind, and it still is. Yankuto in possession for Tuga. Into Arnan Ronaldo. These are the moments. The step over, the green times finish. Straight down the middle of the goal. Courtois picks it up.
That was something I quite agree on. I do think when you're playing against Tuga, you have to attack quick, especially with counter-attacks, with these long over-the-top through balls, because when he is defending on a low block, 4-4-2,
so difficult.
Almost impossible. Same as Nico, in a way. There's not much you can do.
The attacking here seems to be getting into his rhythm a little bit more. Stoichkov into Ronaldinho, and that's the one back for Tuga. He's not going to miss from there. Doesn't need to green time it to find the back of the net that time. And he's right back into this game.
And to give you guys some context, because Tuga against Fernandez is a great match, but in the coaching side, Zenit against Armando is quite an interesting match as well, because they're both masterminds in the game. Zenit has just started coaching, I think, 2 years ago, but I mean, with Tuga, he has been doing amazingly for the past couple of years. And then Armando has been around for, I don't know, 7, 8 years.
Long time.
Long time. So it's interesting to see that battle as well. I don't really like Butragueño. I don't know what your opinion is. I find him to be, I don't know, slow, probably.
His base item, for me, I love it. It just lacks the skill moves. This one I thought would be amazing. I've yet to use him myself, but watching him, he does look like he lacks that little space or the speed off the mark. But I think just his dribbling, and if you use controlled sprint a lot, it could be useful. But if you're not going to use controlled sprint, honestly, I think there are better options.
I think I agree with you, especially having just 4 icons of your choosing.
Yeah.
Spending one of Butragueño, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the right choice, in my opinion.
Great switch of play there from Tuga. This is something you notice. His fullbacks are very high up.
Both of them.
Yep. Sorloth here in possession now. Plays to recycle it. Triggered run from Ronaldinho. Back to Sorloth. Back to R9.
Brilliant
and this
pass.
Beautiful green time. The great save there. I think it could have been goalkeeper movement just in time to move Courtois across.
Let's see what he has to offer with the corner. He takes his time. Penalty. Woo! I mean, Tuga, Zenit, corner, it has to go in.
Yep, those are the set pieces, putting theory into practice. You work on those moments for these intricate things in game. The corners, the set pieces can make a world of difference, especially with the likes of Sorloth in the box. And it's now 2-2 in this game. Tuga responding very, very quickly within the first half.
For the guys watching at home, what you can learn from this set piece is probably that he takes his time to put the stick in the right direction. And for me, he takes his time as well to put Sorloth in the right position.
Yeah.
Because I find myself playing at home, and when I try to do this, I kind of rush to just, when you put the right stick and everything, and the angle and everything, I kind of rush to try to take it into Sorloth. But as you can see, if you're just patient and then you put himself in the right position, it will go in.
It's going to be Fernandez. We're going to work a chance there. Sorloth is going to win that in the air. Doesn't manage to get it down to Ronaldinho in the box. But corners, Gravison, I think there's so many ways to score from them this year. You can play it short and whip it to the back post. You can work it to the edge for maybe a finesse with a driven pass straight back into the area. A whip post to the near, or whip cross, sorry, to the near post. There's so many ways. The player locks or the player selection in the box.
I think people at home need to just grind them, really, because it makes a huge difference when you're playing foot champs. Either you know how to take them or not. So in this case, Tuga scored. Let's see what Fernandez has to offer. Probably taken short. As you mentioned before, probably whipped into the second post.
Oh, he fakes it. He's plays it back now. Is there going to be somebody in the box? There's not. Vinicius Jr., great ball in. He's onside. Ronaldinho back in there. Xavi intercepts it before it falls the way of Sorloth. And that's going to spell the end of the first half. Tuga 2 and Fernandez 2. Girona up against Cadiz. It's been a tale of two parts of the first half, I should say. I thought as if at the start, Fernandez was dominant in terms of chance creation. Tuga didn't get into the game until later on, and when he did, he made it count, Gravison.
The thing with Tuga is we've seen a typical Tuga match in a way, because he starts slow, especially with the first game of the day, but then he scores. I mean, the first goal was quite amazing, triggering the runs and everything. There's not much Fernandez could have done. And then he should have scored the second goal without the corner, to be honest, because it was a really great save by Courtois.
Yep.
But then, again, he doesn't need much.
That's the thing.
He doesn't need much. He'll score.
Doesn't need much at all. We're able to see a look at some of the stats. 2.4 XG in favour of Tuga compared to 0.7 with Fernandez. So just based on that, it's of course falling the way of Tuga, but the scoreline is level at this moment in time. If you're a player right now, Gravison, you've been in this situation, you've been in this tournament beforehand a number of times, you're drawing 2-2 at half-time. Would you think about making any changes or maybe preparing for a change? Or is it just about you try your best to play the second half and see what happens, maybe around the 60th, 65th?
If I'm being honest, it depends of who my coach is, because I don't think of myself when I'm playing, I'm focusing so much on playing that I don't know what really is happening around me. So if I have a coach I can trust, and he tells me we should open up the, I don't know, the width or whatever, and he gives me like a decent explanation, I go for it. Like, I trust you 100%. Or if he says, I don't know, when you're crossing from this part of the box, you should cross instead of this part. Like, I'm trusting you. Because I'm not really good like analyzing when I'm playing. I don't know about you.
Yeah, you sort of just get tunnel vision. But are you somebody that you'd like to get micromanaged in the game, so your coach would tell you do this every moment, or is it just like
just when we have a pause?
Okay.
I don't like people to speak in my ear when I'm playing. What about you?
I'm the same as you. I'm the same. And here's Tuga building up here. Arnhem Ronaldo back to the Young, just twisting and turning. Not too much space. Sorloff, Stoichkov, the first touch play South Plus coming into effect as well. But as you said, Gravison, a nice tackle just to prevent Fernandez from going down a goal.
And I gotta tell you, a few weeks back when we were commentating the England League and Tex won, I was being a bit harsh on Laurent Blanc because I didn't like him, but he's playing good today.
He's been putting a shift in defensively. He hasn't looked out of place, and Fernandez needs to get the ball to Ronaldinho. He does.
Your guy again.
It's a shot across. It's a weird one because I feel as if maybe that could have been taken on the weaker foot. The angle is a bit odd. It's a weird one there to shoot across goal. And of course, with the laces, it's going to be a tough ask to hit the back of the net there.
It's interesting to see how Jan Couto was punished once, but then again, the two crosses that Fernandez tried weren't good enough. I think it were because of the position of the center. I mean, the cross wasn't good enough. So if you cross it from here, that works.
Mendy in the air, defending against Sorloff. Mendy's in-game item, just the attributes he has, is just everything. But that is not something you want to see. A huge mistake. Can Tuga capitalise off it? Sorloff in possession, going back again. Xavi, the controlled sprint.
Cross.
Jan Couto again, he's looking for the ball in. Mendy's going to win that.
Mendy, what a guy.
I said it before he even won it. I know he's going to win it. He's just somebody in the air. You back him to win those aerial duels.
Yeah, but if this is the 93 foot fantasy item, I mean, he's a beast. He's really good. I actually use him in the Portuguese league, and for me, he's the best left back in the game. Yeah. He's even better than Team of the Year, Theo Hernandez, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a big statement. Fernandez, though, trying to get his lead back in this game. Of course, was leading 2-0 before Tuga brought the game back level. And here it is, whipped in. Ronaldinho, green timed. A good save there from Courtois.
And again, another corner. Taking short again, maybe. No. This is different.
To the edge. Really heads it down to Butchers. Whipped in here. Hold on a minute, Gravison. What a well-worked corner that is from Fernandez. We both looked at each other and what's he doing?
What's he doing? Yeah, what's he doing?
You'll be able to see that. I really hope in the highlights after this game we can touch back into this. Just a triggered run there. He's triggered Ronaldinho. As soon as he's dinked that to the edge there, Ronaldinho makes a beautiful run, and it's an even better header into the corner.
For me, this goal is a great goal because this is not a goal you're used to see in a competitive environment, which for me, for the moment, it's a play of the match. Either this or Tuga's first goal. Yeah. But then again, you have to, when you header, it's manual. And it wasn't that clear of a chance, really. So you have to just aim really, really good, and you have to green time it as well. So
it has to be pinpoint accuracy if you're going to get that header on target, and then to find it into the back of the net with Ronaldinho, again, 54 heading accuracy in game. So you have to aim that perfectly to get the back,
and he did that
into the back of the net. It's a great goal and well worked there from the set piece from Fernandez, restoring his lead in this game. Of course, it's down to Tuga now to respond.
It's interesting because I don't know why Fernandez was using both fullbacks to join the attack, which was kind of weird. Like, I guess it makes sense because you know Tuga is not going to counter-attack you in a way. You know he's going to try to just build it from the back in a way. But I don't know, it seems like too offensive, really.
Yeah, it's very offensive, but it's been working for him. It's an important goal. 60 minutes have been played, 30 left in this game. We haven't been able to see any highlights from the other game going on, so I'll update you. It's 4-1. A huge lead there right now. Marin against D. Sanchez. We saw D. Sanchez run riot earlier on in his game. I think he ended up winning 5-3, but it was a resounding victory in that game.
And that,
watch the game.
Yeah, that's the first time we see. This is going to be the 5th goal probably on the other game. But yeah, what a goal. I guess you'll see in the replay later on. But this is the first time that we have a player who's top in the group, then playing in the round of 16 and winning his match. So congrats to Marin.
And here we go with Tuga. Stoichkov tries to play it into R9 Ronaldo. Not sure if he wanted to get it back to Sorloth. Wasn't able to. But Vinicius Jr. now for D. Fernandez.
Oh, he's through.
He's onside. That's a great ball. Butragueño in on goal. Bearing down against the goalkeeper. And that is a great goal from Butragueño and D. Fernandez. He's restored the 2-goal lead. Gravison, that ball in behind from Vinicius Jr. was incredible.
I really thought he was offside for a second. But, I mean, it's kind of interesting because I'm pretty sure Vini doesn't have really good passing stats. No.
It was perfectly timed as well. As you said, it was so close. Teetering on the edge of being offside, but that's a great goal from D. Fernandez.
Again, just looking at the stats, because of Vini passing stats and because of Ronaldinho's heading accuracy, like aiming manually, he's been brilliant at the moment.
He's been incredible, but there is still moments left in this game and enough time for Tuga to get back into it. And if there's one player you cannot count out in any game of FC 24, it's Tuga, because going forward he's very ruthless. But we do have just over 20 minutes or so left to be played. Pause was cued. We have subs coming on, tactic variations being adjusted before we go into the game again.
We have to remind people at home that Tuga is the defending champion of the cup. He won it last year. Again, it was a 2v2 format, so it was different. He won with Andoni as a teammate, probably the best 2v2 pair you could see last year here in Spain. But now he's struggling, and the main thing is he's played a pretty poor second half. I mean, I don't think I can remember any good chances.
He's got to the area a couple times, and from that moment, it's not been great. It's not been the Tuga of old, but as we said, 20 minutes also left to be played. But D. Fernandez isn't just resting on his laurels. He's whipped it in. Sorloth is in the air again. Good goalkeeper movement there from Tuga.
And he's alive, and you don't want Tuga to be alive when you're his opponent, because if he has time, he's going to be concentrated. He's going to play well. It happened to him a lot of times. But it's curious to see, because in the La Liga finals last year, the first game he played was against Zidan, and he got destroyed. Now, I wouldn't say destroyed because he's not getting like battered, but I do think he's not playing at his best, really.
Yeah, you're going to see spaces open up here as the clock ticks on, because Tuga would have to put bodies forward. D. Fernandez on the counter-attack. Fortunately, he gets through there with Butragueño. Ronaldinho, oh my goodness, outside of the boot, off the inside of the post. And that's a 3-goal lead there from D. Fernandez. 5-2 up against his fellow countryman Tuga.
I think I owe an apology to Butragueño because...
And to Ronaldinho.
And to Ronaldinho as well. And to Ronaldinho as well, because, I mean, Butragueño, first, he was quick on the 4th goal, and now that double pass, that double tap pass, that was really good. And especially because this year the double tap pass isn't precise, generally.
Yeah.
This time Butragueño did it well, and now a 5-2 lead.
It worked perfectly in that situation. Of course, there was an element of luck in terms of just keeping the ball and sort of bundling through the defender there. I believe it was Militao. I'm not too sure who that was, actually. I need to watch that back. But for Tuga, it's a massive, massive mountain to climb. He's got 15 or so minutes left to get 3 goals against the Fernandez, who is on top form.
It's really interesting to see on those on these FC tournaments and the tournaments we used to play back in the days. Like, let's just see now, Fernandez, he's playing at his best. He's leading 5-2 against Tuga. He's playing really good. But then he equalized on the last minute of the first game he played.
It's crazy. In another day, he would be eliminated.
Yeah.
He would have been already on his way home, and now he's on his way to secure a spot into Championship Sunday. 17 minutes in-game time plus added time. You see the Stage 2 results there. Marin representing Granada 6-2 up against Sanchez, who's of course representing Almeria.
Ooh, nice Spanish, man. Nice Spanish. Griezmann twisting and turning, activates the playstyle. This is good enough. Ronaldinho, no, that's a horrible touch. And Griezmann hasn't been working out fine for Tuga, even though he has 2 playstyles, which are the finesse and the control sprint. Still not good enough. And I do think if Fernandez is able to capitalize on this attack, this match could be over. 3 goals. The moment, 76th minute, Butragueño keeps running and running, and he won't stop really because he doesn't need to. He crosses it to Sorloth, but it's not precise enough. But the main thing, nice press. Yeah. The clock is running, and you're not conceding any goals, so time is running out for Tuga.
Yeah, time is running out, and it's Fernandez. It's in his hands of whether he's going to keep on going forward or try and slow the clock down a little bit more. It's incredible pressing there from Fernandez. Tuga, a bit lazy in possession there. He does well to win it back, and he has to go forward now. He needs a goal. If he can get a goal from this attack, it's definitely still
He's rushing.
He is rushing, which is very uncharacteristic of Tuga. But in these situations, you're down by 3 goals. You sort of have to do something to get forward. Just look at the space. Ronaldinho does enough to hold it. Oh my God.
What a pass! I apologize to you again, Ronaldinho. What a pass. Come on, what a through pass.
That ball was insane.
Probably the best pass of the day. Is that a replay we can get? Best pass of the day? Wow.
Look at the space again inside there. If you play it back to De Jong, you just get it there. Tuga's done really well to press. Ronaldinho keeps it on, and he wins a free kick. 7 minutes left to be played. We're ticking into the moments now where it's almost impossible to get a way back into this game.
And Tuga really feels like he's not happy with the way he played today.
No, you can see just a shake of his head on the player cam. He's not happy with the way this game has gone. Of course, he's someone that holds himself to a very high standard.
Yep.
Of course, he's been performing relatively lower than that today, but
especially when you're playing against that's a nice cross, not good enough. Especially when you're playing against a Portuguese player, you yourself being a Portuguese player as well. There's something about losing to Fernandez in a way, you know, because Tuga has been arguably the best Portuguese FC player of all time, and then passing on the torch to someone when you're still playing really well,
it's tough.
That's tough, yeah.
Here he is going forward. He's recycled possession.
Nope.
Snappy passing. Can he find the feet of the desired player in the box here? Look at the space on the left for Sorloth to run into. Vinicius Jr. and Butragueño running up, supporting him. Spinning it back to Butragueño. It's going to be reverse elastico, but a last-ditch tackle there from Tuga. It's very much confirmed that Fernandez will be securing himself €5,000 at the very least for finishing top 8. It goes into tomorrow. Tuga was eliminated but guaranteed €2,500 for his placement as a top 16 player in the La Liga FC Pro Cup. And of course, he's still got a spot in the finals later on this month, but for his tournament now, it comes to a close earlier than expected.
Especially because the 2 last times Tuga has played in a LAN environment in La Liga, but let's just say Cup or League format. In the finals last year, he lost against Zidan, first round. Now against Fernandez, he's losing in the round of 16, which was the first game he played again. So that has to be tough for a player, as you said, who holds himself as high as Tuga does. Rightly so, because he's a great player. Fernandez goes through to the quarterfinals. He'll be playing today in the championship Sunday. And for me, I gotta tell you, this was a surprise.
Yeah. It's a huge win. Again, I think that second half is where the game went away from Tuga. He was down by 2. He came back into the game, but Fernandez ran away with it. 5-2 victory for the young player from Portugal. Again, up against his fellow countrymen, and he came out on top, Robertson.
Came out on top, and I mean, he played really well, especially the second half, because it's interesting to see how in the first 20 minutes he was leading the game 2-0. Then he kind of lost the control of the game. And then when it got to the halftime, it was 2-2.
Yeah.
But that second half, I mean, that was brilliant. We are going to see now the replay of the best goals and the best moments of the match. And again, Vini Jr. probably, I wouldn't say that the best player of the game, because Butragueño and Ronaldinho, but pretty much all the strikers from Cadiz.
Yeah, it was a great start there from Fernandez. The dink to Sorloff at the back post, green timed header as well to give him the 2-goal lead. There were 2 responses straight away from Tuga before half-time as well. Ronaldinho, that was well worked, snappy, quick passing in the box, something we associate with Tuga a lot. And this was the corner headed into the net there from Tuga in this game.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it feels like Tuga only played 30 minutes of the game.
It's a weird one, right? It doesn't feel as if it was in the game for large portions of it. And you have to give credit to Fernandez for that. He made the game uncomfortable for Tuga. He made it a situation where he'd have to sort of come out of his comfort zone and attack a little bit more fluidly. But for Fernandez, that was the goal there.
It all started with that corner.
That set piece there. He's worked from a number of times with his coach. You can see this was the pacing behind we spoke about. Butragueño manages to get his way through the double tap pass, the outside of the finish from Ronaldinho, and that game ended up sealing out 5-2 for Fernandez, as we mentioned a number of times now. He secures his spot to tomorrow, Championship Sunday, and Tuga is eliminated. The other game that was going on was Marin up against Sanchez. This was a big game
for Marin, especially. I'm really hoping we're going to see the 4th goal of Marin, because it was a beautiful goal, as I was just watching from there. This might not have been as beautiful, but it worked out fine with the knockdown and the goal by Cruyff. And this last, I mean,
it's a great step round the keeper as well. Keeper's on the floor, taps it into an open net. 20 minutes left in that game at that moment in time, but that didn't stop Marin from keeping on going forward. Little passes in the area, tiki-taka finding the back of the net, and there was one more goal, whipped in, chested down by Stoichkov. 5 minutes left to play, and it ended 6-2.
6-2, brilliant result for Marin, who's the first player top in the group stage, who goes out to the quarterfinals. So
it shows the players in the regular season. You can perform well there, and of course that obviously it makes a difference in your placement. Of course, guarantee the qualification to the next stage already, but the players that have a lot to fight for, they would have had time to prepare, and Fernandez was one of them. We're going to take a look at the play of the match in this game. I'd be interested to see which one it was, because there was a number of different opportunities. This is what it was. The little tick behind there from the corner. Ronaldinho was triggered from a distance, and he heads it in. Again, low heading accuracy, manual headers. You have to make that perfect. The power, the accuracy, and everything has to be pinpoint.
And it was pinpoint accurate. And I mean, that was the moment the game shifted in a way, because he scored the 3rd goal. And then I don't really know why, but Tuga didn't manage to score any more goals. So let's see the bracket in a second to see who's right through to the quarterfinals. We can see Granada, Cádiz, Real Oviedo, and Getafe are waiting for a rival. And as you can see, I mean, we can talk about many games in here, but Valladolid and Real Sociedad, which is Zidan and Nit, 2 former champions of La Liga. I do want to watch Ethan play in the Real Sporting against Racing Club de Ferrol again. Real Betis against Sevilla, which is Yago against Nico, Yago's first game of the tournament as well. And then Cartagena against Huesca, which would be Ranerista against Dan Aguilar, 2 former teammates who played for Levante back in 2021. So we have 4 beautiful matches coming up.
Yeah, big matches in a big tournament, and can't wait to get started.
Yeah, pretty much.
What would you say? Who would you say actually would be the player to watch going into this? Like, I think it's hard to gauge like a favourite coming into this whole tournament.
Okay.
You've got Nicolas, you've got Yaro, you've got Ethan. Tuga, I would say it'd be somebody that you could associate that could reach the distance. But he just falls short.
For me, don't think there are any favorites. Probably in the game between Zidan and Nit, there's going to be a favorite who are the wins over there. But Mariam from Granada, I mean, for me, it's a player to watch because he topped the group, he played convincingly, winning 6-2. So I guess we'll see later on today and tomorrow. For the moment, that's all from us today. We'll see you back in a few minutes. We're going for a short break, and we'll be back with the next game.
Nicolas and Sebastian. Welcome back once again to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup here across the next 2 days. We've got 2 more rounds of matches coming from the round of 16. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Jaime Alvarez guiding you through what is going to be a crazy next couple of games, because we have got Nicolas up against Yago, 2 Argentinians, 2 good friends, 2 national team players that actually share the stage a couple of years back in the E-Nations Cup. They've never played before in a competitive scenario like this, but it's happening now, Gravison. It's happening in a couple of minutes' time.
It's interesting because we have on the stage 1, as you just mentioned, Nicolas against Jaro, which is a Argentinian teammate match, but then on the secondary stage we have Cartagena against Huesca, which is Ranerista against Daniel Aguilar, which is a former teammate playing against each other because they both represented Levante back in 2021. So it's kind of interesting to see how we have Argentinians playing against Argentinians, we have former teammates playing against each other. I mean, beautiful matches coming up.
Well, so far, the curse has been, Gravison, if you pre-qualify for round 2, you've lost the game. It seems like anyone that's come through, you could argue, it's not a lower bracket, but had to play the extra round, has gone on to get the result. Yago's looked convincing in the group stages, only lost 1 game, scored 21 goals, conceded 10, but Nicolas, we can speak about the fact that he was very fortunate, some would argue, to qualify because, yeah, fortunate, I'm saying those words, because he qualified on goal difference in the group stages. It wasn't a convincing group stage performance from him, but in the knockouts, Gravison, he has been typical Nicolas. 4-2 win against Jaro, which was not an easy game by any means, but it's what Nicolas does, it's what the Iceman does on the big stage.
I do think these kind of stats at the moment, like wins, draw and losses, I mean, they're important to give context, but really when it comes to this match, it doesn't really matter because we just saw the Nicolas that we're used to see from that match against JRA. I mean, 4-2, and not only the 4-2, the defense was there, the build-up was there, everything was there pretty much.
And also, we're talking about group stages here as well, Gravis, that have happened months ago. You know, we're in April now. You know, there's different levels for these players. There's been different levels of practice coming into it. And as you said, it's knockout FC 24. It's a very different storyline for these 2 players. Whoever loses is out of this competition. They have qualified. Let's remind you, they have qualified for the FC Pro LALIGA Grand Finals. There you can see Nicolas and his coach Fer. I mean, this is a tough game for both these 2. We just saw 2 Portuguese players go head-to-head. Now we're seeing 2 Argentines going up against each other. That game will be coming up very, very swiftly indeed. But before that, we're going to enter Frankie and Ryan, who have got the drafts for us.
Thank you, guys, and I'm really excited for this Argentine showdown. Was having a cheeky look backstage before we headed back from the break and actually noticed some similarities in their approach to the defence. So let's take a look at Yago's draft for the first time and check out who he's been putting as a centre-back to his full-back. I think the difference here is going to be on the left side. We're not going to see Sorloth here. We're going to be seeing Bellingham, aren't we, Ryan?
Yeah, in-game, Jude Bellingham will slot in at left-back. Sorloth will probably play left or right forward in this setup. I think it's a similar theme amongst a lot of players. You have the likes of Griezmann, Ronaldo, Stoichkov, Gundogan, De Jong. A lot of these players are staples in the squad. But if you look at his bench, Frankie, that's the interesting point here.
Yeah, and that's a huge difference to Nicolas's bench that we're going to see in a moment. The Cafu on the bench is interesting to me. Do you think this is late game insurance? I know it's a phrase I keep using today, but if he just can't get any goals past Nicolas?
Do you know what? I actually don't know. I think for Cafu, he's got the attributes in game. He's got the 5-star skill moves now where he could technically play in midfield. It could be an option there. We've seen him play earlier on in midfield. It's a difficult one. Be able to take a look at Nicolas's draft, of course. We've seen it earlier on in his game. So we're able to take a look at it again, just to remind ourselves of the way the Iceman sets up his team. Acuna at left back is an obscure choice, in my opinion. You have him in the squad. I think in the squad, yeah, to start. I don't know.
He's money saving. He has got a ton of really on-meta play styles. I think you're underestimating Acuna. I mean, It sounds ridiculous me saying that to Ryan Pessoa, who is playing multiple events at international level.
In fairness, though, I think he's been playing midfield. I think Jude Bellingham's still slotted in at left back, and Acuna played midfield, which is, again, he has the attributes for it. I don't think he has the pace to play left back.
That's fair enough. That's actually where I think Acuna's kind of slightly let down. However, if we look at the bench, I mean, you do have a couple of players potentially who could up the pace. It's
quite weak compared to the bench of Yago. He's got Yankutu, who does have the pace. Lauren as well is another option off the bench. Aerial plus play style. We can offer what Sorloth offers, but again, just a different type of player. Molina, Gundogan, Jimenez. not really too much in terms of pace. Gundogan is probably the most offensive out of them.
But what we did see from his match earlier against Jaro is the money he has spent in his attack on his Cruyff and his Xabi Alonso, that has been worth every penny.
It's been worth absolutely everything. Cruyff as well, we've seen the reverse elastico that fell perfectly for Nicolas. But a key component to this squad is Laurent Blanc in at centre-back, Frankie. For me, if this was my choice, I wouldn't go for an icon there because you can only have 4. I think the play styles are the key points here, Frankie.
Of course. I mean, you've got the aerial there, so you've got your sort of anti-strat, shall we say. That is not a word we use in the AFC. I apologise, I'll never use it again. But also the jockey and the bruiser as well. So during those corner set plays, surely Blanc is going to be essential.
I think he's an incredible item in game. I just feel as if Araujo and Militao allow you just to still get another icon in the team. But he's still an incredible player that you can use in game, as we mentioned, anticipate. Even ping pass can do a lot in transition.
Yeah, I understand when you're looking at Blanc why you've got your reservations, but also the 5-star skill moves and a centre-back,
yeah, I wouldn't be using it.
Yeah, maybe not necessary, but let's go to our casters because I can't wait to see this showdown between two men who play with each other, not only against each other, on a regular basis.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Ryan. And yeah, 5-star skill moves for a centre-back. I mean, if he wants to pull out a skill move in the box, I mean, you'd be very confident to do that.
I mean, you can try to just build up from the back, or you can maybe elastico. That's good.
Elastico yourself out of danger if you want. We're going to be jumping into our game live right now. This is round of 16 in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and it is Nicolas up against fellow Argentine Yago. Real Betis, who were La Liga champions last year. We must remind you of that in the LALIGA FC Pro.
You know what I find really interesting is that Nicolas and Fer stayed at Yago's house for the whole week in Madrid. Yeah, they do.
Oh, it's a bit disrespectful if they go and beat him then, isn't it?
It is, it kind of is. But Nico doesn't seem to care, really.
Well, here's Nicolas now with the first real chance of the game. He'll be kicking from right to left. I mean, there's a few comments made about his draft, and I mean, it's Nicolas there. Acuna whips it in. Oh, my days. That would have been a time green bicycle kick from Cruyff. Remember, Nicolas, the headline news for Nicolas, by the way, just in terms of him potentially being at the FC Pro World Championships or back to defend his Champions League again, that can still happen because he did qualify for the FC Pro La Liga Grand Finals at the end of this month.
Yeah, and we expect Nicolas to see pretty much participating at the World Championship for another year, because that's the level we expect Nico to be at. It's the level he has been at for the last 7 years now, so arguably the best FC level we've seen from Nico this season. I think the match he played against Jaro.
Sorloff, Acuna into Nicolas's Johan Cruyff. Gazaniga, massive save. But already you are seeing what Yago is going to be put through in these next 19 game minutes. What we're going to see from a corner. You know, he's always so special from a set piece, is Nicolas, and I'm sure that Fer would have been carefully working on it. The duo did win the Champions League together and were penalties away from being world champions back in Copenhagen. Remember that rightly against Umit.
I mean, that year, 2022, for both of them, they were at the top of the chain. Let's see if they can get back to it.
One thing you can say about Yago, he's had quite the career. Once upon a time, played for West Ham. And has been able to travel all around the world, playing FC Pro at the top level. Into Acuna now. Punched it into Sorloff, deflection. Out for a corner it goes. Again, another set piece for Nicolas. You know he's deadly in these moments. There's that front post, there's Sorloff. And if you notice, it's always time green. Anything around that box from Nicolas is timed to perfection. You cannot let him have a sniff. It's a real difficult ask for Yago. Also on the flip side, what a result it would be for him if he was to go and get one here. It's the first time in a long time we've seen Yago sort of be the front man. A lot of the time he's sort of been a coach, he's been a second player in a lot of the teams. from what we've seen from him this year in the LALIGA FC Pro, he has been really impressive. He topped his group.
Especially that first week, 9 points out of 9. I mean, he did lose the last game in that second weekend, but that first weekend is the best we've seen from Yago throughout the whole season.
Sorloff again, he wants him in the box, but he keeps on picking the ball out on this left-hand side. Bellingham back to Acuna. And then dispossessed as Online could just knock the ball off his feet. Chance to break away now.
I thought a pass to Gundogan was coming, but no.
Bellingham driving. This is Yago's first sniff in the box. Looks for a cutback, finds Sorloff. Has to try and be creative now against the Nicolas that will just constantly play a switch and make it so compact and hard to break down.
He offside trapped, I think, 3 times in that attack. I mean, brilliant defense by him.
Nicolas for Bellingham. Acuna finds De Jong, who has a shot. Again, time green, saved by Gazzaniga.
Another time. And yeah, third save by Gazzaniga.
Everything is green.
Everything. I mean, he won't stop greening. That's a brilliant switch of play manually from Yago. We can see Militao as a right back, which will not be successfully on the attack, but on the defense he will. Player lock maybe? No. I think that's a nice pass. And the build-up from Nico has been consistent with the way he triggers the runs.
Well, here's another wave of Nicolas pressure. Sorloff looking to go on his own. Still Sorloff. It's a tap-in for Cruyff. It's not the prettiest of goals, but Nicolas won't care, as he leads by a goal still in this round of 16 game.
There's something about the players that top the group when they're playing in the round of 16 for the first time. They always seem to start losing 2-0, and it makes sense because you're not playing in a line environment for quite a while. Not only a line environment, because it's a thing to play at a studio and another thing to play at a venue as well. And it seems like for the first 20 to 30 minutes, they really struggle, the players that top the group on the regular season. And I get that, because adjusting to a gameplay can be really hard.
Especially when it's your first game in to the competition. That was brave from Courtois there. In our other game, there has been a breakthrough in it. Huesca are leading by a goal to 0 against FC Cartagena. That's Daniel Aguilar leading in that game. Someone else who loves the late run in the La Liga competitions, Gravison.
That's him, yep. Last year he lost against JRA in the finals in the round of 16. So I'm pretty sure, I'm confident he'll be looking to make a statement this year.
Sorloff finds Bellingham. There could be a finesse from distance here from Xabi Alonso. Nicolas working out his perfect way forward in front of goal. Acuna again. It's still green. Everything.
Come on.
He's green from the Iceman. He's not lost his touch. You might not have seen him for 4 months. Yago yet to register a proper chance. On target, Griezmann back to good. Big chance, Griezmann. It might bounce up nicely for Yago.
I gotta tell you, the hand-to-eye coordination you need to have to move the keeper the way Nico is doing and defending as well, you gotta be Nico to do that, pretty much.
Look at Sorloff. Bellingham into Sorloff, it's got to go. Doesn't rush into the cross. Acuna might fancy down the edge of the box. Alonso might also been able to bounce the one back. Flicked it down into Cruyff again. Time green from Nicolas. How many time green shots?
1, 2, 3, 4. That was the 5th time he's done it.
Stoichkov. Oh, that's brave. That's very brave from Yago. Gets out of it. We've had an equaliser, by the way. Raniesta has got a goal back for FC Cartagena, but it didn't last long because Daniel Aguilar has then gone back in front by 2 goals to 1. The goals are flying in over on stage 2. There's the flick on into R9, big chance. Stoichkov for Yago. There's the step overs. Did he complicate the chance?
He did. He really did, because I do think if he had picked just to attack one angle, it would have been enough. He tried to work one angle and then the other, and I don't think he should have done it, because if you give Nico a chance to recompose, he will do. It's interesting to see Nico not using the player lock, which pretty much every single player at here using the player lock. That's a huge mistake. Sorloth on the counter-attack.
Can he make the most of this now? We could have a 2-on-2. Sorloth, has he got the legs to get around Xabi Alonso? He has. Keeper comes out, which is clever. And timed so well by Nicolas and his Thibaut Courtois. I mean, Yago's getting half chances, Gravison. He just needs to do more with them. Because when you play against Nicolas, you're going to get what? You can count on one hand the chances he's going to give you. Added time to follow. Remember, winner of this qualifies for the quarter-final stages tomorrow. Is Bellingham on sides? Yes, he is. Nicolas pulls away from the fullback. Back into Cruyff. Is there one more pass? Step overs his nose. Cruyff still. Nicolas will double his lead on the stroke of half-time.
What is this? I mean, the level of dribbling, the level of skill we've seen. I mean, the step over to a body feint, then he stopped with L1. He went for a speed boost, great time shot. Come on. What is that? There's a reason why he's using that Golazo version, right? What a goal.
Well, he costs enough coins, doesn't he? That Golazo, Johan Cruyff at the halfway point in the game, and look at the stats for Yago. 0 shots, and just 0 shots. Forget on target. 0 shots from Real Betis and Yago.
42% of possession, but as we can see, I'm pretty much speechless with the goal we've seen from Nico.
I mean, how good of a performance are we seeing here from Nicolas?
I think that's the best FC we've seen from Nico
this season.
Quite a while, yeah, quite a while.
Well, over to this game very quickly. This is live for you now. We've got Daniel Aguilar leading Granista 3-1, unless there is to be a goal back now. He went for the player lock.
These two lived together for a whole year over at Valencia, so...
Would I be right in thinking that Daniel Aguilar once upon a time did play for FC Cartagena? For one season, maybe?
I don't think he did, no. But...
They both did play for Levante, though, didn't they?
Yeah, that's it. But I mean, they've trained together for probably hundreds of times, really. Because when you're a teammate or someone, you just play always with him, training and stuff. So, I mean, this is kind of a chess match in a way, because they know each other so much that they try to disguise things and stuff, because otherwise it's going to be a 0-0.
And at the moment, on our sort of scorecards, there's only been one player that also qualified for round 2 that has won their game. At the moment, every player that topped their group has lost to the player that's come through the bracket. It's only been Marin of Granada that's been able to live up, I can argue, to the hype of the group stage. Other than that, it's going all the other way.
You could say he wasn't the favorite coming up to the match against Di Sanchez, but still 6-2. I mean, that's a really a convincing result.
Back underway, Nicolas leads by 2-0 against Yago. He could be on for a third potentially now.
Nice defense. Militao was... Oof.
Oh no, Nicolas, show me something from him. What's Nicolas been working on in terms of free kicks from the training ground? 48 minutes on the clock. Does he fancy a direct shot? Yes, he does!
Oh, come on, man.
The Iceman strikes again. 3-0. Every part of his game is just perfect right now.
You asked for it. He delivered. The Iceman again. 3-0. This has to be the goal of the match, right?
The Cruyff one's special, though, isn't it? What would you say? Free kick or the Cruyff goal for potentially play of the round? I think the Cruyff goal. We've got to say the Cruyff goal. The free kick is impressive, but
in my opinion, it's the
that
Cruyff
second goal from...
Yeah.
That second one from Nicolas, definitely for me, would definitely be up there for play of the day. The Golazo Cruyff, which is worth millions and millions of in-game.
I'm sure you can afford him at home.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't think I could afford a 7k player at the moment. No, 7 million coins, Gravison. As we said, winner of this goes into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Nicolas is leading by 3-0. Nicolas will be playing as it currently stands. Getafe's Flippercito, and I know Flippercito's been good, but I would be very worried, very, very concerned about my quarterfinal game tomorrow.
I'm telling you, if Flippercito beats Nicolas and does like a ice celebration in there, I'm gonna be screaming in the venue. I'm gonna be screaming. You're gonna hear me from the broadcast. I mean,
I mean, that's his game. That's the game of the season for him.
Yeah, it is. That's the game of his life, not only the season.
I know this is, in a nice way, taking nothing away from Yago, but it's just
too good.
Nicolas is too good, and also the matchmaking of his bracket just hasn't favoured him. I'm sorry, but it hasn't.
No, not really, because I mean, not only Nico, but Jota could have been a tough match for him as well. So it's hard. It definitely is hard.
Remember, Yago still has not had a single shot in this game. That is how difficult it's been to break down Nicolas. Big goal gone in the other game as well. FC Cartagena pulled a goal back, 3-2. Daniel Aguilar still does lead. Acuna will be on for a 4 for Nicolas.
Nice defense.
Still not fully dealt with though. The press is aggressive from Nicolas Golazo Cruyff.
Nice defense by Militao. Probably the best defender from Yago throughout the whole match at the moment. He's the only one stopping Nicolas pretty much. That Eder Militao is a right back.
Oh, that's cheeky, Yago. This is your chance, my friend. He goes down to ground, and the referee says it was a fair tackle.
Do you agree?
No. No, I don't. Potentially could have been a free kick there, and what a chance it was for Sorloth to get a shot on target.
Nice press. He's playing
another
better.
Big win. Yago still got 13 game minutes in. Needs to make the most of Griezmann.
I don't think the double tap was necessary, but he did it nevertheless. He's playing better now, Yago. I mean, it's still 30 minutes. It's a 9 minutes half, so he has time definitely. But I do think he has to score a goal at least in the next 10 minutes. Nice double tap pass. He has options now.
Alexander Sorloth into belly of Nicolas, looking for a 4th for his tally. Still time, Green.
And again, the press of the possession loss has been incredible.
It's that first 3 and get like sort of seconds, isn't it? You lose the ball and you're on him.
Offside, yeah. As we can see right at the top of the screen, Ranelista scored, so he's losing 2-3 to Daniel Aguilar. So that match is tight at the moment.
Yago still with a chance, Vinicius Junior, and even his Courtois. He's stopping him from finding a way through. That was the first shot that Yago's registered 63 minutes into the game.
Never too late.
And even then, Grav, I mean, Courtois still saving the day for Nicolas.
He's the best keeper in the LALIGA FC Pro for a reason. I mean, Gazzaniga is good as well, but I don't think he's up to the level of Thibaut Courtois. This could be good.
Big chance for R9. Still, it's not even going to trickle in for him.
Come on, Thibaut Courtois.
That's gold, Thibaut Courtois. 35k Courtois. Still showing exactly what he can do, even up against all of these icon players.
Good dribbling by Nico. Nice passing to Sorloth. He's playing flawlessly.
Nicolas yet to put a foot wrong yet. Cruising his way not only to the La Liga FC Pro Finals, but more importantly to a top 8 tomorrow, where he will be playing against Getafe's Flippercito. And he's not done yet. Acuna into Sorloth. Is there a one more pass? No, there isn't on that occasion.
But it was green again.
It was green again.
It was green again.
Every chance Nicolas is out. Green, green, green, green, green. Wondering what that is for those at home, Gravis. So what's the importance of timing your shot green?
It's just the highest percentage you can get of the shot going in. That's it.
Let's jump ship if we can over to this game where there could be a big chance. Courtois comes out flying. That could have been the goal to add a 2-goal cushion to Daniel Aguilar and Huesca. Final 22 minutes.
You can see how Ranerista is laid back, but he's concentrated because he knows he needs to score a goal. Danny seems to be much more stressed at the moment, looking at his webcam, but still we have to remind people at home that both of them played for a whole year back in 2021 for Levante. And this is a great attack for Daniel Aguilar. He passes it to Bellingham, team of the year.
Is there a cut sprinting back? Towards the back post it goes, defended well by the right back of Bellingham. Final 18 minutes here. The winner of this game tomorrow will be playing against Di Fernandez, the Portuguese player of Cadiz, in the quarterfinals. Lofted in, it's a clever idea.
But team of the year Bellingham, he costs 6 million coins for a reason. I do think the constant press needs to come in a second. Constant press hasn't come in for Ranerista as well. Maybe he hasn't got a chance to pause it yet. Maybe the team press, if not the constant press, because if not, Danny's going to be happily keeping possession as he's doing at the moment. I do think the constant press has to come any second now.
Acuna, does he want one more goal? We might try and find an out. Thierry Henry was timed green by Daniel Aguilar, but the rebound didn't fall nicely.
12 minutes left to play. Curious to see if Ranerista has another chance, because he's building up nicely with Sorlo on the wing. Team of the year Bellingham again, and the post that we asked for, it's here. It's interesting to see how Rane is playing with a 4-4-2 formation at the moment. You wouldn't say meta.
No.
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
If I went around to all the pro players and said, what's the best formation in FC24? No one would say that.
No.
And if they did, I'd say, you're joking.
Maybe Anders?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Well, we're coming back to this one. Is there a way through yet for Yago?
Red timed. Red timed by Cafu.
And it's Cafu, isn't it, of all players in the area where you don't really want him. Last 10 minutes in this one, Nicolas 3-0 up still.
Potential cross.
Is he on for goal number 4?
He'll happily...
I really want to see the stats at the end of this game from Nicolas. The match stats. Possession, where the ball's been, shots, chances created. This is a chance. Has to score, Yago. This is your chance, my friend. You need to score this one. He does. Does get a goal back. And he's had more chances this half. Nicolas has allowed him to have a few more chances.
Eight minutes left to play, plus added time. Do you think there's enough time?
I think you can have all the time. I think you can have another 45 minutes, Gravison. I just don't see this man crumbling. There's a different sense of atmosphere in the air with him.
I think you're absolutely right at the moment. I don't know which Nicolas we're going to see tomorrow, because you never know. But at the moment,
I mean, Flippercito is going to have his hands full.
Definitely.
But potentially we could be looking at Nacho Abaya, Ethan or Zumaquero in a semi-final up against him, of course. Flippercito could also be in that semi-final as well. Big chance for Yago. He just passes. He just gives the ball back to Courtois.
Again, the double tap wasn't necessary. It's been 3 times now by Yago. I know he uses it a lot from home successfully, but today it's not working out for him.
Well, for Yago, we must recall that he will be back in the grand finals in Barcelona in a few weeks' time. But this will be the end of the road for him in the Cup. Had time to follow in just a minute. But Nicolas, big wins against Jaro, and an even bigger win against fellow Argentine in Yago.
There's something about Nico playing with Fer. I mean, they just work together too well.
Added time of 1 minute as the chance comes in, played away, and it will be Nicolas into a quarter-finals in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Difficult as well against his fellow friend and Argentinian, as you said. But last week, Nicolas and Ferb, he's staying at his house. He won't be invited back there, I can assure you, next week.
No, he won't invite him next week, and maybe Randerista won't be invited into Daniel Aguilar's house again, because Daniel Aguilar has managed to keep the ball for quite a long time now. He passes it to Vini. He takes his time because he knows if Randy is not able to recover the ball, that's going to be a game over for him. He's able to just keep the ball, twist, turn for a little bit more, and the game is pretty much over. Yeah, Daniel Aguilar qualifies to the quarterfinals. Randerista is out of the competition, and for the time being, Marin is the only player who topped the group who qualified for quarterfinals.
At the moment, 1 out of 6 players that top the group stages have then gone on to make it through to the next round. As it stands, all the players that have had to go the longer way in this competition, when I say longer way as well, just playing a game on stage, Gravison, getting used to maybe the gameplay, getting used to the feel of being here in San Sebastian. A lot of the players have had to just sit and wait and wait and wait, you know. We started at 3 o'clock today. We're getting late in San Sebastian. They've had to wait a long time, and they just haven't had the feel, or maybe getting used to being on the stage.
I would like to ask every single one of them how the day worked out. how the day went for them. Like, did they get a gym session? Did they go to the beach? Did they? I don't know. I think, like, if you wanna go to the next stage, you gotta be professional in a way.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta wake up early, you gotta go to the gym, you gotta go for a walk, you gotta watch some games, then probably a nice siesta to kind of settle yourself. But I do think that's necessary to then be here at 8 p.m. first time of the day, performing well.
I might try and break the rules here. Nicolas. We're getting Nicolas on the mic for a second.
Yeah. Come
and take this middle headset, my friend.
Enhorabuena. Todo bien.
Just for 1 minute. He's here. The Iceman's here.
Brandon is
Nico.
happy.
Hey, I'm live?
Yeah, you're live.
Okay.
You're live. First and foremost, so nice to see you back at LAN. It's been a long time. Difficult game against Yago, a good friend of yours. I heard you've been staying at his house the last week.
But I really enjoyed it.
I don't think you're going back. You're not being invited back there, are you?
But yeah, it was a tough match. Also, it's the, how they say, derby or clásico, you know, Betis against Sevilla.
Yep.
But yeah, it was tough. It was also an Argentinian guy. I really love him. But yeah, I have to.
I gotta ask you, Nico, between the second and the third goal, which one do you think is best?
Second, I think.
Second?
Yeah,
I mean,
because free kick is, I'm so bad. That was really,
bad.
I was so lucky.
You say you're so bad. We were expecting
so
something off the training ground. And
no, I'm so bad.
Scored.
I'm so bad. You know, Juanma, one of my coaches, he said I am so bad.
Come on.
And I am. In corners, I'm really good, but free kicks.
What's it like being back here on LAN again? I mean, you've had to wait a long time.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, the first, I think, was for the group stage was a bit tough for me because I didn't play really good. Also, the atmosphere is different, you know, and also play a national league is different with the restriction and stuff. But yeah, right now I changed. I tried to readapt again. Also in gameplay, I think I'm a bit better. It was a good break that month. We have to come here, and yeah. Fortunately, I'm really good.
Yeah, as we can hear, Nico's being called to the Spanish stream.
Sorry, we shouldn't have got you on our stream. You need to go and do an interview. Sorry, Nico.
Thank you.
Congratulations, mate. You are in the quarter-final stage, so remember your glasses as well. Great to hear from the Iceman. He's back, and look, it's so good to see him back on land.
You stole him.
I did. I've ruined the run of show. Right, let's have a look at the highlights from the game that you may have missed from the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. In case you missed it, Nicolas just qualified for the quarter-final stages. He can say he's so bad. He's not bad at free kicks. He just scored a free kick, and he also gave us this performance here.
This second goal, I mean, we both agreed that this was the better. Oh, come on.
That's playing the game. Play the game.
And it's not your opinion, it's not my opinion.
He said it.
It's Nico's opinion.
Said it.
Oh, that was
right, this is the free kick that apparently he's bad at.
I mean, it was yellow time. How could you yellow time this and then green time every other shot in the game?
And again, commiserations to Yago. A really difficult game against his fellow countryman. As he said, it was a derby between the two clubs. He had chances though, Yago. Another day, he doesn't overthink those chances potentially, and it's difficult. You know, you're playing against Nicolas, who has achieved so much in this space, and it's just when you play against Nicolas, you're not just playing against the player, you're playing against the atmosphere that he brings as well. He might not have had a good group stage as we can see here, but it doesn't matter now.
For what's interesting is those stats. He got through to these knockouts
on goal difference.
Goal difference.
He qualified for this cup and the grand finals technically on goal difference. There was potentially a world where Nicolas was not here, which just goes to show the level of competition that we've had in this LALIGA FC Pro this year as well. I mean, incredible scenes. On the opposite side of things, we've got highlights from that game now. FC Cartagena against Huesca. I mean, this one, two former teammates, two really good friends went head-to-head, and they gave us a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, especially, Danny are really strong. I do think that's a poor defense by Danny because he tackles too much. I always tell him that he tackles too much, but again, the place that's a really precise header, which you have to header inside the box. That's a really good ball and green time by Henry, and I do think the 3-1 difference was too much. Again, it's all about free kicks today. Green time did this time, 3-2 result.
What a free kick that is, by the way.
Yeah, green time, it went in, and now the play of the match.
I'm hoping it's what we think is. Play of the match now from that round. We're expecting a Nicolas goal. We have a feeling of which one it might be. Talk me through this one, Gravison, because it was a special goal from Nicolas.
For me, the main thing is how he passed the ball to Cruyff, then step over, body feint, another extra touch, and green timed it to the back of the net. But especially for me, it's not only because the step over, body feint, it's really precise, but then the extra touch to open up the angle, that's just Nicolas.
That is Nicolas. This is your bracket as it stands. We have got 2 spots left for 2 more teams to make our quarterfinals. As we said, if you are an Ethan Higgins fan, a Real Sporting fan, or maybe a Team Footwiz fan, he's in action, finally, in his next game today. And he takes on a really difficult Zumaquero of Racing Club Ferrol. On our other matchup, this one is a cracker as well. It'll be on our main stream coming your way. Real Sociedad, Real Valladolid, 2 people that have won this competition before in Zidan and Ni. That's going to be fireworks.
That's going to be fireworks because I don't think they have played before like in a knockout bracket format. As we can see now, Zidan is getting ready to play. He's playing at home, we have to remind people, because Real Sociedad is based here in San Sebastian. So right after the break, we'll see Zidan battling it.
We will. We'll see in a few minutes' time. One more round to come here from day one of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
Just take my heart if you're just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to bad love. I tell you right now what I want you to know. We're gonna make it last forever. We're gonna make it last forever. We're gonna make it
Pro Cup for the final time here in San Sebastian for day one of the competition. We start with 24 teams, and now by the end of this game that's coming up, Ryan, will only be 8 teams remaining. We just saw Nicolas and Daniel Aguilar confirm their spots in the quarterfinals tomorrow. This is the schedule of what we've got coming up in our next matchup today. There's just 4 teams left to play, Ryan, but only 2 can make it through the championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's a huge 2 sets of games as well. The main game, of course, will be Neat up against Zidan, Brandon. This is a massive, massive one.
Yeah, Neat coming out first and foremost from Real Valladolid, a 2-time back-to-back LALIGA FC Pro champion. He won this competition, of course, back in 2020 and in 2021. And I believe by like 17 years of age, Ryan, he won 150,000 euros.
Yeah, that is an astounding amount. And I'm sure he'll be looking to add to that number as well. But he's going to have to overcome Zidan, representing Real Sociedad. He's got a lot of fans in the crowd as well supporting him. And he's got the experience as well.
And it was the year after him in 2022 where he did the double in the same year. He won the Cup and he won the league. He's the only player to do that in the history of the LALIGA FC Pro, what we have seen from before. So this is a great game. Of course, keep in mind in our second stage as well, if you have been waiting for Real Sporting to be in action, AK Ethan, he is in action on our LALIGA FC Pro B stream. He'll be taking on Zumaquero of Racing Club Ferrol. Here's the stats that we've seen so far from Neat. Again, we've had to wait a long time to see him. He was top of Group F, Ryan. He scored plenty of goals on the build-up. And I think for him, it's a case of, let's see what comes, because at the moment, the curse has been, if you got first in the group, you got knocked out. But this one could be very different, because look, you're playing against one, you're right, you're playing against Zidan, who is the home favourite here. Real Sociedad is next door.
Yeah.
And they've been bringing fans in and the club mascot. And from what we saw earlier, he looked really convincing.
Yeah, Zidan was incredible going forward, but he's up against somebody with Neat again who has that same prowess at attacking offensively in the area, making the chances and making the most of them as well. So it's going to be, hopefully anyway, a high-scoring game.
Well, you can just see on our B stream as well, Ethan Higgins for the first time playing in the LALIGA FC Pro. But before that, and before we kick off both of our games, we are going to head over to Frankie and Gravison for the final time today to give us the lowdown on the drafts of both of these two. I can't wait to see what draft Neat has.
And we'll see Neat's draft appearing on screen like magic in just a few moments. There's not too much out of the ordinary for Neat, but actually Neat is an extraordinary player. He's regarded as possibly the most mechanically gifted in this entire competition.
I mean, winning 2 times the La Liga National Championship, he has to feel confident coming in through. And I can give you some inside information because back at the offices we were chatting about the team itself, and I think it's a quite an interesting, because Neat was discussing maybe using Cruyff Golazo, which is 97 rated, but because Diego wanted Neat to use Cruyff Golazo 97 rated and Ronaldo to be off the team. But then last minute Neil was like, no, I want R9 to be in the team. So last minute Ronaldo was in the team, and I got another fun fact actually, because Diego went to the gym, Neat went out to have lunch, and then they were like, we gotta submit the team, and it's 3 p.m. we gotta submit it at 4 p.m. So they had to go back to the offices and they had to submit the team. So Diego couldn't work out and Neat couldn't have lunch. But yeah, it was a tough decision for him to use either R9 or Cruyff 97. He went for Cruyff 97, and then the rest of the team, I think, overall is pretty neutral.
That's one of the most Spanish things I've ever heard. We nearly didn't submit our draft because we had to have lunch. Let's take a look at his opponents. Now, we have seen Zidan play this on the stage so far today. And actually, backstage, Zidan's coach, he was giving you a little bit of insight into how he's going to be playing in this match.
Yeah, I think it's good to ask them. We have a few minutes over there, so we can ask them a few questions about what they liked in the first round. And he told me Ronaldinho is a really good item for him because he feels like he's a really skillful player. So in those 1v1 situations, Ronaldinho's dribbling is just off the charts. So he finds himself using Ronaldinho in a better way than the other competition. And then the hidden gem, it's Balde, because we've not seen Balde that much. And he feels like he's going to attack with Balde as a fullback. He's going to start as a left back, but if he's not feeling good with Balde as a left back, he's going to change him to the right back position. So I do think that's quite a nice info. And you said Rudiger, maybe we've not seen him so much, but for Zidan it worked out fine because he defended really well in the first match he played.
And definitely one of the more budget-friendly items we're seeing in the starting 11. He's got some hidden gems again on the bench. We've seen quite a few of these players in play. We've seen them across many benches, obviously, throughout the competition today. Jimenez, Jan Couto, Yagofawaz. I feel like he's actually really thought this through, and maybe he didn't have to miss lunch to do it.
I gotta say, I agree with you first. That Spanish was spectacular, especially Jan Couto. That was really good. But yeah, Antoine Griezmann might be a really good super sub, especially in the 60, 70 minute. And I don't think he's going to use many more of them. Probably Kroos because of the long ball pass. Probably Jan Couto as well. Maybe Larin because of the aerial clause. It's a strong bench, and I do think we're going to see at least 4 substitutes coming in the second half.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting. Neat making his debut not just on the mainstream but here in San Sebastian. Is he going to have the momentum he needs going against Zidan, who had an impressive 4-1 victory earlier? Let's head to our casters, Ryan and Brandon, to find out.
Yeah, that is the question indeed. Will Neat be able to bring out the big performance here? One of the last games on stage today. What, local time, 9:15 we are now. It's been a long day to wait for these players. Gravison was saying earlier, I mean, as a former pro in this scenario, what would you have done? Your game's at 9:15. Would you have come to the venue and relax, or would you have just done your own thing and then come in a little bit later?
I would have come in later for sure. I think I don't want to turn up too early and then you're having to wait until 7 hours later before you end up playing. I would have definitely come in with enough time to practice. But again, if you come in a little bit later, you're not going to be able to play against many people left because they might have gone home or been eliminated or play their game for the day. So it's tricky. You're just having to sit here and watch.
This is going to be a great game, as we said. Zidan had to come through a difficult game earlier on today, but it was a big result that he had in his qualification matchup against Deportivo Alaves. A 4-1 victory against Monte, and I can confirm we are jumping into the game live now. Also, as this game is underway, our beach stream matches to Ethan against Zumaquero. Sporting, Real Sporting against Racing Club Ferrol is 0-0. That's 9 minutes into that game. We're into this one now, though. It will be neat from left to right. And Real Sociedad from right to left. Two former La Liga champions. The cheeky chip over the top, and it's neat already. Giving us a little snippet of what we can expect from him.
He's just so creative when it comes to just creating chances.
Arajo, Cruyff, dinked into Stoichkov. It's in the air. There's the saw-off. There's the flick down. There's R9. Neat! It's cooking!
It's taken 3 minutes, Brandon, to create not one but two chances that could have easily led to a goal, and that second one did. And it's just, again, it's just the little passes that he does in and around the area. He catches the defender off guard, and he's very efficient in front of goal.
So well worked. You knew exactly what he's looking for. It's the dink ball into Soloff, and it's a question of who's around him and where's the ball going. It was the typical link up between R9 and the Norwegian striker, but not Haaland, Alexander Soloff. We've had a break through the other game as well. Ethan leads by a goal to 0 as Real Sporting get their first goal in the game. Cruyff looking deadly. Soloff, Xavi, Soloff again, neat. With so much tempo and speed in the final third. And a chance to actually get on the ball now for Zidan.
Actually read the switch there, He's going to win the header. He does enough to challenge in the air, not enough to retrieve possession back, though. But you can tell just from the high press from Neat, he's come into this game to try and put the pressure on Zidan, to have the ascendancy.
Omri. Maybe a chance for Zidan to get his first sniff at goal. He's balled on the overlap. His future stars into Omri. Could have went down to ground, stays at his feet, went to corner. We know Zidan has been deadly from these sort of areas. As Soloff's at that front post. There he is! And it's off there, the ball down. And just like that, we're all square at 1-1.
Just like that indeed, Brandon. You know the corners are very effective this year. Zidan has proven a plethora of amount of opportunities have come from that for him, and he scores again to get back into this game. It's tough to stop as well, Brandon. He does it very quickly. Before you have time to move the goalkeeper far enough out to block across, he's already selected the desired player in Soloff, moved him to the front post and just driven across him directly onto his head.
I mean, that's all it takes as well. One corner, one chance, one shot and goal.
That post.
Neat. For that sort of accelerated speed boost there. It's Stoichkov onside, just about he is. Xavi. Very fortunate, gets the ball back, finesse from distance, and wins another corner. Which gives Zidan another chance to do this.
It's going to keep on coming.
This time mixes it up ever so slightly. Free kick. Possession changes hands. Remember, the winner of this game will go through, of course, to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Well, they will be playing Marin of Granada. And I suspect one of our first games of tomorrow's show. 25,000 euros to the top performer here in San Sebastian. 100,000 euro prize pool. Part of the 350k on the line this year in the LALIGA FC Pro, the biggest league in terms of prize money as well. Gundogan from distance!
Wow.
Oh, how about that one? The finesse just flew into the back of the net, and we are really in for a cracker between these two. I asked him earlier today, favourite play style on FC24, he didn't say aerial plus, he said finesse, and you understand why when İlkay Gundogan can just angle that into the top corner.
I think there was no goalkeeper movement there, just because you sort of get put off on moving the keeper against a 4-star weak. If it was a 5-star, you definitely move there, but you can still trust them offensively. Finesse shot, play style plus from those areas is deadly.
So you also didn't really expect it from Gundogan. Neat. Now battle the pressure on his shoulders after being 1-0 up in just 3 minutes. 10 players back behind the ball there for Zidan. Oh, reverse elastico off the post. It's just so flary in the final third. You don't often see that from many players, Ryan, that are just so creative and happy to skill together as many skill moves as they can. Back to Henry, could be beat for 3-1, defended well.
Defended very well. I think he was caught in two minds whether he should slow down a little bit to try and play the pass across to Ronaldinho, I believe it was, running in deep.
Sorloff cuts it back.
Oh my God.
Stop it!
Whew.
He just has a skill move for every moment on the pitch and the timing of it. Send the defender packing.
Oh my goodness. Zidan got twisted there. Wow.
Ankles are nearly broken.
Yeah, that is perfect from Lee. He's got the ball back in straight away from the kickoff. That went through there, sort of reverse elastical, sort of charging up there in the space, but it was a good tackle there from Zidan.
Stoichkov over the top. Is there a cheeky chip available? Brave from Courtois. It could have been a penalty, but the referee says there was no harm in that one. Sorloff back to R9. Show us another skill move, Nate, if you can. He's twisting, he's turning, he's reverse elasticoing, he's adding all sorts of skill moves into the mix.
This is purely end-to-end between these two. Zidan on the attack now with Henry. Got the pace there. Stoichkov was an option he could have looked to play into the box directly to, but the ball's falling straight back to Neat. Now he can start an attack.
Bellingham in acres of space. That team of the year in-game item as a right back. Might be quite pricey, but he's certainly doing the job. R9, Cruyff. Stopped in his tracks. On that occasion, we can confirm Real Sporting still 1-0 up. Ethan leads Zumaquero of Real Club Ferrol by a goal to nil, so that one's in the 40th minute. If you do want to watch that live, by the way, you can catch it on the LALIGA FC Pro B stream. You can listen to our fantastic Spanish commentators over there. Henry dinked it up into Sorloff, heads it back into Xavi. Gundogan.
I think he was looking for Sorloff. Doesn't find him.
Chance to break away still here for Nick. Little double tap pass into Xavi. Gets it back to the player who needs to. Oh, he's worked that all the way across.
This is ridiculous, Brendan. The build-up play from Neat there. I think what makes it look so easy, what he does there, but it's just the triggered runs there. So there's so many overloads that Zidan has to worry about. Does he worry about the pass going back to the receiver where it came from? Does he have to worry about the person making the run at the back post, the little dink inside that can come to Solo? There's just so many ways to attack, and Neat is just spectacular at it.
Every time he scores, he's just staring out into the crowd for any sort of reaction. He's playing against the home favourite here in Zidan, with the Real Sociedad fans here in San Sebastian. Dion into R9, back to Soloff, he's offside. He is constantly creating chances, Ryan. Attack after attack. There's been a couple more goals in stage 2. Ethan did concede. Zumaquero did get an equaliser back in that one. Now Ethan does get back in front. 2-1 on the stroke of half time from a corner. It was a little front post flick on.
Look at that switch of play there from Neat in this game. Sort of not in the box though. He's on the edge of the box just waiting. It's not the place you want him to pick up possession.
Javi, Stoichkov. Well, I look just to be a springboard there and punch it off to try and speed up the attackers. He often has done. Every time he's gone for really aggressive press there, referee plays the advantage of a free kick. Let's see what Zidan can do. You're right to say, Ryan, it really has been an end-to-end game between the two of them. Last chance of the half. That should do us. 5 goals already in 45 minutes. With only a goal to separate the two.
Yep, some of the best goals we've seen throughout the competition today as well from Neat. Some intricate plays in the box, the skill moves, the extra passes as well. But Zidan's holding his own as well. Despite only being down by 1 goal, he's only losing by 1 in this game. There's still a long way for him to get back into this game. But if you look at the stats there, Brandon, it's been dominant in terms of the XG and chances created for Neat in this game.
9 shots between them. And honestly, another day we could be looking at a 5-4 scoreline. Neat currently leads by 3-2. Remember, it's a battle between 2 former LALIGA FC Pro champions. Neat won it back in 21 and 22 back-to-back. But then on the other side of the stage, you've got Zidan, who's the only player to win the Cup and the League in the same season. Here's the chances that you may have missed from the first half. That was Zidan's goal to bring him back at 1-1. I believe we're jumping back into the action live now. This is our last game here. In day 1 of the tournament. Back tomorrow for our quarter-final, semi-final, and more importantly our grand final live from San Sebastian. Yeah, I've got a live crowd here as well, so if you're in the area, get yourself down here tomorrow.
Great.
Monte lost that perfectly to Soloff! And again, we're all square at 3-3.
As easy as that, Brandon. Just a locked it cross to the back post where Soloff waits, anticipating the ball to be landing directly on his head, and exactly what happened in that situation. You could maybe argue moving the goalkeeper could be. That's just being very harsh, but it's just route 1 from Zidan.
The header didn't even have that much power in, Ryan. It was just glancing towards goal. But it still found its way into the back of the net somehow.
Here's Neat trying to respond. He's got Jude Bellingham towards the corner flag. He needs to recycle possession. Zidan's pulling bodies behind the ball here. Not a lot of space for him to work with.
Javi. R9. Soloff! Just wide. What a crazy game also happening over in our other matchup on stage 2. It's a 2-2 score now. Zumaquero has just equalised again against Ethan at 2-2. Javi, lofted, Cruyff, touchdown. Oh, this is beautiful from Neat.
He looks frightening. Every time he goes forward, it looks as if he's going to score. Corner played short.
Lofted, there it is. You know he's getting on the end of that one. It's the one more that makes all the difference again.
You can't stop it, Randall. You physically cannot stop it. He's surrounded by bodies in the box. The defenders circling around him. Zidan as well. And the player look defensively to try and see if he can stop Soloff in the air, to read the headed down pass, whether it was going to fall to Jude Bellingham or to Arnan. It fell to Arnan on his weaker foot, but a 5-star weak foot, of course. Pinpoint accuracy into the bottom corner.
And even with 2 or 3 players trying to surround Alexander Soloff, you cannot stop him still. 7 goals between the two of them. It really has been the battle of the champions. Another update for you as well, as stage 2 has just changed again. It's 3-2 now. Ethan is back in front for Real Sporting. Remember, the winner of this game tomorrow will play Granada. Well, let's jump over if we can. There'll be people that have been crying out for this game, Ryan. What is the lowdown over here? Ethan of Real Sporting made the decision to move over from the English League to pursue a great opportunity here to play in La Liga. And he looked convinced in the group stage as one of the 8 players that got an auto ticket through to the grand finals of this year's league format, which takes place in a few weeks in Barcelona.
Look at the ball as well.
But more importantly, an auto ticket into the round of 16. Now he does lead by 3 goals to 2. A win here for him. Here's a big chance. We just jumped across the game there. We'll try and give you the lowdown of it when we get back over at some point. Ethan does lead by 3 goals to 2. And what I wanted to say was if he does win, he'll be playing against Nacho of Real Oviedo in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Ball day. Blocked by Bellingham. He's out of position now, the left back, and now this is where you can just see the run that Cruyff's making. On the far hand side of your screen, it was angled that way, but Stoichkov was locked onto it instead, and it didn't really work out well.
Yeah, I think Zidan sort of recognised the patterns of the way he's been attacking, utilising the triggered run over the top. He's not been afraid to play those passes in behind, and I think in that situation he just committed to just tracking it the whole way.
Zidan has come back 3 times before in this game and even led at one point. Both matches in near enough the exact same minute as well. 68 minutes here, 69 minutes in our opposite game into the final stages now. Back to Thierry Henry. It's clever from Zidan. It's the one more pass that makes all the difference again. 4-4 all square.
Even Green timed an open goal. Well, near enough open goal. Defender was trying to clear it off of the line there, but Zidan gets his chance and gets back into the game.
It's one of those though, because if you didn't time it green, you timed it red, you're kicking yourself.
Yep.
Back over we jump again by the looks of it, over to this game here. Let's stay with this one for a bit of time. Real Sporting lead by 3 goals to 2 still. Zumaquero won on a penalty shootout against Happy earlier today.
Great play from Ethan. We're all inside.
Oh no, he's just flicked the ball up at himself there. Mendy still. Into the pause we go. Let's jump back over if we can to this game that's 4-4. That one also goes out of play as well. For a goal kick. Final 15 minutes.
You notice Zidan playing Rudiger in at right back as well, just to try his best to get somebody that can challenge Sorloth in the air. Again, it still doesn't necessarily stop him.
Stoichkov for Ronaldinho. This is nice from Zidan in the final third.
Back post.
It was heading its way to Sorloth, wasn't it? Just took a rookie deflection on the way through. Stage 2 matches currently in the pause between Ethan and Zumaquero. We'll give you both closing stages as they unfold. Bellingham gets round the full-back knee.
Poor touch.
A really heavy touch from Frankie de Jong, and possession is given away again. Nice ball roll from Arna just to keep him in possession.
Great play.
I should say Henry in possession now. Bellingham back all the way from that right wing position, proving his 5 million coin plus worth in his team of the year body that does find himself as a right back.
Yeah, but
there he goes again. Look at the run.
Yeah, triggered. It's a similar theme again. I mentioned earlier, Neat using the overlap as his out ball just to transition from defense to attack as quick as possible. Xavi, the play styles he has, the passing ones that help, especially the long ball pass.
What a ball that is. Into Zidan to Ronaldinho. Ball roll. Pulls away Jude Bellingham, just teases him. Stoichkov. And very patient in the end. He had to be Araujo just about nicks the ball off the defender. Bellingham. This could be. Corner played in, lofted. Is Sorloth anywhere near it? No, Sorloth on the other end is. 4 minutes away from extra time, potentially. Enough time to certainly make one good chance. There's Xavi's typical switch of play, long ball over the top. I tell you what, Ronaldinho's going to win this run of race. Ronaldinho could be in for a chance. The power shot was there. It was time red anyway, but that could have went anywhere.
Few last moments left in this game before extra time if it remains the same lead. Are we going to play for the last attack?
Oh, that's a wicked deflection, but it's worked out in the favour or not offside.
Oh, that's a costly error.
This could be really crucial. Dispossessed again. It looks like we could be heading into extra time. Unless Zidan wants to play for this final chance. Keep an eye on ball down the left top corner of your screen. There he is. He can flick it on. There's the flick on. And he's got a chance to break with the last 30 in-game seconds. Ronaldinho is running. Henry's there on the overlap as well. So is Sorloth. Big chance for Zidan. And into extra time we shall go. 4-4 between the two. Nothing to separate them.
I'll be honest, I think this game deserves extra time. Genuinely, I think it does between these two. They've created a lot of chances between them. 8 goals in total, 4 apiece, and the chances have been split. And the stats say so as well. Look at the expected goals difference there, Brandon, between the two. It's a massive, massive difference.
4.1 expected goals to a 0.9 of Real Sociedad.
Amount of shots as well, very similar, but the ones that have counted in favour for Zidan, he's made them count definitely with the XG compared to the 4 goals he did score.
Crazy round of 16 game. Between the two of them, we had a small technical pause in our other game. If you're wondering what the hell's been going on between Real Sporting and Racing Club Ferrol. It's just about to kick off back in for its last 15 in-game minutes or so. Ethan was 3-2 up still last time. We saw it. We'll give you the lowdown on the full-time result as it unfolds there. 30 more minutes needed here then. Between the battle of the champions, we're calling it 2-4 FC Pro La Liga champions in the 2020-21 and 22 season. They've both just offered very different play styles in this one. Xavi, Griezmann might have a chance to drive forward here. The 1.2 million coin fantasy item. Real Valladolid find Xavi working in the smallest of areas. It's neat.
Great ball again from Zidan. In behind, Yakuto brings it down. Few bodies forward here.
Times it red.
Red time deflected of his own player in front of goal anyway.
Cruyff. Yankutu and Bellingham in a battle. Corner given away. Haven't seen Neat do too much from these areas. It's not really been in his sort of DNA of playing the typical Saul or front post flick on. This might be in his DNA though. Oh, reverse elastico from Griezmann. 5-4. Real Valladolid leads.
Neat is unbelievable in the box. I was about to say, Brandon, I feel as if he's wasted corners in this game. He's had quite a few and he hasn't made them count as much as other players would have. And just that pass there into Griezmann, the reverse elastico is incredible, and in the finish as well.
Every goal that he scored, it's just got a little sprinkle of something on it. A skill move. A bit of creativity. And one thing on the other side that he hasn't been superb at is on the defensive end. He has just been a bit leaky at times, don't get me wrong. I mean, a few of the goals may have been slightly fortunate. The own goal from the corner certainly being one of those. Ten minutes gone off the extra time period. Just 20 more minutes to see this one out if you can. Dion. Xavi will interchange, happy to take more time out of the game. There's that lofted ball. Where's the flick down? Nowhere to be seen. And as soon as this one goes into half-time, we'll jump across to give you the full-time situation there. That game's in 88 minutes between Real Sporting and Racing Club Ferrol. Ethan still leading 3-2 in that. Added time of 1 minute. Zidan with the last chance of the half. We can show you both games side by side now as Zidan looks to find an equaliser. There's Sorloff, who can't find a way through. And that will do us for half-time on our left-hand side game. A minute left plus additional time.
It's a big header.
For Real Sporting. And Ethan to do enough to book a spot in the quarter-final stages. Let's jump into it now if we can. This is live. 30 in-game seconds left. Is it going to be a season to remember so far for the Englishman in the top flight of Spain? He's already in the grand finals in a few weeks' time, and he'll be in a top 8 championship Sunday tomorrow. He had to wait a long time to play his first game in the round. It was the last game on stage at 9:15 local time, but he hasn't let that get the better of him there. Big 3-2 win.
Yeah, that's a huge win for Ethan, guaranteeing himself a top 8 finish at least in the La Liga FC Pro Cup, as well as €5,000 secured for the payments at the minimum as well. He still has tomorrow to see how far he can progress in the tournament. Of course, our main featured game, we saw Neat score that fantastic goal with Griezmann, and we're now into the second half of extra time.
One more name to find out of who will be in our final 8 tomorrow.
Great step there from Neat defensively.
Zidan will get a couple of chances doing this. There's never been more than a 1-goal gap between the two players throughout the whole game. It has been all you score, quite literally. Bellingham, Nico Williams comes on just to add a bit more pace into the final third for Nick. There's the overlap. Is he onside? Antoine Griezmann, yes. And wins a throw in right in the corner. More seconds taken out of the game for Nick. Possession given away. Time running out for Zidan. Has to make the most of one of these chances now. Player lock. Not used. Used this time into Henry. Is there a cut back? Goes on his own. It's a red time finish. It's gone out for a throw-in.
Yeah, that's a shocking attempt at goal from Zidan there. I understand the shot at goal there. The 5-star week for Henry could have been fruitful to find the back of the net, but it was just mistimed.
Chance. Oh, that's well done. Into Stoichkov again. He's red time finishing these.
Wow, that is... Ooh.
That's two massive chances there that have just gone begging.
I can sort of forgive the first one a little bit more. That one is unacceptable. It's offside.
Tries not to lock onto it. It does enough to block the player, actually, in the process. 3.5 in-game minutes left for Nick. To book a spot in the top 8 for tomorrow. They'll be taking on Marin of Granada. Or are we going to penalties with a last-minute equaliser potentially? So possession again, wasted by Zidan.
Oh, it's given straight back.
Gets it back though.
Great defending there from Nick to step forward with Araujo in that position.
He's through. Gets us all off, lofted to all off. You're on your way. Doesn't need to score again. We'll be looking to take time out of the game if he can. A mature ending to this one. Doesn't need to waste possession, doesn't need to score again. Goes back to the goalkeeper. Added time of 1 minute. That should be enough to see Real Valladolid into a top 8 tomorrow. Former champion of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Zidan will crash out the tournament. The home favourite will fall in the round of 16. And it will be Real Valladolid that needs into a top 8.
The crowd are going crazy against him.
And he lets the fans know about it too. Sometimes you need a little bit of that, don't you?
Yeah, he's had the crowd against him, of course, all supporting Real Sociedad and Zidan. He's not afraid to show his emotion now that he's won.
Well, great game between the two of them, and what a final it was in the end. 5-4 in our round of 16 game, as we said. Quarter-final guaranteed now for Nick. Big result, and a big player that's fallen out of the competition. Zidan is now out.
Yeah, it's a huge player that we lose for tomorrow's top 8. But Nick, to me, I'd say offensively, he's been the best player we've seen today. I think just not even just the goals, the chances and the way he created them is, yeah, flawless going forward.
The creativity as well, Ryan, in the final third. We haven't seen that in the nice football from any other player to that level today. It was non-stop, it was creative. Yeah, he was a bit leaky at the back and he conceded 4 goals in the tie, but the XG was something we have not seen from another player throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, it was a dominant performance from Nick going forward. But as you said, defensively, if he wants to progress and get his hands on the trophy, you definitely have to brush up in terms of the chances he was allowing Zidan to have. Especially late on, it felt as if Zidan was getting back into the game a lot more.
I mean, look, you can't always stop a corner and you can't stop a sawed-off header, but there were still other chances in the game there that, by his own accounts, defensively, he maybe could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, exactly. I think for Zidan, though, he didn't dictate the tempo. I felt Nick controlled the game. I played against Zidan a number of times, and he's somebody that he's not afraid to keep possession. Nick, obviously, going forward is so good, but it felt as if the game was end-to-end, and I don't think that favoured Zidan at all.
No, absolutely. In our other game as well, we have to talk about Real Sporting. I know Ethan was a little bit annoyed that he had to wait a long time to get his game played, but he got over the line. He's also in the top 8.
Yeah, it's a big game for Ethan, of course. Being a player that you aren't from Spain, you're playing in a Spanish competition, I think you'd always have a target on your back, especially for Ethan now. He's had that reputation in the scene as somebody that you'd want to beat, and for him, I'm happy he won that game.
And in the nicest way possible, anyone that's outside of Spain coming into this league, you're thinking, why are you playing in my league?
Yeah, exactly. I want him out as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
Well, congratulations. We have our top 8 concluded. And someone else who is currently on the stage right now is Jaime Alvarez, who's joined by Nit. He must be over the moon. He's in the top 8.
We're here with Nit after him qualifying for the quarterfinals and qualifying for the championship Sunday. So first of all, Nit, how are you feeling? Bueno, Nit, te has clasificado al domingo, al championship Sunday. Así que antes de nada, ¿cómo te sientes?
Súper contento porque además pienso que era el rival más duro para mí, para mi estilo de juego, era el que menos quería, pero bueno, al final los cruces son los cruces y era un partido súper importante por eso, porque era el rival más difícil, yo creo, y ya lo he superado, así que súper feliz para mañana.
I'm really happy with my performance overall because it was a really tough match against Zidan. Game style wise, it was really a hard opponent, but I want to play against the best opponents and feeling really happy because I won that match, and I think it's a great win for me. So second question for you, Nit. When you were playing in that first leg, and that first half, especially from 30 to 45 minutes, you were just crushing your opponent. Did you have any game style in your mind? Sobre todo en el minuto 30 al 45 estabas arrasando. ¿Tenías algún tipo de jugada en cabeza o simplemente era como atacar?
Al final mi main, por así decirlo, es el lateral derecho. Yo siempre ataco con el lateral derecho y más en esta formación. Y al tener a Xavi también con el playstyle de pase largo, pues aprovecho mucho el de marcar a Bellingham y pase largo a Bellingham, que ya estoy casi en su área y puedo crear jugadas más cerca de su portería para marcar el gol. Y yo creo que esa ha sido la clave del partido.
For me, my main game plan is the right back, in this case, Team of the Year Bellingham, because every single chance I get to just kind of build up slowly from the defense, trigger the run to Bellingham, and then a long over the top through ball I can get thing. That was the game plan. It worked out fine, and I'm happy. And lastly, Nit, I want to ask you about tomorrow, because you've been a 2-time La Liga champion, but in the last few years you've not played to the level we expect from you. Do you feel that this year can be your 3rd title? Vale, Nit, eres el único jugador que ha ganado 2 veces el título de la Liga, pero estos 2 últimos años te ha costado un poquito más. ¿Sientes que este es tu año para ganar el 3er título?
Sí, creo que este es mi año, no solo por cómo estoy jugando, sino porque se tiene que dar la cosa ya después de 2 años que por tanto intentarlo no ha salido. Y además este año me siento súper cómodo jugando, creo que tengo un nivel como para ganar la Liga, aunque este año es muy difícil tras los jugadores que han venido, pero bueno, pienso que este es el año y si sigo jugando bien, se va a conseguir.
I really feel like this is my year because I've been working so hard for the last couple of years, but I haven't been lucky enough, but I feel like I'm putting off the hours, I'm grinding, and I feel like I have what it takes to win the twin for the 3rd time. So thank you so much, sending them to the casters again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Gravison. Great to hear there from Nit as well, as Frankie joins us on the commentary desk. I mean, it was a great game in the end, Frankie, wasn't it, between the two? 9 goals between. There's only ever 1 goal gap between the two of them. No one really pulled away, but regardless, it was entertaining.
He knew that Nit is basically the one to beat. Now Nicolas as well, after the performance he's shown today, but Nit is definitely the one that all the competitors were looking at going into it. And I feel like he held his own, but the nerves of those red time shots at the end, Ryan, unfortunately not going his way.
Yeah, those red time shots from Zidan were definitely uncharacteristic. We'll take a look at the highlights from the game between Nit and Zidan. A lot of goals, so I'm assuming a lot of highlights. And Brandon, the goal started off straight away.
Yeah, I mean, where do you start with this game other than this was our first taster of what was to come from Nit? 3 minutes in, that really set the tempo. But then Zidan came back and scored 2 goals, Ryan.
Yeah, he did. And again, I felt as if from those moments, I thought maybe Zidan could have came into his own and pushed on a little bit more, but Nit didn't give him the time to adjust. And some of the goals he scored, you'll see from these highlights, it's been sublime. But this is Zidan's 2nd goal. Building up with Sorloth, playing to the edge then. This was a finesse shot from Gundogan. Green timed finish with the finesse shot playstyle plus, Frankie.
That has got to be one of the top goals of the day.
Absolutely, timed it Green. Look, he was timing those shots, Green, but you're right to say, Frankie, towards the end of the game, I don't know what happened, but the chances you would have thought were more simple. He was just timing the shots red. This was at 2-2, 38 minutes into the game. Again, really well worked from Nick. His ability around the box, just to constantly create and recycle, is something we haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's just incredible going forward. It could become something where he scores from a skill move, across a knockdown from Sorloth, an extra pass, and he was sublime going forward. But defensively, you can see those moments there allowed Zidan to get back into the game.
And that's a surprise, really, that Zidan was finding those nerves in the final moments, because actually that was the most exploitable part of Nick's game plan.
Absolutely. This was 5-4 in extra time. We had to go to extra time, 120 minutes in total. But just to have the instinct there, I'm going to reverse Elastico that on my first touch before the ball even touches my feet. Antoine Griezmann, again, another really key player in these drafts, his fantasy promo. He's worth the 1.2 million budget.
Yeah, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. I mean, it's not excessive compared to some of the budgets that's been spent today.
He's not quite like an R9 or Cruyff budget, but still can do the job off the bench. We might be hopefully seeing the highlights from our second game very soon indeed, but it's worth saying as well, there is an Englishman in this competition, Frankie. He had to wait a long time to play his game today, but he got the job done.
Yeah, and you have to give him kudos. I know it's already been given by you guys on stream, but having to wait until 9 p.m, maybe the fact that it's actually 8 p.m. in his head worked in his favour. I imagine he plays a weekend league long into the small hours of the morning at home.
Yeah, this is 9 a.m. for Ethan, to be honest. His day's just getting started, and he performed extremely well. I still think he'd be disappointed having a game close, but we're going to take a look at the bracket from today, of course. We've had a lot of games. It's been a long day, but the game's setting up tomorrow, Brandon. We've got a lot of interesting quarterfinals.
It's crazy to think that a couple of hours ago we had 24 clubs in this competition. Now there's only 8 that remain. Again, the headline news from today is that we know the 16 clubs, all those clubs in round 2 have all qualified for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals in a couple of weeks' time in Barcelona, which is massive for a lot of those teams because their season does stay alive, which I think is the important thing here, Frankie. For players that will be disappointed they lost in that round, like Zidan, they still got a chance of qualifying for the Champions League in Barcelona and, of course, the FC Pro Bowl Championships if they do play well in Barcelona.
Yeah, it's now all about who is going to take home that first place and that €25,000 top prize tomorrow. Looking at that bracket, though, I'm very excited to see Ethan versus Nacho. I think it's going to be our third game of the day tomorrow. And I feel like seeing Ethan play on stage against a player who is now making somewhat of a comeback is going to be exciting to watch.
Yes, it's a big game. 2 players that have scored a lot of goals and also defend well in a lot of situations. So I'm interested to see how it goes.
Yeah, very interested to see how it goes. And also, I want to see some goals. What about you boys?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's see our top plays of the day. Oh, our player of the match. I apologise, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Well, this is our play of the game.
How can I forget?
Me and Real. I mean, we actually forgot that. There were so many good goals in the game. We forgot that he did that.
It's unbelievable. The roulette pass to defender, Militao left in the dust. Zidan left all ends up as well, and Neat with a fantastic goal. It was just a common theme throughout the whole game.
I mean, there is a chance, Frankie, that the top 5 goals of the day are all by Neat, but I doubt that one.
Yeah.
I think there might be a couple from Nicolas in there.
Yeah.
Just maybe. We are hearing that apparently the goals from Neat were so solid, and because we have just watched highlights from that game, we actually don't need to see the top 5 goals of the day, because as Brandon Smith just called it, they're all from him.
I mean, I'd love to see how many goals we've had today as well. We've had way too many goals in the tournament. As we said, got to be 200 plus.
Yeah, it didn't let us down today. We came in with expectation because I know, Frankie, we spoke about it. A lot of goals were scored in the regular season and it didn't let us down in the cup today.
You know what? Can I just say, I actually think that it's been a little bit more balanced than I was expecting. I was expecting even more goals, but defensively, these players have really impressed me.
There hasn't really been many blowouts, I guess you could say, but I guess it's changed a lot throughout the course. As we said, it's been a great day of action, plenty of goals, and I'm looking forward to more tomorrow, Frankie.
Yeah, and I am too, but unfortunately, that is all we have time for right now. Massive thank you to our sponsors for making this happen in San Sebastian. It's been an absolutely delightful day 1, and more to come tomorrow, so we'll see you then.
Yeah. I remember back when mama told me I was great. Told me keep my head up cause haters gon' hate. Had to work hard for it, sorry for the wait. Now everywhere I go, they do a double take. Yeah, it's the life I was born to live, not the life that I chose. Now they snapping, I'm posing, they call me star cause I glow. Ain't no flexing, this motivation, I've been there before. I'm powered up, staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never lie.
talk. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. First you gotta hustle. Might be a heavy lift, but repetition builds muscle. Tune out all the noise, focus on your craft. This is now or never, so you gotta make it last forever. Like Keith say, treat memories of hard times like a keepsake. Like camera action, but it ain't no retake. You only live once, so be great. I'm powered up, up, up, up. This is meant to be, never luck. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up, up, up, up. Staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never luck, never luck. We don't give up, we get tough, tough, tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. Yeah. I remember back when mama told me I was great. Told me keep my head up cause haters gon' hate. Had to work hard for it, sorry for the wait. Now everywhere I go, they do a double take. Yeah, this is the life I was born to live, not the life that I chose. Now they snapping, I'm posing, they call me star